Surprise, motherfucker.
Dexter is a television crime drama developed by James Manos Jr. and loosely based off of the novel Darkly Dreaming Dexter by Jeff Lindsay. The show follows 35-year-old Dexter Morgan, who lives a double life as a loving boyfriend and brother that works as a blood spatter analyst at Miami Metro PD, and as a cold-blooded vigilante that tracks down and brutally murders the very worst people in the city of Miami. My name is DJ, and today I'm going to be ranking every single episode of this show. You might have seen one of my rankings for Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul in the past. In these videos, I spent the first few minutes talking about some minor gripes I had with decent episodes, then spent the next hour and a half praising the shows. To put it lightly, Dexter is not as perfect as these two shows, and there is much more to criticize here. But since the show is almost 100 episodes long, there's also a great amount to praise as well. At this point, Dexter has gained the reputation of having an incredible first half, then completely dropping the ball with the second. While I don't think anyone genuinely thinks that seasons 5 through 8 are better than seasons 1 through 4, I don't really believe in the concept of the show not being worth it after season 4, because there's some incredible episodes of television in the second half of the series that never really get the credit they deserve. But there are also some very flawed episodes as well, so I plan to extensively cover and analyze every single one in this video. This ranking does not include Dexter New Blood, Dexter Original Sin, or Dexter Resurrection, which is hopefully still airing when this releases. But once Original Sin and Resurrection end, I would love to rank the spin-off episodes if you guys are interested. I'm also going to refrain from mentioning any huge spoilers for these three, since I'm aware that these shows are all new and not the most accessible, and most Dexter fans probably haven't seen them, so your only spoiler warning is obviously just for the original Dexter show. With all that being said, here are all 96 episodes of Dexter ranked from worst to best. And please buckle up because I did not refrain from making the script long for this video. Number 96. Remember the Monsters?
Say the line!
DJ.
Remember the Monsters is the worst episode of Dexter.
Yay!
Coming as a surprise to absolutely nobody, yes, Remember the Monsters is the worst episode of the show. I was going to try to make a point that this episode wouldn't have been as bad if it wasn't the series finale, but it would still easily be the worst episode if there was an official season 9 instead of New Blood, so scratch that. I thankfully only expose myself to good television most of the time, so I'm proud to say that this is the worst episode of television I've ever seen in my life. And no, I haven't seen Game of Thrones or the ending before you ask, but it's almost a whole star lower than this, so I can only imagine. Now, let's start with the positives, shall we? Joey Quinn? I think the reason why we never got any closure from Quinn in this show is that he carried this episode so fucking hard that it just collapsed on his back by the end and killed him. I'm being serious, this episode would probably be at a 1.5 if it weren't for this guy. All of the scenes of Quinn comforting Deb are just devastating, especially the one where it's revealed that Deb most likely isn't gonna make it, and we see Quinn tearing up. Quinn can get very emotional in this show, hell, he literally spent a whole season being a wreck over a breakup, but we've never seen him cry, and to finally see it when Deb is on her deathbed is amazing. Speaking of Deb, she's really the only other positive I can give to this episode. Deb is by far one of the show's best and most relatable characters, and seeing her like this on her deathbed with no energy or life left in her, it just hurts really bad. Back to Quinn, him trying to beat up Saxon is somehow better than the actual death they give Saxon. And of course, how could we forget?
It's obviously self-defense.
Alright, now, the negatives. In most of my episode reviews, I usually summarize what happens in the episode, but I think you all know the events of this one, so I'll just talk about everything wrong with it. Problem number 1. There's no way the only thing Dexter could have possibly done at the airport was pretend that Elway dropped a bomb. And there's no way that that's the only way the writers could have had Dexter stay in Miami. I don't even understand why this happens, really. Why couldn't they just have had Dexter about to board the flight with Hannah and Harrison, then he gets a call about Deb and decides to stay himself while Hannah and Harrison go to Argentina? I guess they had to deal with Elway, but it's not like he stopped Hannah from going to Argentina in the end anyways, so why does it even matter? Problem number 2. Oliver Saxon's actions in this episode are beyond stupid. First of all, the way he gets a car is by stabbing someone in broad daylight, then stealing his car. Listen, I know there was like a hurricane going on during this scene, so I guess it technically wasn't broad daylight, but you know what I mean. The scene does have a Brian Moser reference, so at least they're reminding us that the show used to have good villains, even if we're subjected to this bullshit now. Then Oliver forces some guy to stitch him up and drive him to Deb's hospital, where Oliver cuts his tongue out, then forces him to go into the hospital as a distraction. Then Oliver somehow gets close to Deb's room, but is suddenly stopped and arrested by Angel right before he was about to fight Dexter. A few things here. First, how the fuck did Oliver think nobody was gonna see him? Did he really think a guy getting his tongue cut out would distract all of Deb's loved ones from the fact that she's about to die? Second, the editing, cinematography, and pacing of this scene is straight ass. This doesn't even feel like a parody of Dexter. It feels like one of those low-budget Sharknado movies. Dexter has never had suspense this bad, and it's the series finale. And last, why couldn't Dexter and Oliver fight here? I mean, if Dexter's gonna kill Oliver, then this would be the perfect place. But no, he just ends up in jail. And that brings me to my next problem. Number 3. Oliver Saxon's death is the second worst death scene in the whole show. Dexter goes in to do a blood test on Oliver, acting like they don't already have so much proof that he did what he did. Then has one final talk with him before Oliver, for some reason, decides to stab Dexter with a pen. Then Dexter takes the pen from him and stabs him in the neck and acts like the victim when the medics come. I know that Dexter did say he was gonna stab Oliver with the pen, but like, why would Oliver do the same to him? Like, does he not know that there's cameras there and he would get even more time for that? It makes no fucking sense. I was perfectly fine with Dexter leaving Saxton for the police in the last episode, but if they're gonna let the guy go, then this is how he goes out? I honestly don't even think Dexter should have killed Saxton, but if he had to, then this was literally the lamest possible way they could have done it. Imagine dying by being stabbed to death with a fucking pen. At least a terrible death is fitting for a terrible character. What's not a fitting death is problem number 4. Deb's death is not only the worst death scene in this entire show, but by far the worst scene in this entire show. Listen, I understand Dexter not wanting to leave Miami with this loose end still there, but this is what he does? What happened to Dexter learning empathy, becoming normal? Maybe it's just me, but I don't think a normal human reaction is to murder your sister then dump her body in the ocean. After years of us seeing this incredible but complicated relationship between Dexter and Deb, the best they can end it off on is Dexter unplugging her life support, then taking her body and dumping her in the ocean just like one of his victims. Now you may say, well, Deb was a victim of Dexter, and in a way, yes, but as much as Deb has done some shitty things in the last few seasons, we're not just going to pretend like she's on the level of the other sick fucks Dexter has dumped in the ocean before. And we're not going to pretend like after 96 episodes of seeing her internal struggles and progression to where she is today, that she deserved this kind of death. And may I add that Dexter unplugging her life support is the most anticlimactic thing I've ever seen in this show. Nothing builds up to this, there's no music or anything, it's just treated as your average calm scene where Dexter's casually killing his sister. Oh, and the cherry on top is problem number 5. The green screens in this episode are astonishingly bad. First with Deb's death scene, which already looks like complete shit with the terrible lighting and CGI hurricane that just make the vibe of this already terrible episode even worse. And then the green screen of Harrison and Hannah in Argentina is somehow even worse than the other one. The buildings look like they're on a 3D Times Square billboard or something. Speaking of Hannah, problem number 6. The way she deals with Elway.
Hey.
I'm just getting some tea.
I'm not even going to say anything. I'll just let the scene speak for itself.
I'm sorry, do you want some? Here's what's gonna happen. The horse tranquilizer I just gave you is gonna kick in about 8 seconds. You're gonna fall asleep for a couple of hours and wake up in Tallahassee with a slight headache, feeling humiliated and cranky.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Problem number 7. The Dexter and Deb flashback in the hospital. I actually think this is a cool flashback, but they didn't even attempt to make the baby look realistic. You don't even have to look closely to realize they're using a baby doll. It's so bad that it's honestly funny, so I don't really have a problem with it. I just wanted to mention it. Problem number 8. Multiple characters that we've been attached to since the very first episode of the show do not even get a single bit of closure. Angel Batista has literally been in every single episode of this show, and all we get from him is a scene of him finding out that Dexter killed himself. David Zayas' voice in this episode is so depressing as well. I can't tell if he has a cold or if he just saw this episode's script and just gave up, but it's very reflective of the quality of this episode. Not to mention Masuka, who has also been in almost every single episode and had that whole subplot with his daughter this season. Yeah, he's in maybe 3 scenes at most. The only supporting character that kind of gets closure is Quinn, but even then it's just by cursing out Saxon, really. He deserved a much better ending, as did the others. And, of course, problem number 9. Dexter drives his boat into a hurricane, fakes his death, then becomes a lumberjack in Oregon. Dexter killing himself would have still sucked, but it would have been much better than whatever the fuck this is. I would like to point out that this aired the same day as Granite State from Breaking Bad, where Walt looks very similar to how Dexter looks here. I'm sure the quality of these 2 episodes are on par, right? Also, I know a lot of you are probably saying Dexter leaving Harrison with Hannah is the worst thing about him faking his death. Now, if that happened in Season 7, then yes, I would have agreed with you. It's still beyond stupid now, but Hannah's whole Season 8 resurgence has completely disregarded the point of her character and Dexter's opinions of her from Season 7. So it's not like this wasn't already something we should have expected. Now, I originally didn't want to talk about what the ending should have been, because the changes that had to be made to the show to have an actual good finale would need to be made long before this episode, and I'll talk about those changes when I think they should have been made later on. But I do think it's worth mentioning since this is the series finale after all. I've seen a lot of people complain about the fact that Dexter, who claims to not feel emotions, has clearly shown emotions throughout the second half of the show. And if you feel like this, then you clearly don't understand the character of Dexter. Dexter is not a psychopath, and never was. He was manipulated into thinking like that by his terrible father, Harry Morgan, who Dexter still sees visions of up until the second to last episode of the show. Throughout the series, as we see Dexter become more and more human, he slowly lets go of more and more of Harry's code. So much so that he decides to not kill Saxon and leave him for the police. Now, Dexter changing and becoming more human does not mean that he should be let off scot-free and go to Argentina with Hannah. Although that still probably would have been a better ending than him killing Deb. Dexter killing Deb just ruins the whole point of developing his character over the course of the show. Yes, Dexter deserved consequences for his actions, but that doesn't mean he needed to do something that completely reversed every sort of development he gained throughout the show. And the ending he ended up getting was neither good nor bad. Sure, he doesn't end up in Argentina, but he still walks away scot-free without receiving any consequences. Which he should have, completely. I don't really know how much more I can say that hasn't already been said a billion times. I mean, the show is literally more known for its shitty ending than the actual greatness it once had, so it's not like you guys don't already know how bad this episode is. Let's just hope Resurrection finally gives us the good ending we all truly deserve. Number 95. Goodbye, Miami. You know, now that I think about it, Dexter becoming a lumberjack is only the second most stupid thing to ever happen in this show. And I'd like you to take a guess what number 1 is. Before analyzing this masterpiece, let me explain how we got here. Throughout this episode, Dexter is helping Vogel deal with Saxon while also alerting everyone that he's leaving Miami. If I have to give this episode any credit, it would be that the scene of Angel hugging Dexter for one final time is really good. But Angel ends up telling Deputy Marshal Clayton that Dexter's leaving with Harrison, which gets him justifiably suspicious of Dexter's involvement with Hannah. It might be the first time someone has actually had a brain this whole season. No pun intended. Clayton goes to Deb's house to ask her about Hannah McKay while she's literally 30 feet away. And we get some incredible dialogue from Deb here.
Are he and Arlene Schramm a couple?
I don't know. I don't keep up with his dating life.
Well, I don't need to tell you what a dangerous person Hannah McKay is. You know more about her than I do.
If Dexter were dating Hannah McKay, I would fucking know about it.
Deb then tells Hannah about this and decides to finally quit her PI job. Then we're brought to what might be a bottom 3 scene in this whole show. Harrison gets on Deb's treadmill, falls down, and slightly cuts his chin. As we know, Hannah McKay is the daughter of Albert Einstein. So what does she do in this situation? She of course goes out in public and brings Dexter Morgan's son to the emergency room while she is a wanted criminal. To make things even better, she signs her name as Deborah Morgan, now involving both Dexter and Deb into this fucking mess of a situation. You know, maybe if Harrison broke his arm or something, then I could kind of understand where her dumbass is coming from, but this guy basically got the equivalent of a paper cut on his chin, and she's like, yeah, it's time for the hospital, buddy. It's so bad that it's almost like Hannah wants to be caught. It makes genuinely no fucking sense. Now, I guess I gotta talk about the Saxon stuff, which also sucks really badly. First of all, that plot twist ending thing from the previous episode was completely pointless, since Vogel literally tells Dexter that she's seeing Oliver within the first 10 minutes of this episode. Then in the final scene of the episode, Saxon slits Vogel's throat, and if it weren't for the series finale having 2 worse deaths, then this would probably be the worst death in the whole show. I mean, Vogel literally just stands there like a mannequin, waiting for her throat to be slit by Saxon. To say that this show fell from grace is an understatement and a half. One more thing to mention is that Quinn and Deb kind of rekindled their relationship, which could have been cool if, you know, Deb didn't die 2 fucking episodes from now. And even though you would assume Quinn getting closer to her would mean he maybe does something in light of her death, but besides defending Dexter's murder of Saxon, he really doesn't. As bad as the finale is, I think this episode is probably the least well written of the entire show. I mean, at least the finale had some cool symbolism, I guess. Number 94. Make your own kind of music. This is basically where season 8 goes to shit. Not that it was anything special to begin with, but at least the first half was decent enough. By the third act, the writers completely and utterly gave up. Positives. Make Your Own Kind of Music is a good song. Negatives. Let's start with Oliver Saxon. Quite possibly the lamest villain I've ever seen in a TV show. First of all, if you're a character completely based off of an already terrible character, chances are you're not going to be a good character. Second of all, this guy literally just comes out of nowhere, kills Deb, then gets stabbed with a pen and dies. I'm sorry, but if you're going to be the final villain of the show and kill one of its most beloved characters, then you'd think there would be some great motive or at least character development behind it, but no. Oliver Saxon is mad because his mom put him in some kind of facility, So now he's taking revenge on Dexter and his friends. Also, his actor is terrible and looks like Ryan Gosling. Now on to Hannah, who single-handedly ruins this season. Not that it wasn't easily the worst without her, but with her, it just sucks. Hannah staying at Deb's house might be a top 3 most stupid plot point in this whole show. Did the writers genuinely just forget how these characters acted? Deb would never let Hannah live in her house. And what's even worse is when she literally eats food made by Hannah. Even if Deb wants to glaze Dexter till she dies, she's not stupid. Literally, the whole reason Hannah got arrested last season was because she drugged Deb. And now Deb is voluntarily eating food made by her, and letting her live in her house. Also, completely ignoring the fact that she's been tracking down Hannah for multiple episodes. What's even worse is when Dexter is just like, yeah, we're gonna move to Argentina now. Again, Dexter might be a simp, but he's not stupid. This isn't even a human reaction to love, because most humans are usually rational with their decisions. Also, that scene with the deputy marshal talking to Dexter in Arlene's house makes me want to load a barrel and a gun seeing what the show's come to. Some other great components of this episode include, but are not limited to, Quinn kissing Deb, Oliver Saxon secretly working with Vogel, and one of my favorites, Dexter struggling with the same thing he struggled with 4 seasons ago. First, this season completely copies the villain format of season 1, then copies Dexter's problem from season 4. Vogel tells Dexter that he can't handle 2 lives at once, and Dexter says, "Of course I can," showing he learned absolutely nothing from Rita's death. And what do you know, Deb ends up dead by the end of this season. Just straight mid all around. I genuinely can't believe the show's come to this. Number 93. Are we there yet? This episode is honestly entertaining in how just stupid it is. This episode almost has an 8 on IMDb, and are you guys like, okay in the head? Is this episode entertaining? Yes, at certain points. But to give this episode a good score is ignoring everything wrong with what's happening story-wise. First, I'd like to point out that this is the 5th to last episode in the entire series. You would think by this point in the show that there would be an all-out manhunt on Dexter, and he would be running from the police or something along the lines of that. But no. In this episode, we see Dexter go on a road trip to the Keys with Hannah McKay so he can kill Zach. Then once Dexter realizes Zach is innocent, and after Deb catches all 3 of them in the hotel room, they, for some reason, go to Vogel's house for dinner. Then Hannah plans to leave the next day, but of course, how could the writers possibly let go of such a fucking incredible character? So Dexter proceeds to have sex with her, then when she's literally about to board the plane, he tells her to stay, and she's just like, okay. Now, the positives. Zach. The first time I watched this show, I hated Zach with a passion, and now he's literally the only thing I like about Season 8, post-Episode 4. His actor plays a stupid teenager trying to learn Dexter's ways so well, and he's genuinely entertaining to watch, even when everything around him has gone to shit. This episode would genuinely be closer to a 4 had Zach's humor not been a part of this. Now, the negatives. While Dexter and Hannah are driving to the Keys, Dexter explains to her how Zach has murdered innocent people and needs to be killed. And that got me to realize how awfully written this season really is. Not that it wasn't already glaringly obvious, but think about it. For the last few seasons, Dexter's slowly been letting go of Harry's code, and only killing when he feels it's necessary. Which made sense, especially when he had Hannah arrested. Dexter in Season 1 would have killed Hannah as soon as he found out she was guilty, but Dexter in Season 7 was able to control his urges and give Hannah to the police. Now in Season 8, we have multiple things that are just wrong. A, Dexter's suddenly following the code again, and B, Hannah is back. As stupid as Dexter following the code again is, if you're gonna do that, then maybe he should, I don't know, dispose of the convicted murderer sitting right next to him. The fact that he's explaining to Hannah why Zach needs to be killed while Hannah has literally killed more innocent people than Zach is just insane. The whole rest of this episode has this stupid dynamic between Dexter, Zach, and Hannah. Hannah has absolutely no reason to be there, but it helps Deb get to them, which is just the stupidest fucking scene in the world. The finale is in 4 episodes, and I'm watching Deb, Dexter, Hannah, and Zach all questionably look at each other like the Spider-Man meme, in a hotel room covered in plastic. Then there's the Vogel scene, and it is beyond fucking stupid. I don't even have to say anything, since it's basically the same thing as the last scene I mentioned. But instead of featuring one of the show's best characters, it has one of the worst. It's also completely pointless. Like, completely. Then Zach gets his fucking brain cut in half, which is kind of funny, I can't lie. Oh yeah, Dexter and Hannah also have sex, and Hannah decides to stay in Miami because Dexter says a single sentence to her.
Hannah! Don't go. Stay with me.
At this point, it's so obvious that the writers just gave the hell up, so I'm gonna do the same thing. Number 92. Dress code. I really wish I could leave the review with this, but sadly I think I actually have to give my opinion, so bear with me. So let's bring this back to Season 7. Hannah was introduced as a character to show that Dexter has started to have normal urges like lust and love. Another part of this more human side of Dexter is him starting to become more selfless, which was shown by him having Hannah arrested at the end of the season. Even though she was the love of his life, he knew that Deb's life was at risk if she continued to be a free woman, so Dex did what he thought was right and called the police on her. Now, Hannah has escaped from jail and proceeded to not only drug Deb for the second time, but drug Dexter as well and leave him on the side of the road. Now, what does Dexter decide to do in the wake of this? Find out what Hannah's been up to, then assist Hannah after she murders her husband. Same writers as Season 7, by the way, just so you guys are aware. The reason this is even above a 6 is because at least the Zach stuff is mildly entertaining. Everything else is either completely boring and useless, or completely boring and terribly written. Moral of the story, the shit is boring. Number 91. Scar Tissue.
Come on, I just ran 4 miles with 1 beer.
Rappers screaming all in our ears like we're deaf. Tempt me, do a number on the label.
Incredibly average episode. The only thing I really enjoy is Deb's rehabilitation, but they somehow ruined that by the end as well. Throughout the episode, Vogel is trying to help Deb recover from the terrible place she was in. Vogel's way of doing this is trying to justify how her code for Dexter was right. Vogel is such a piece of shit and an awful character, and every Season 8 episode she's in is dragged down because of her. But I still really enjoyed Deb here. By the end of the episode, after realizing that Harry killed himself because of Dexter, she decides to kill herself and Dexter by driving her car into a lake. But once a good Samaritan saves her, she decides to save Dexter. Her doing that murder-suicide was already pretty stupid, but her saving Dexter is beyond that. I was trying not to laugh, honestly. Besides Deb, the Dexter subplot is pretty boring as always, with Yates being his new suspect for the brain surgeon. Basically nothing happens with this besides Dexter finding out that Vogel thinks he's delusional about wanting Deb in his life, so he decides to cut Vogel off. If only this actually lasted. What a missed opportunity. But man, it's not the first time this season has had a missed opportunity. Quinn passes the sergeant exam, but is still fucked up over Deb and gets into a bar fight when he overhears someone shit-talking her. I'm sorry, but how fucking stupid you gotta be to A, get in a bar fight at your lieutenant's restaurant, B, do it right before you're about to become sergeant, and C, get into the fight because someone shit-talked your ex when your current girlfriend is right next to you. As impulsive as Quinn is, I don't even think this is in character for him, and it's just sloppy writing so the runtime is longer. Then we have the introduction of the most laughably stupid subplot in this whole show. Masuka's daughter. I mean, seriously, this is the best Masuka can get? As bad as the intern subplots were in seasons 6 and 7, at least Lewis somewhat mattered to the overall plot in helping Isaac find who Dexter is. This is genuinely just pointless, and there's not a single scene where I care about it at all. Justice for Masuka, he deserved way better subplots. Number 90. Monkey in a Box. This episode is strangely the best out of the second half of Season 8, which is weird since it's in between the 2 worst episodes of the entire show. Not that the episode is good, because it's still obviously got its issues, but I do like the sentiments of a lot of things here. First of all, as stupid as Dexter leaving Miami for Argentina is, seeing everyone at the station and in the city give him his farewells makes me really sad. Especially Deb, Angel, and Jamie. Deb having her final dinner with Dexter in his apartment is super sad to see, after they've been doing this since the very first seasons, and them working together to get Oliver is great as well. Honestly, the main complaint I have with this episode in general is Saxon shooting Deb, for multiple reasons. Number 1, the way he shoots her is just stupid. I mean, how realistic is it that the guy who's wanted for murder all around town isn't recognized by a fucking deputy marshal? And even if he doesn't know who Saxon is, why would he just voluntarily let this guy go without knowing anything? I swear, how do people with high power in this show get these positions? Because it sure as hell isn't intelligence. And number 2, the fact that Deb dies to Saxon is just so fucking lame. I mean, this guy's been in the show for like 3 episodes and has nothing to do with Deb. And Deb has literally been shot before by more threatening characters, so why is she dying to such a loser? It's not like Saxon is scary at all either. He just suddenly got a hold of a gun and shot Deb. Nothing built up to it at all. Back to the things I do like. After a whole season of Dexter's character being brought back to how he was in the earlier seasons before learning anything, he realizes that he no longer has the urge to kill, so he leaves Saxon for the police. Now, Dexter shouldn't have walked away scot-free from this, but I think that Saxon getting arrested and Dexter receiving punishment some other way would have been a much more satisfying ending. Then Dexter walks outside and has a final hug with Deb, which is super sad, accompanied by Harry, who makes his final appearance by telling Dexter,
I never thought this day would come. You don't need me anymore.
which is also super sad. But we're not going to sit here and pretend like the best part of this episode wasn't getting multiple cameos by the GOAT Sil. I love when they bring characters from old seasons back. It's nice to remember that not every single person dies when they don't reappear. Could have been a solid episode, but it had some minor writing issues that held it back, and it was kind of in the middle of a shitstorm of terrible writing and plot points, so it really did the best it could with these circumstances. Number 89. A Beautiful Day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dexter season premieres completely disregarding a whole storyline from the previous season because the writers didn't know how to stretch the filler any longer than it already had been. I am your host, DJ, and today we are going to be interviewing 4 season premieres of Dexter to see which one of them really had the shittiest writing. Each one of these seasons completely disregarded a whole plot point from the previous season, but only one can win today. After seeing what all 4 season premieres are about, our judge, Dexter Morgan himself, will be deciding which one is the worst. First up, 801, A Beautiful Day.
Maria LaGuardia. Maria LaGuardia? Yes, the woman who has played a major role in Miami Metro for all 7 seasons. The woman who has had intimate relationships with Miguel Prado, James Doakes, Andrew Batista. The woman who shut down multiple investigations into Dexter Morgan. Now, after she suspects, catches, and arrests Dexter for being the Bay Harbor Butcher, then is mysteriously shot while she is supposed to be at a New Year's party where both Dexter and Deborah are also absent. Did you really think the writers were gonna make this matter? Of course not! In my episode, there's a 5-month time skip, so the writers don't have to make Dexter or Deborah face any consequences for murdering an innocent person. And absolutely nobody is suspicious because, well, yeah. Oh, and you remember Angel's retirement plan from last season? No, you fucking don't. Wait, you do? Oh, you don't anymore. He's now the lieutenant of homicide. Because how the fuck could we possibly let Angel have an interesting subplot where we become suspicious of Dexter and or Deborah? God, this episode is so fucking ass. Please pick me to win it all. Dexter!
And that's going to be it for this segment. Please stay tuned to see the other 3 contestants' reasonings, and stay tuned till the very end to see who will win. Dexter season premieres completely disregarding a whole storyline from the previous season because the writers didn't know how to stretch the filler any longer than they already had been. One of the most overrated episodes in this entire series. There is absolutely no universe where this is better than the first 7 episodes of Season 3. I genuinely don't understand this. As a standalone episode, it is probably the best Season 8 has to offer, with Dexter tracking down Deb and trying to bring her back to her normal life. But there's just so many fucking problems with how this episode deals with the Season 7 aftermath. After an ending like Maria being shot by Deb in a shipping container with Dexter watching while all 3 of them are supposed to be at a New Year's party a day after Maria arrested Dexter for being the Bay Harbor Butcher, you'd think there would be some real instant repercussions for the both of them, right? Of course not. We instead have a 5-month time skip where Dexter's happily living his life as he always was, with absolutely nobody questioning him. Now, Deb has quit the PD, so you could consider this the consequences of Maria's death, but the only thing this should be doing is causing more questions to arise. First of all, Deb and Maria were never close at all. They had a complicated relationship, but for the most part, Deb pretty much hated Maria for the whole show. And everyone knew this, so why the fuck would she just quit her job and ghost everyone once this happens? Remember in Season 2 when it was revealed that Deb's partner Doakes was not only the fucking Bay Harbor Butcher, but also dead? Deb had a much better relationship with Doakes than Maria, and also was really new to homicide at that point. But she didn't quit then. Oh, and you know, she was coincidentally absent from Angel's party at the same time that Maria died. Maybe that could possibly have some correlation, but I guess everyone in the show just forgot how to be fucking detectives. And even if you want to make the argument that everyone in the department is biased because they were close to Maria, what about Quinn? First of all, he never seemed to have the best relationship with Maria. And we've seen Quinn be logical at crime scenes relating to his coworkers before, so it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him. And speaking of that, did we just forget that Quinn spent a whole season investigating Dexter? And now suddenly a day after Maria arrests Dexter for being the Bay Harbor Butcher, she's shot dead in a shipping container, coincidentally at the same time that Dexter is absent from Angel's party. Out of all the things to happen in the show that should have gotten people suspicious about Dexter, this is the most obvious one, and somehow nothing comes out of it. And this is the final season of the fucking show. How awesome would a manhunt for Dexter and Deb have been for 12 whole episodes? Well, besides these terrible writing issues, this episode's pretty solid. I guess if you can't have this season be a manhunt, then the next best thing would be Deb dealing with the murder of Maria. and even though it only lasts for a few episodes, it's still pretty solid. Deb hasn't talked to Dexter in weeks and now works for some guy named Elway, who owns some kind of private investigative business. Deb hasn't been seen in weeks and she's out trying to get a piece of jewelry from a criminal, but she gets attached to him and decides to do cocaine and have sex for 2 weeks, while very slowly progressing on her case. On first viewing, I thought Deb doing cocaine was really out of character, but after watching Original Sin and honestly just thinking about it more, it makes a lot of sense that she would act out like this after killing LaGuardia. Any sense of morals that she had were tossed out of the window when she shot Maria, so she basically just gives up and does whatever she wants to. Dexter tries to confront her and she just tells him to leave her the fuck alone. Dexter of course doesn't do that and just kills the guy Deb was with, which makes her really sad, and she calls the police to fix the mess. All of this is entertaining enough and I would consider this a good episode overall, but we are introduced to Dr. Vogel, who is the stupidest character in the whole show. Her character's secret isn't fully revealed in this episode, but in all of her scenes she just feels like a knockoff Lundy. And that scene at the very end where she gives Dexter drawings from his past is so fucking stupid. I can understand making someone look like a villain when they're really not, but why the fuck wouldn't Vogel just give Dexter the drawings instead of trying to scare him like a cartoon villain? This whole season is beyond stupid, but at least this had a chance of being a good episode. Number 88. Smokey and the Bandit. This episode is pretty much complete filler besides like 2 scenes, but hey, at least it's good filler. Absolutely nothing that Dexter does in this episode has anything to do with the Doomsday Killer. He hunts after this guy named the Tooth Fairy who he's wanted to kill since he was a kid. Dexter hunting down serial killers will always be fun to watch, but this guy is very annoying and that guy can barely fucking walk, so it's not like he seems like a threat either. The thing I like most about this plotline is the way Dexter kills the guy. He tells Dexter that his son has no idea about him and he's excited for him to find out. So Dexter decides to suffocate the Tooth Fairy instead of stabbing him and throwing him in the ocean, so his son assumes he dies of a heart attack, and him nor the public ever find out that he was really the Tooth Fairy. Deb is dealing with being a lieutenant and hires Mike Anderson as a replacement for detective. Mike Anderson just might be the greatest character in this entire show. Everything about his character is just flawless. The writing, backstory, acting, just pure perfection all around. On a serious note, how I feel about Mike Anderson is how a lot of people feel about Quinn. Doakes was such an incredible character, and then he gets replaced by an inferior one with Quinn. But Mike Anderson being inferior to Deb is an understatement. I think the only character trait that Mike Anderson shows in his whole time as a character is sexism. And it's literally only in the very first scene where Deb interacts with him, because he works fine with her for the rest of the season. The most significant thing about his character is that he dies, which is what leads to the main season 7 plot. That's literally it. And that's pretty much the only reason this character even exists. Deb is also dealing with Quinn, who has already turned to like 3 other women in good old Quinn fashion. This is easily Quinn's worst season. Granted, we of course are pretending like season 8 doesn't exist, but even season 8 probably had a better Quinn subplot than this. I understand him acting out after breaking up with Deb, but it is literally the only thing he does all season. Maria is also becoming increasingly annoying with each season 6 episode, which pisses off all 6 of us at Maria Defenders HQ. Maria still wants to act as lieutenant and tries helping Deb with her work, but Angel tells Deb to ignore her. Even though Maria and Angel's breakup was rushed, I am glad it's over because Angel can finally be a likable character again. Not that he was necessarily unlikable in seasons 4 and 5, but there was nothing he did to make him likable either. Then there's Travis, and his plotline is very strange in this episode. He kidnaps this guy, and when he tries to escape, a horse randomly jumps at him out of nowhere. Then at the end of the episode, Travis lets the horse loose in the middle of the street with body parts attached to it. I do really like Travis, but this is stupid. Sorry. If we're being honest, the reason why this is so low is because it barely features Brother Sam. Before the Doomsday Killings get good, he's really the saving grace of season 6, and he has one scene in this whole episode. Number 87. Every Silver Lining. An improvement over episode 1, but it's still incredibly average for Dexter standards. This episode's purpose is to introduce us to Dr. Vogel, and she's easily one of the worst characters in this entire show, and the definition of lazy writing. After 7 seasons of being told that Harry was the one to shape Dexter into who he is today, the writers just said, nope, it was actually Evelyn Vogel. This is so obviously just lazy writing. It's like if J.K. Rowling made an 8th Harry Potter book and was like, hey, actually, Voldemort didn't kill Harry's parents, it was Voldemort's friend. So now you gotta go find and kill Voldemort's friend. And you wanna know what the purpose of Vogel creating the code is? Nothing. The only reason they even added this was so she seemed like an important character that we should care about. And so it gives Dexter even the slightest bit of a motive to go after the brain surgeon. And the worst part is that Vogel's character is so fucking boring. There's not a single scene she's in where I don't want to just go to sleep instead of watching the show. And you know, maybe she could be interesting if she was a good psychologist or something, but she's actually an awful one. Towards the middle of the episode, Dexter tells her that he really needed someone to talk to after Harry died, and she was surprised by this because psychopaths don't usually act like this. Yeah, maybe that's because Dexter isn't a psychopath. She's sadly a large focus of early season 8, which is why none of these episodes are highly rated at all. But besides her, there is some quality to be found, specifically with the Deb plotline. I don't mean the Elway stuff, because I care about Elway as much as you care about what I ate for lunch yesterday, but the fact that Deb is falling more into darkness, similar to Dexter. Again, if the writers couldn't have made Dexter and Deb get caught, then this was really the next best option for Deb's character. And I think they handled it pretty well here, with Deb shooting El Sapo and trying to keep it a secret from everyone. This is further symbolized during the scene with Deb and El Sapo. After their fight, El Sapo gets in his car, and you see blood coming from his cheek that resembles what Dexter does to his victims every time they're on his table. And it's pretty scary to think about where Deb could possibly be going. Nothing more to say here. Not the most interesting episode, but still solid enough. Number 86. A Little Reflection. This episode mainly introduces us to Zach Hamilton, while slightly introducing us to Oliver Saxon, two of fiction's greatest works of art. First, we have Oliver Saxon. He's in a single scene, so there's not much to say, but he's by far the worst character in the show. Then there's Zach Hamilton, who is pretty boring if I have to say so myself. The idea of Dexter having a student is pretty cool, but it's done much better in New Blood. I know I said I wouldn't spoil New Blood, so I'll pretty much keep it at that, but I've seen a lot of people say that they prefer Zach to Dexter's student in New Blood, and I don't understand that in the slightest. Zach gets better later on in the season, but for now he's just kind of boring. Dexter's hunt for Zach is more interesting than Zach himself. I like how Dexter is working with Quinn a bit to solve this case, since they've had beef basically since season 4, so I'm glad they patched things up a bit. Quinn's other scenes in this episode are not interesting at all though. All that happens is that Angel doesn't promote him to sergeant, then Jamie gets mad. I know a lot of subplots are useless in this show, but at least in seasons 4, 5, and 7, Quinn's subplots actually did something in the end. Here we're for some reason supposed to care about who makes Sergeant when literally none of the characters involved get any closure by the time the series finale comes around. I feel the exact same way about the Elway stuff. His character is fine, it's not like I hate the scenes with him, but they would be a lot fucking better if something actually ended up happening between Deb and Elway. Yes, Elway does kind of play a role in the finale, but that has nothing to do with him building a relationship with Deb. I also have to mention the ending of this episode, which is one of the worst endings to any Dexter episode. Dexter and Deb are casually just chilling in her living room, then they suddenly both pass out, and Hannah is revealed to be back. I mean, seriously? It's stupid enough that Hannah's still even in this show, but they couldn't have made her reveal more stupid than this. Hannah single-handedly brings this season from alright to straight mid, so I'm honestly kind of grateful for the first half of this season, even with Vogel being there. This episode would probably be below a 7 for me, but Vogel's absence is really nice. She gets super annoying after all the episodes she was in, and getting to see Dexter focus on the hunt for Zach in exchange is much better. An alright episode. Number 85. What's Eating Dexter Morgan? This episode had the opportunity to be absolutely incredible, and they completely fucked it up. Since apparently the detectives in this show stopped being detectives in episode 1, you would think that Deb literally admitting to Joey Quinn that she fucking killed LaGuardia was enough to, you know, maybe raise just the tiniest bit of suspicion into why Deb and Dexter were absent at Angel's party as Maria was murdered, but, you know, I guess that's too much work for the writers. And as soon as Deb is about to spill everything about Maria's death, she coincidentally passes out with Dexter in the room and never speaks of such a thing again. I mean, come on. Quinn spent a whole goddamn season investigating Dexter, and he doesn't think anything of this? Beyond stupid writing. Now, the reason this is still above a 7 is because, as stupid as this is, the intensity of Deb going into the station to confess everything is still really good, and Jennifer Carpenter is amazing as always. Everything else relating to Deb throughout this episode is pretty good as well, where she's basically just drunk the whole time and her guilt for Maria's death just gets worse and worse. Everything else in this episode I couldn't care less about. Quinn and Jamie are boring, Elway's boring, Vogel is... Oh, shit. Sorry. Lame ass writing, but pretty decent besides that. Number 84. This Little Piggy. Definitely one of the more entertaining Season 8 episodes, but there's still some awful writing issues. The last episode kind of ended with Deb trying to murder both herself and Dexter, and by the end of this episode, they're completely happy with each other and they work together to save Dr. Vogel. Now, you would think that something actually happens that improves their relationship, right? Well, no, not really. They're kind of just mad at each other, then Vogel gets kidnapped and they're like, okay, I guess we're friends again. Also, are we just gonna pretend like nobody saw them drive a car into the lake and almost fucking drown? The first scene of this episode has them teleport to Vogel's house. Wouldn't this be like a city-known story put on the news? I guess people attempting suicide by driving cars into lakes is a common occurrence in Miami. Besides all of this, it is a Season 8 episode, but I guess a solid one. Vogel gets kidnapped, so Dexter and Deb have to save her, which is decently entertaining. And Dexter kills Yates with a curtain hanger, which is pretty cool. And even though I don't care about the Masuka's daughter subplot at all, him going to Deb's agency to investigate his daughter is a good scene. I like seeing Deb and Masuka be friends here. Number 83. The Angel of Death. I kind of feel the same way on this episode as I did on 603, but I definitely prefer this one because the subplots are less annoying. Again though, there's a lot of scenes in this episode that just don't feel necessary. Like Deb and Jamie fighting in the apartment. I think the only good thing to come out of their feud is in season 8 when Jamie just flips her off, but I don't know why the writers expect me to care here. Speaking of Deb, she buys a house in this episode, which is the one she keeps for the rest of the show. This house mostly just gives me PTSD from every terribly written season 8 scene that occurred here, but it's still a cool house, so I digress. Dexter finally goes after Travis after 4 episodes, but the writing really isn't great here. Dexter needs to find proof that Travis is guilty of the Doomsday killings, and he does this by kidnapping Travis and interrogating him? Since when did Dexter get this sloppy at finding evidence? And when Travis tells him that Geller's behind everything, Dexter just believes him and lets him go. Seriously, when did Dexter just become a dumbass and trust the people he's about to kill? Especially since he hasn't even seen Geller at all. It's just very strange writing. Besides that, he gets closer to Brother Sam, which is nice, who is sadly shot in the final scene of this episode. I guess I'm finally gonna have to mention the season 6 Masuka subplot, which is somehow not his worst one. I'm not gonna bother mentioning his previous intern, because genuinely, who cares about her? But I guess Lewis is more important to the plot, so I'll mention his existence really quickly. In this episode, he's presented as this nerdy intern, and he continues to be that until he's shot dead by Ukrainian mobsters, but he becomes much more annoying later on. Angel and Quinn have a subplot too, where Quinn hooks up with this teacher who knew Geller, and Angel finds Geller's weird drawings in her house, which helps with the case. Pretty average episode. Number 82. First Blood. This is the first episode of Dexter to receive under an 8 on IMDb, and I can definitely understand that. Every time when it seems like something's gonna happen in this episode, it doesn't happen. Dexter kills one of Lumen's abusers? Nah, it's the wrong guy. Lumen shoots one of her abusers? Nah, it's the wrong guy. Lumen leaves town and lets Dexter deal with her abusers? Nah, she decides to stay. Angel catches Maria cheating on him? Nah, she was doing a sting operation. Deb gets a lead from the tattoo shop? Nah. There's really nothing to add with this one. She literally just gets nothing. It's complete filler. Now, I know expecting things to happen makes the show pretty boring, but in this case, most of these would have been much more interesting if they actually happened. The season 5 plot is good enough to make this still a solid episode, but I can't explain how uneventful this episode really is. I can summarize the whole episode in 3 sentences. 1. Dexter tries to kill Lumen's abuser, but he got the wrong guy. 2. Lumen almost leaves Miami, but decides to stay. 3. Quinn hires an old friend to investigate Dexter. That's it. And yeah, I guess that Quinn subplot is somewhat interesting, but nobody actually likes Liddy at all. He just adds to the amount of lame characters introduced in this season. Definitely the least eventful episode of season 5, but it's still solid enough. Number 81. Chemistry. I really wish that the second half of this season stayed on the same level as the first, because it legitimately had the chance of being the best season. After episode 5 though, the season decides to focus more on Hannah for a bit, which I definitely don't hate, but I gotta be honest about her. I really like the point of Hannah's character and what she brings to the character of Dexter, but Hannah herself is really boring. Throughout the show, Dexter has fought his traumatized brother, the sergeant of Miami Metro PD, an ADA who learns who he really is, the most notorious serial killer in the history of the world, 5 murderous sexual abusers, and a schizophrenic diehard Christian. And he is currently fighting a cartoonist Ukrainian mob boss who wants revenge on him for killing his partner. Now tell me, why are we supposed to care about Hannah McKay? Yes, she is a murderer, but compared to literally every other villain in this show, she is not interesting whatsoever. She isn't even the most interesting killer that Dexter has been in a relationship with. And in a season where Dexter has been caught by Deb, is being investigated by Maria, and is being hunted down by a Ukrainian mob boss, we are supposed to care about Hannah McKay more than those things. It just doesn't make sense to me, but it is what it is. This episode focuses on Sal Price's demise. He basically keeps nagging Hannah for an interview, so he sets up an interview with her, while also setting up an interview with Dexter later on. And he promises to keep their relationship a secret. Dexter constantly tells Hannah that he'll deal with Price, but she doesn't exactly trust him much, since he kind of tried to murder her last episode. So she decides to poison Sal, who ends up dropping dead in Dexter's apartment later on. This fucks up Deb pretty bad, since this is the first love interest she's had in years, and it's gotta be a curse at this point that every relationship she has ends due to the boyfriend dying, Deb being emotionally unstable, or the boyfriend being a serial killer, which is probably what causes reason number 2. Now it's glaringly obvious to everyone that Hannah McKay was the one to kill Price, so that's not where the problem comes from. The problem comes in the very final scene where Deb literally tells Dexter to kill Hannah, while Dexter is laying in bed with her. I've heard people say Deb's character gets butchered after finding out that Dexter is a killer, but this season literally shows us throughout the first half how Deb is able to understand what Dexter does more and more. And even though she never truly accepts it, when Deb is presented with a case like Hannah McKay and literally witnesses a murderer kill her boyfriend but can't do anything about it, she resorts to Dexter's ways. This puts Dexter in a very strange situation, since he has to choose between his new love or his sister in Harry's code, which thankfully sets up a much better next few episodes. Besides all of this though, we get probably Hannah's actress's best acting in the whole show. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce her name. She's mostly not a bad actress, but never even close to the level of Michael C. Hall or Jennifer Carpenter. But the scene of her crying while talking to Sal Price is honestly really good. The Isaac stuff is pretty brief here, with him getting out of jail, but he does have a meeting with Dexter where he acts incredibly British. A weaker episode in this season, but still decent. Number 80. Do the Wrong Thing. Definitely one of the weaker Season 7 episodes, and I gotta say, it's because Isaac is in jail. Besides George bribing Quinn to erase Isaac's blood evidence, there's really nothing in this episode relating to the Koshkas that's interesting at all. And they somehow have another scene where Isaac and George casually talk about mafia activities on a monitored police phone call. Isaac literally has a cell phone that he snuck in, but I guess this had to wait so the police could hear the conversation. Anyways, the rest of this episode focuses on Dexter's hunt, but eventual lust for Hannah, which is solid, but not the most interesting thing in the world. Hannah is easily the least interesting love interest Dexter has in the entire show, but it's not her specifically that makes this season and dynamic interesting. Her character's purpose, at least at this point, is to show that Dexter is becoming more and more human as the series progresses. I mean, in the first episode of this show, the guy was basically asexual and only had a girlfriend to look normal. But after being with Lila, then marrying and having a child with Rita, and the slow but continuous development he's had in other matters like Rita's death and his friendship with brother Sam, Dexter slowly but surely has strayed far away from the person he once was. Sure, he's still a serial killer, but this episode shows him picking a more human alternative to deal with his emotions. Love and lust. Throughout the episode, and really the whole season so far, while he's been vetting Hannah, it's been very obvious that Dexter had a crush on her, and just didn't want to admit it. Especially when Hannah gets Dexter to ask her out on a date. He uses this as an excuse to get her on his table, but you can tell he seems happy about the idea of it. Then once she actually gets on his table, he gives up and lets Hannah free so they can have fun on the table. I know a lot of people don't like this scene, and I will admit that it does feel a bit abrupt, but again, it just reinforces Dexter's transformation into a normal human being. And the reason this isn't higher is because, again, this is really all the episode focuses on, besides introducing us to Sal Price, who was a solid addition to the show. Deb also finds out about Lumen being Dexter's accomplice in killing the barrel killers, and I am glad she calls him out for this, but we're not just gonna forget that Deb fucked Quinn on that house's kitchen floor literally the day after Rita was killed. It seems a little hypocritical. Still a solid episode. Number 79. Swim Deep. The first episode of Season 7 where the focus is less on Deb dealing with Dexter being a serial killer, and more on Dexter's relationships with Isaac and Hannah. But that part is obviously still there, just to a lesser extent. I don't really think the Hannah stuff is that good till the second half of the season, so I'll just get her scenes over with first. She starts showing an interest in Dexter when she continues to talk to him specifically, and we get this really awkward conversation, due to both the weird-ass dialogue and Hannah's actress's terrible acting.
Seems so sad that no one was gonna eat it.
Look at us talking blood and gore like we're on a date, sharing our first sexual experience.
What?
This is also the scene where Dexter finds out that Hannah was actually responsible for one of the murders herself, which puts her on Dexter's radar, but not much is done with it for the rest of the episode. The highlight here is very obviously the scenes with Isaac. The episode starts with Dexter realizing that someone is in his apartment, so he lures Isaac to a restaurant where they have a chat on call. Dexter seems to have the upper hand throughout this call till Isaac says he's going to be going after not just Dexter, but the rest of the police department as well, including Dexter's lieutenant's sister. While he says this, he finally notices Dexter, who is about 50 feet away from him, and all of this just adds to how much of a badass Isaac really is in this season. Later on, Isaac is tailing Dexter, so he leads him to a Colombian bar, where he's shot at since he's drug rivals with them, but he's able to take like 4 guys out by himself. And Dexter's plan doesn't kill Isaac, but it does get him arrested, which is a very interesting plot point. Usually the season's big killer isn't arrested at all, especially not 5 episodes into the season. Then we get a scene of Dexter and Isaac talking through jail phones, which is really stupid. On first watch, I just assumed that their conversation wasn't being recorded, but after doing a quick Google search, your prison calls are always recorded unless you're talking to an attorney, so this scene just does not work at all. And I don't even understand why they chose to do this. Dexter has used interrogation rooms to talk to prisoners countless amounts of times, and it probably would have taken less resources to do a scene in there anyways. Just doesn't make sense at all. Deb is mostly just covering Dexter's ass in this episode. Maria tells Deb about her theory that the Bay Harbor Butcher is still in Miami, so she goes to one of the alleged victim's family's house, and they have pictures of the night the victim went missing, Dexter being in one of these pictures. As careful as Dexter usually is, when you do something so often, you're bound to have a loose end somewhere, and Dexter's really lucky Deb saved him here. This episode definitely isn't as good as the first few in this season, but all the stuff with Isaac and Dexter is really great, besides the prison phone call scene. Number 78. A Horse of a Different Color. A great episode where we see Dexter's relationship with religion expand a lot. I know a lot of people don't like the religious themes of this season, but I would assume this is more because of the Doomsday Killer, not Dexter's journey into understanding religion with Brother Sam. Although, if you're not religious, I would understand maybe being put off by this season just due to the pure amount of it. Harrison is rushed to the hospital after having a very big fever, and the doctors aren't able to tell Dexter if Harrison's going to be okay or not. And here's honestly one of the most human moments Dexter has in this entire show. The whole time, Dexter is worrying so much that he eventually prays to God, which is something he would have never even thought of doing just a few episodes ago, which shows Brother Sam's positive influence on Dexter. Speaking of Sam, he comes to the hospital to show Dexter his support, and I feel like Sam is one of the best friends that Dexter has in this show. Possibly the best one. Unlike Miguel, he doesn't manipulate Dexter, and unlike someone like Angel, Dexter can actually connect to Brother Sam. He also gives us a great backstory in the waiting room, which is actually very similar to Dexter's, and I think this makes Dexter realize how much he and Sam are alike, and how Dexter was saved by Harry's code, while Sam was saved by God. Besides these scenes though, there's not too much happening in this episode. Travis continues his kills and murders some woman who he went on a date with. Deb investigates Travis, and in the final scene she discovers this woman being crucified and a trap is set off to behead her, which is pretty crazy. The scene would have been better if the CGI bees 30 seconds later weren't very obviously fake. That's about it for this episode, very solid. Number 77. The Lion Sleeps Tonight. In this episode, we see Dexter solve multiple problems happening in his life currently. First, there's the Miguel/Freebo/Tegan problem. The problem basically is that Dexter killed Freebo, but he obviously can't tell anyone at the PD about this, so they continue to pursue Freebo as the prime suspect of the murders relating to Freebo. Once the guy that Deb interrogated in 302 gets murdered, we're introduced to the only villain in the entire show that gives Oliver Saxon a run for his money. The Tree Skinner. The worst part is, I think if Saxon wasn't connected to an already terrible character, wasn't the final villain of the show, and didn't have a terrible actor, then he would actually be better than the Skinner, and it wouldn't even be close. Usually when you think of Dexter seasons, one of the first things that comes to your mind is that season's villain, right? I guarantee that not a single person watching this video thinks of the Tree Skinner as the first thing when season 3 is mentioned. He's genuinely one of the most bland TV villains I've ever seen. The season would have been better off if Freebo came back to life and became the killer instead of the Skinner. Anyways, Dexter's solution to getting the PD off of Freebo is to put pictures of Tegan around the town so Deb can identify her as the Jane Doe she was looking for, which is a pretty smart move on his part. Now, Miguel isn't exactly an issue at this point in the season, since every scene he has with Dexter either has them bonding or helping each other. Jimmy Smith just gives such a great performance, so all of the scenes where not much is really happening if we're being real, gets elevated so much by his presence. Miguel's very likable as well. Dexter's next problem he has to deal with is Rita's baby, who he doesn't want to be present for until Deb basically beats him into being a father, which is a really nice scene. His final problem for this episode is with some weirdo photographer PDF file. I'm sorry, I know how corny that sounds, I just don't want to get demonetized. Who keeps stalking Aster. Dexter threatens, then murders him in good old Dexter fashion. I would talk about other subplots, but the only thing to mention about Deb besides what I already said is more filler scenes with Anton. If it weren't for the Miguel scenes being really entertaining, then I probably would have gone closer to a 7 with an episode like this, since not much is happening at all. It's still great television at the end of the day, even when being inferior to other seasons. Number 76. Sin of Omission. After 7 episodes of Season 6, this is really the start of Dexter chasing after Travis and Geller. Dexter comes back from Nebraska and finds out that the PD are making advancements in the DDK case, so Dexter starts basically stalking Travis so he can find out more than the PD. First he goes to the museum that Travis works at, where Travis tells him that he's done working with Geller, but he's not willing to give him up. Later on, Dexter attends Brother Sam's funeral, where he's given Sam his Bible, which he said had all the answers someone could ever need in it. While these might not have been the answers Sam was necessarily talking about, Dexter finds a Bible verse that basically says if you witness murder and don't do anything about it, you're just as bad as the murderer. Dexter presents this to Travis, and he agrees to help Dexter after he's able to get his sister out of Miami. This is the plan until Travis sees Deb at his sister's house, so his dark passenger convinces him to murder his sister and make her the woman who likes to get around of Babylon. This was a pretty sad death, since Travis's sister is honestly one of the most innocent people in this whole show. She had a tragic life and was still there for Travis the whole way through, and all she got back was her life being taken from her by the person she basically raised. Travis locks himself in the church because of what he did, but he's still convinced that Geller is the one doing all this. So once Dexter arrives, he's basically able to convince him to free him so they can catch Geller. I felt like earlier in the season when Dexter was just trusting Travis, it felt out of character for him. But now after his character developing a bit after befriending Brother Sam, I feel like Dexter probably feels some remorse for Travis and gives him the benefit of the doubt. Especially since he's, chained to the ground. One last thing about this subplot. On rewatch, when you already know the twist, it almost feels like you're watching a different show. Since every time Travis interacts or talks about Geller, you know he's just talking about himself, and it puts a completely different perspective on everything that makes Travis go from a victim to a villain. On Deb's side, she's struggling with getting Dexter talking to her, which I don't mind. Yet. Angel is dealing with Jamie dating Lewis, and he literally lies to him by basically saying that Jamie likes to get around, just so Lewis stays away from her. Listen, I wouldn't want my sister near this weirdo either, but ruining her relationship over this is pretty weird if we're being honest. Angel is way too protective. Very good episode, really only for the Travis and Dexter scenes though. Number 75. Ricochet Rabbit. Season 6 has a random high that just goes back to pretty good episodes like this. What I will say is the Dexter and Travis plot is obviously very good. We now know that Geller doesn't actually exist and Travis is just a demented Christian weirdo, shown by when he's screaming at thin air in the beginning of the episode. After 9 episodes of Travis talking to Geller, it's really interesting to see how the non-existent dynamic actually looks in everyone else's perspective. Travis is still convinced that Doomsday has to happen, so he collects some guy called Doomsday Adam and his wife to carry out Wormwood with him. They kidnap the poor woman Travis let go a few episodes ago, and Travis casually slits her throat, which is brutal. Dexter is able to make it on the boat where they're planning to end the world, but by the time he gets there, the only guy there is Doomsday Adam, who Dexter kills. Here Dexter decides to finally do the right thing for once and calls the police instead of leaving it all to himself. An action completely inspired by Brother Sam. Meanwhile, Travis and Adam's wife are busy kidnapping Angel, which only gets good in the next episode, so I don't really care about it yet. Travis's friends are very strange, but it's still pretty entertaining and intense seeing Travis try to end the world while everybody's chasing him. The only thing is, everything else in this episode isn't too crazy, like the Matthews subplot of him being with a prostitute. If any of you genuinely care about this subplot, please let me know down below. Deb's scenes with her therapist are pretty solid, but nothing crazy. And then there's Lewis. This guy has been foaming from the mouth for Dexter for the last few episodes, and he's finally able to show him his game here, but Dexter calls his game offensive since it's glorifying serial killers. There's genuinely no way that the writers couldn't have written a better subplot than this. One of the worst in the whole show solely due to how fucking stupid it is. And the fact that the writers try to make him a villain later is even worse. No one in the world thinks this guy is a threat to Dexter. Honestly, not the best follow-up to an episode like 609. Number 74. Beauty and the Beast. Here's the main episode to introduce us to Lumen, who is one of the only interesting new characters in this whole season. I don't really like Lumen that much in the first few episodes she's in, and I'll touch more on that later, but I do really like everything surrounding her character. Just not her, if that makes any sense. Here we see Dexter spend all of his time keeping Lumen locked in a cabin so she can't escape and tell the police about him, while also finding out as much about her as he can. The first few times Lumen interacts with Dexter, she tries to run away because she thinks that he's like Boyd, but he tries to convince her that he's nothing like him. And it really takes the whole episode for Lumen to finally trust Dexter. She is a rape victim at the end of the day, and later on when you see the way that these men treated her, then the way she reacts here becomes completely understandable. Eventually, Lumen is able to escape and run away, but Dexter is right behind her and is able to tie her to a chair in his car. He then drives to the pond where Boyd dumped his victims to show Lumen, and to prove to her that he's trying to help her. Especially when he gives her his knife and lets her stab him without fighting back. Lumen apologizes after this, then tells Dexter that Boyd wasn't the only one who raped her, which perfectly sets up the rest of this season. I think this was probably the best way the writers could have gone about pretending like Rita never existed, while still having the plot make sense. Dexter gets distracted by Lumen, which is a situation in his life only comparable to maybe Doakes, but even then it's incredibly different. Then once Dexter mainly deals with that issue, he's presented with multiple killers and rapists who have ruined Lumen's and many other innocent women's lives. So Dexter really has no choice in the matter. I still don't like how they mainly ignore Rita, but this is a good way of doing so without the writing being completely sabotaged. I do really like the Lumen stuff here, but I've said basically all there is to say, which shows why this episode isn't higher rated. There's just not a lot that happens. And even with the other subplots, it's a pretty uneventful episode. Deb joins a SWAT mission to take a killer down, but he ends up slitting an innocent man's throat because Deb didn't shoot him in time. The guy ends up surviving, but Deb is pretty fucked up about it, and that's really it for her. The only other person to really talk about in this episode is Quinn, who is using his major intelligence and insane detective skills to link Dexter to Kyle Butler. Okay, that was a half lie. Yes, Quinn is connecting Dexter to Kyle Butler, but it's not really because he's smart or anything. I think it's pretty obvious that he's not as smart as Deb or even Angel. He just clearly had something against Dexter. Then when the tragedy happened, he was the only one not really affected since he doesn't like Dexter. So he was able to see through the facade and become suspicious of the whole thing. To further prove my point of Quinn being pretty stupid at certain points, the FBI tells him multiple times that he's not allowed to talk to Jonah Mitchell unless he gives whatever he wants to show him to the FBI agent himself. And he proceeds to follow the FBI to a gas station that Jonah is buying food at to confront him. And what do you know, Quinn is almost instantly caught, scolded, and I mean scolded by Maria, and placed on unpaid suspension. You would think this would get Quinn to back off on Dexter, but nah, he still doesn't like the guy very much. This episode would benefit from being more eventful, but it's already pretty great on its own. Number 73. Everything is illuminated. This episode is probably lower than a lot of you would expect it to be. I think this episode is more entertaining than a lot of the episodes I gave around the same score, but I gotta be honest, I just really don't like Lumen at this point in the show. I don't know if this is crazy to say, but Lumen has genuinely annoyed me more than Lila on my rewatch so far, and I'm only halfway through season 5. Post season 5 rewatch, she wasn't really annoying after this point in the show. I guess she was still technically more annoying than Lila since she was at least annoying earlier in the season. Lila, I didn't really think was that annoying on rewatch, to be honest. I know she was a rape victim and I obviously feel sympathy for her, but Dexter is doing so much to help her and she barely even seems grateful at all. She just has this ego throughout the first half of the season that pisses me off. I promise I don't hate women, she's just annoying. Also, Dexter tells her not to stay in Miami and kill her abusers, and I'm not mad at Lumen for going against Dexter, and I completely understand why she wants to do such a thing. But if you're gonna do that, then don't immediately involve the guy who clearly doesn't want to be involved. Basically, while Dexter is out doing a kill, Lumen finds and shoots someone who she thinks raped her. She then calls Dexter asking for help, so he puts his kill on hold to go help Lumen. When Dexter gets there, Lumen starts arguing with him, acting like she didn't just call him asking for help, and like he didn't save her life a few episodes ago. Hopefully you guys understand where I'm coming from, because I do feel bad for complaining about a character that went through such terrible shit, but I really just don't like her. At least Julia Stiles gives a good performance. Dexter tracks down the guy Lumen shot, and he tries convincing Dexter that he has nothing to do with raping Lumen. Dexter gives the guy the benefit of the doubt until he's caught calling someone on Lumen's phone reporting that she's alive, so Dexter snaps his neck. After this, two problems arise that Dexter is able to knock out with one stone. The guy who Dexter was planning to kill earlier breaks out of his car and starts running away, just as the police are about to find the crime scene. Dexter thinks on his feet and brings the guy to the crime scene, shoots him before the cops get there, then makes it look like he just arrived on the scene and is looking at a murder-suicide. This is super smart and works very well, since Deb and Masuka don't think anything of it. Later on, Lumen goes to Rita's house and Dexter finally agrees to kill Lumen's other abusers. Like I said, this episode is very entertaining. Lumen just annoys me too much to put it any higher. There's nothing much with the other subplots. Deb and Quinn's relationship is getting more serious, and Angel Maria are... Great episode, though. Number 72. Just Let Go. Another great Season 6 episode that focuses on the relationship of Dexter and Brother Sam. But sadly the end of it with this episode. Dexter gets very angry that Brother Sam was shot and he starts to realize that he can actually feel emotions and isn't a complete psychopath. Dexter eventually finds out that Nick was the one to shoot Sam, and right after this he gains consciousness and asks the doctors to speak to Dexter. He tells Sam that he knows Nick shot him, but Sam's only request is that Dexter tell Nick that Sam forgives him for what he did. A few hours later and Sam sadly passes away. Great character. Dexter then goes to the beach with Nick where he tells him that he knows he shot Sam. And Nick explains to him that he felt like Christianity was bullshit and that he felt like Sam was lying to him. And also that the only way his old friends would accept him back into their group was if he shot Sam. Dexter then tells Nick that Sam has passed, and he seems sad for a second, but soon realizes that he'll never be arrested for doing what he did, and he starts laughing in Dexter's face. Dexter really wanted to keep Sam's wish true, but as much as Sam did bring good things to Dexter's personality, Dexter is still Dexter at the end of the day, so he finally lets all of this built-up anger out and drowns Nick in the ocean. Right after doing this, he sees Brian fucking Moser, giving him a round of applause. This obviously leads to the mostly filler episode in Nebraska, but I still do like the character development in that episode, and sort of the what-if situation that shows what Dexter's life would have really been if he made a different decision in the Season 1 finale. This is all great, and the stuff at the PD is pretty good as well. I think we can all agree that after Season 5, the PD scenes aren't on the same level, since Deb being the lieutenant just makes everything feel a bit weird. But the stuff in this episode is pretty good. Angel and Quinn realize that the teacher Quinn fucked in the last episode might have been directly related to the Doomsday killings, so they bring her in for questioning, and Angel does the interview alone. When Deb realizes this, she makes Quinn go into the interrogation room, which makes everything a whole lot worse. When the teacher gets fed up with Angel's condescending questions, she mentions her hookup with Quinn, then leaves. Deb obviously gets fucking pissed about this, as does Quinn, since the only reason all this is even happening is because of their breakup. Later on, Deb hosts a party at her new house, and Quinn acts like a complete asshole there. He brings a random girl, is incredibly drunk, and starts very rudely hitting on Jamie until getting punched in the face by Angel and kicked out of the party. Speaking of this party, this is where probably the weirdest relationship in all of Dexter starts. Jamie and Lewis. It's pointless and just doesn't really make any sense at all. Just a way for Lewis to talk to Dexter more, I guess. This is more of a nitpick though. Great writing all throughout this episode. Number 71. Hello, Bandit. For being the first episode not completely focused on the death of Rita, It's a little strange. I would have given it an 8.5 because the scenes with Dexter dealing with Rita's death are great, specifically the ones with Aster and Cody. Of course, the both of them are very upset about what just happened, but Aster specifically doesn't want to interact with Dexter at all. They're forced to live in Dexter's cramped apartment alongside Deb, when the both of them just want to go back to their house. Dexter does the right thing and tries keeping them away, but they end up sneaking out and going there anyway. Aster thinks that this will help her, but it ends up making her hate Dexter even more, and she demands to live with her grandparents in Orlando. Cody really wants to stay with Dexter, but Dexter understands the consequences of separating parentless siblings from each other due to his past. So he makes the very mature decision and forces Cody to live with his grandparents as well. All of this stuff is really good, and besides that, the police work is entertaining as always. But to me, Dexter just moves on way too quickly after Rita's death. I mean, he was literally saying her eulogy last episode, and now he's back to dedicating his life to murdering killers, which is, you know, the thing that got Rita killed. Now, I'm not saying they should have made Dexter just stop killing. I mean, they definitely could have gone that direction, but I don't think it was necessary at this point in the show. But I wish there was some kind of fight that Dexter gives to the urge for at least a few episodes until something happens where he feels like he genuinely needs to kill, or else there will be consequences. But nah, he coincidentally sees a stain that looks like blood in a moving truck, then he connects it to a guy named Boyd Fowler, and what do you know, he's a serial killer. Not only is Dexter immediately going back to his double life lazy writing, but him even finding out about this killer is as well. Aster even says in this episode,
"It looks exactly the same as before. You can't even tell what happened."
So the writers are pretty much just saying, yeah, we know we're basically just going to pretend like Rita never existed, and you should too. To talk about the other plots quickly, Deb and Quinn are developing their relationship, which I don't mind too much. It's pretty entertaining seeing Quinn try to playfully push Deb into a relationship in certain scenes. We also get confirmation that Quinn owns a Nintendo Wii, and even uses the nunchuck. I'd have to assume he was either playing Mario Galaxy or Wii Boxing, but Quinn definitely seems more like a Wii Boxing guy. Angel and Maria have some argument because Maria didn't tell Angel about her savings account since she thought he would spend the money on drinks, and that's exactly what he does. I don't think there's a single episode in this entire show that I actually care about this subplot. Still a very well done episode overall, but I wish the writing was a bit better. Number 70. Blinded by the Light. Worst season 4 episode, but still very entertaining for the most part. The reason why it's the worst is mainly because of the subplot, well, main plot, of this episode, where Dexter tries to catch the guy that's been vandalizing his neighborhood. He thinks it's this loser pedo guy named Jesse, but it ends up being his dad, who Dexter threatens with the mask on, exactly like Batman would do. Dexter also gets pissed at the security lights that are all over this episode, and at the end he breaks one of them, but gets caught by Rita. Not that this is one of the worst cliffhangers of the show, but it is a pretty lame one, I can't lie. But everything else about this episode is really good. And I'm not saying that was a bad plot or anything, just not entirely needed. Obviously, John Lithgow once again steals the show. I'll get more into his performances later, but every scene of him is so spine-chilling, and the only times in the show where the villain actually feels scary to the viewer. Maybe besides Brian in a few cases. Trinity murders an innocent woman by forcing her to jump off a balcony, which gets investigated by Lundy and the PD. Lundy, Deb, and Dexter are convinced that the kill was a homicide, while everyone else thinks it's a suicide. The episode actually makes a clear distinction between these three and the rest, like when Lundy tells Dexter that he's actually similar to Trinity in the sense of feeling the most enjoyment from something that's not human interaction, which for him is hunting serial killers. And while not in the sense of morality, he believes that he and Trinity are the same kind of person, where their meanings of life are something out of the ordinary. And obviously Dexter can't say anything, but this is exactly how he feels too. As well as Deb to a certain point, since she empathizes with Dexter when he doesn't want to interact with his family, since she also has gotten tired of Anton, even though he's done nothing but be great to her. Besides being a Skinner victim, this is really the only purpose I can think of for Anton existing in the show. And even then, that doesn't mean he needed the amount of scenes that he got in Season 3. Deb feels like she loves Anton, but as soon as Frank Lundy comes back into town, she can't get him out of her head, and is getting tired of Anton, even though she already convinced herself that she loves him. It's just really great to see Lundy back in Miami to work such an interesting case. And like I've already said, no matter what's actually developing story-wise, I'll always love the earlier seasons just for the vibe alone, which this season captures much better than the previous in my opinion. By that, I don't mean like the overall vibe of the season, because Season 3 actually has one of my favorite vibes, like with the summer and Miguel and seeing Rita and Sil and everything. I just mean like the dark atmosphere of Dexter, like cruising, you know, around nighttime Miami, you know, like searching for his victims. That type of vibe is what I mean. I don't mean the overall vibe. Number 69. Turning Bimini's, an episode completely carried by its second half. On Dexter's side, for at least the first half, It's just him being uncooperative with Rita and telling her that he wants to keep his apartment. He also prioritizes looking into someone that Miguel allowed to get away rather than his future marriage and child, which backfires immensely once Rita almost loses the baby in a medical emergency. Where is Dexter? He's on a cruise ship murdering the guy, of course. By the time Dexter checks his phone, Rita had already been in the hospital for hours, but thankfully Miguel, Sil, and Deb were there for her. This event is a big wake-up call for Dexter to be more present in his fiance's life, which he of course fully commits to, and it leads to Rita living a long and prosperous life. The final scene also has Miguel confront Dexter about what he really was doing at sea. Miguel fully knows that Dexter killed the guy, but Dexter tries hiding from the fact, until he realizes that Miguel isn't afraid or disappointed in what Dexter is. He's actually proud of him, which is a dynamic that hasn't fully been seen through Brian or Lila. I say all of this just to admit that I do honestly prefer the Masuka subplot here. I mean, how can you not feel bad for this guy? He's the funniest character in the show by far, but he finally realizes that nobody actually considers him a friend in the PD, so he straightens up and acts normal for once. The way Masuka describes how everyone at the station makes him feel is super sad, honestly, and it's great seeing him go back to his regular self once he gets an ego boost from his great forensics work. Not a super eventful episode, but there's some standout moments. Number 68. Finding Freebo. I feel like this is one of the first cases of an episode being just the Dexter episode. Cop stuff happens, murder stuff happens, it's really good television. That's about it. Now granted, the final scene of this episode is slightly intense on first viewing, so I guess that can make it different from the rest, but besides that, there's not much happening in this episode. The whole episode, Dexter is trying to find where Freebo's ex Tegan lives, until he finally gets her address, where he finds Freebo casually living. He kills Freebo in his garage, but Miguel is also there due to a phone lead he got, and Miguel confronts Dexter, who has a knife in his hand. Dexter tries to cover it up by claiming self-defense, but Miguel is super happy that Dexter got justice for Oscar, and this is mainly what starts their friendship, although Miguel had already been taking an interest in Dexter since Oscar's funeral, since he invited Dexter and Rita over for dinner earlier in this episode, where we meet his wife Sil. Speaking of Rita, a big thing in this episode is her and Dexter's decision on whether to keep the baby or not. By the end, she says she's keeping it, but Dexter can choose if he wants to be present in its life or not, which is pretty crazy to think about when considering not just the rest of this show, but also New Blood and Resurrection. Over at the PD, we get our very first Angel and Quinn scene. They're a very weird duo, but their scenes are usually pretty funny, as is this one, which is probably my favorite scene of the episode. And of course we have Deb, who continues to interact with our two favorite forgettable characters, Yuki and Anton. Only this time, Anton actually helps her get a lead on Tegan, who she's able to connect to Freebo, which gets her a lot of credit at the station. I know most of that was just a summary instead of opinions, but there's not much to comment on with this one. It's great seeing Dexter and Miguel's relationship develop, as well as Deb, Angel, and Quinn do entertaining police work. Just an average Dexter episode. Number 67. Easy as Pie. Definitely another Season 3 episode. Listen, I'm not trying to act like every episode of Season 3 isn't great, but it's pretty consistently just great for almost the whole season until the very end. And at a certain point, you kind of run out of things to say. Like I said before, Miguel is the sole focus of the season, so even small developments in his plotline with Dexter end up taking a whole episode. In the previous episode, Miguel assisted Dexter in the murder of someone, which boosts his ego and makes him want to murder others. This time, Ellen Wolf. Dexter is reluctant, and eventually learns that, as annoying as Ellen Wolf may be, she's an innocent woman and doesn't fit Dexter's code. Once Dexter tells Miguel no, they get into their first real fight where Miguel shows a side of himself he hasn't shown before. Also, at this point, every time Sil talks to Rita, she's telling her how Miguel is distraught about something and won't communicate, so it's clear that his mission with Dexter changed something inside him. Later on, Miguel apologizes to Dexter, so he's definitely not too far gone yet, but we're getting closer and closer with each passing episode. The more interesting part of this episode, in my opinion, comes with Camilla in the hospital. She doesn't have any family left, so Dexter is the only person actually taking care of her, which makes all of these scenes pretty sad. Especially when Camilla asks Dexter to pull the plug himself, which makes him actually have to think since he's not used to deliberately killing innocent people. But by the end of the episode, he realizes how much pain Camilla is really in. So when he finds the perfect key lime pie in Miami, he injects something in her pie that peacefully sets her free of suffering. There's not too much worth in the other subplots here, but I'll mention them for a second. Deb, of course, is juggling 3 plot lines, with the Skinner, Anton, and Yuki. Yuki continues to be annoying, Anton continues to exist, and Deb gets a lead on the Skinner. Like I said, nothing much to talk about. Also, Angel starts officially dating the annoying cop lady, which I'm sure you all care about. I have nothing more to add for this episode, so here's my favorite Masuka scene.
You know, he kind of looks like you.
That's called racism, batista. Don't even... Oh, shit.
Number 66. Practically Perfect. I hate to break it to you guys, but this episode is not practically perfect. Sorry. It is great though, so hopefully that's good enough. I do still think it's a bit too quick for Dexter to suddenly just start killing people again after Rita's death, but this episode is definitely better than the previous. Dexter focuses his time on Boyd Fowler, who he discovers to be a serial killer at the end of the previous episode. Dexter befriends Boyd and goes on a few rides to pick up dead animals with him, but he calls in a fake dead crocodile so he can lure Boyd into his trap and inject him with tranquilizer. Boyd gets to the location and it works, until Boyd also shoots Dexter with tranquilizer in retaliation, and the both of them are rushed to the hospital once found. In the ambulance, Boyd gives Dexter some dirty looks, but doesn't reveal anything. Once they get to the hospital, Boyd thinks he's sneaky and breaks out of his room to try to kill Dexter. But Dexter is 2 steps ahead of him and has already escaped the hospital. Boyd goes back to his house where Dexter injects him with tranquilizer again, but this time he's actually successful and is able to kill Boyd. His first kill scene since Rita's death. I guess, besides that one guy that he just stabbed to death in 501, but you know what I mean. Boyd is not an interesting character at all, and uninteresting characters is not something out of the ordinary for season 5. But the dynamic he has with Dexter once he realizes what Dexter is trying to do is really entertaining, and his death scene is good as well, especially since his latest victim watches Dexter kill him and tries to escape. Dexter does have some other things going on here too, like hiring a new babysitter. He finds this old Irish woman who is very gentle with Harrison, and he hires her as his babysitter. She's barely in the show, serves very little purpose, and worst of all, is not interesting. I mean, yeah, she's likable, I guess, but who really cares? She's just an above average babysitter. At least she causes a great Ice Truck Killer reference.
I'm not used to checking the fridge for notes. Just messages from other serial killers.
Before getting to Deb, I do just want to mention that they finally make the Harry scenes watchable by getting rid of the shitty echo and brightness filters. I don't know why the editors didn't think that we were capable of comprehending that Harry Morgan was dead in seasons 3 and 4, but I guess if we got past those seasons, then we might start to possibly realize that Harry is dead. So they gave up with the filters. Deb's plot is really nothing interesting, which includes this Hispanic cop lady that works with Deb a few times this season. I don't know her name, even though it was said multiple times in this episode, and I just looked it up. So, that goes to show how memorable she is. Basically, there's a new killer in town who's brutally murdering people by chopping their heads off and taking their eyes out. Deb and cop number 1 try to figure this out by talking to Nacho's dad from Better Call Saul, but it ends up getting him killed too. If it weren't for like 7 other Breaking Bad actors being in this show, then I would have made a theory of this actually being Nacho's dad, but that's sadly not possible. Deb also cares a lot for Dexter in this season, and they have a great brother and sister bond. Let me repeat that for the season 6 writers real quick. Brother and sister bond. I would mention the Angel and Maria subplot, but not a single thing happening there matters at all, so fuck it, let's just move on to the next episode. Number 65, Our Father. The intro to maybe the weirdest season in all of Dexter. You'll always hear people say that the first half of the show was amazing, then the second half sucked. Obviously the first half was better than the second half, but this is a super flawed idea. First of all, it's really just because of season 8 that the second half is substantially worse than the first. And we're not just gonna sit here and pretend that season 7 isn't better than season 3. Season 3 is obviously pre-bathtub scene, so the original vibe of Rita, her kids, and the OG Miami Metro are still in full effect. But season 3's pacing is so much worse than the first 2. By this episode alone, you could already tell that the problems Dexter will face in this season are nowhere near the first 2. Not to downplay this episode or season, because I do really enjoy both, but it's just weird how this is always grouped with the other earlier seasons when it's definitely not one of the better ones. On to the actual episode, we pretty much just see what Dexter has been up to since the events of season 2, and it's probably the most happy and carefree he'll ever be in this show. He's killing tons of people with no threat of a cop catching him, and his relationship with Rita has never been better, shown by basically half of this episode being sex scenes. Usually I feel like sex scenes are a little unnecessary, but whenever there's a multitude of them in Dexter, there's an actual reason behind them. Which is the case here, since Rita reveals at the end of the episode that she's pregnant. Hopefully I don't sound too horny when I say this, but I swear they did everything they could to make Rita as attractive as possible in this episode, because literally every time she's on screen, she's just beautiful. But I'm assuming this is on purpose to kind of show the allure she has for Dexter to the point where he gets her pregnant. Now on to the main plot of the season, the Freebo case. Dexter goes to this guy Freebo's house to kill him, but he's fighting some other guy named Oscar Prado, who Dexter accidentally kills instead of Freebo, marking Dexter's first ever innocent kill. While definitely not as severe as some other problems Dexter has faced, I do really like this happening because Dexter has never even thought about killing an innocent, so he has no idea how to deal with it. Especially after he finds out that he was a part of a family of cops with ties to the PD and LaGuardia. This is how Dexter meets the one and only Miguel Prado, who is the very sole focus of this season. There's not a single season of this show that focuses on a character as much as season 3 does for Miguel, to the point where if you don't like Miguel, you're genuinely just not gonna like this season. Thankfully, he's one of my favorites though, especially because of Jimmy Smits's incredible acting all the way through. Dexter goes to Oscar's wig instead of the bar with Deb to honor Harry, which shows that Dexter is slowly but surely letting go of the code. And this also makes Miguel admire him a lot more. Speaking of Deb, there's some shit going on at the PD, which I honestly prefer to the Dexter plot. First of all, we get the introduction to the GOAT Joey Quinn!
It's obviously self-defense.
Sorry. Although, his introduction is super weird. He kind of just shows up and starts talking to everyone like he's been there for years, and we're just supposed to know who he is, I guess. This was basically my reaction to Quinn the first time I watched this show.
Maybe you ought to just calm the hell down, my brother.
Who the fuck is that?
Also, I kind of forgot that Quinn was practically bald here, since he does basically nothing in this season, and has his normal hair for almost every other season. So I'll just say he looks 10 times better with actual hair. Next we have Angel, who has been promoted to Sergeant. This makes everyone really happy, but it also forces Angel to be more strict with people he considers friends. Like when Deb casually screams to the whole PD that Oscar Prado was a junkie right in front of Miguel and Maria, and Angel is forced to take her off the case. Then we have Deb, who has new hair and interacts with two of the most memorable characters in this whole show. Yuki and Anton. First there's Yuki, and I guarantee a lot of you don't even know who Yuki is, which shows how great of a character she was. She's this annoying lady at Internal Affairs who bugs Deb about Quinn the whole season, and it really doesn't lead to anything important, so this is basically where the main filler subplots of Dexter start. Then there's Anton, who is obviously more important than Yuki, but his scenes also feel pretty pointless, and he's just a bland character in general. Not much more to say with this one. A really solid start to season 3. Number 64. Nebraska. Okay, so remember when I mentioned my Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul rankings earlier? If you guys watched my Breaking Bad video, you might remember it more for my friend than me. Basically, in one of the episodes, I let my friend review it, and it was just completely different from the types of reviews I was doing. It had, like, Devil May Cry footage and, like, these shitty, like, brain rot jokes. It was, like, way less edited than mine. Pretty much all of the comments were bullying him and asking me to never have him on again. He is very aware of these comments, and he really wanted to redeem himself. And me and him actually watched Dexter together. I've allowed him to redeem himself. I'm gonna stop talking. Here's a segment for Nebraska.
After the heights of episode 6, we see Dexter on his boat thinking back to Rita and Lumen and how they are just gone. But we turn over to see his new, darker passenger, Brian Moser, dumping Nick's dead body into the ocean. Dexter explains how he's rebelling against what Brother Sam wanted him to do, as Brian eggs him on into feeding into his darker thoughts. Back at the station, Deb tells him how Trinity is, quote-unquote, back, and how he's killed his whole family except for Jonah. And as we all know, Trinity is dead. So Dexter, plays it off like he's sad or whatever. And behind Deb, we got Brian just telling this nigga to slime Jonah out. Cutting back to Dexter and Brian, they're viewing the autopsy of Rebecca and Sally's dead bodies. And they see how everything is exactly how Trinity would have done it. Brian keeps on egging on Dexter, almost forcing him to go to Nebraska. Eventually, Dexter gives in to Brian, and they take a road trip to Nebraska to find out the truth about Jonah. Dexter pulls up to a gas station, and for like zero reason, Brian tells him to fuck this girl working on the register. And that's what he does. And steals a gun and leaves. Back on the road, Dexter is going crazy, shooting signs, just having a golly good time going 120 miles per hour down the road. By daybreak, they finally make it to the town that Jonah is staying in. Upon entering the hardware store, he finds Jonah and confronts him right there and then. And just as Trinity, Jonah hits him with the...
Hello, Dexter Morgan.
Jonah and Dexter have a little talk, and he just lies his ass off about all the events, telling Dexter, quote unquote,
it's over.
Back on the road, Dexter and Brian have some car trouble and pull over at a motel. And we meet this dude, Norm. After getting his room key, he goes out to get some food and crosses through a cornfield, finding a little pot form. And with how down bad Dexter is currently, I'm shocked this nigga doesn't smoke a little bit of it. Back at Dexter's apartment, we see Jamie and this fuck-ass nigga Lewis on his couch, kissing and shit, as this fuck nigga shows her this game. And just a little personal input, but this nigga Lewis should not be in a 20-meter range from Jamie. Like, this nigga ain't even close to her. But that's besides the point. Driving off, we see Norm being weird as hell, staring at Dexter's car. After arriving to the Mitchell's house, Dexter checks his trunk for all his tools, and this goon Norm stole everything. But this guy still goes to vet Jonah, and as he's testing to cast off his, Jonah finds him and they get into an argument, and Jonah reveals that he killed them, his whole family, and asks Dexter if he's the one who killed Trinity.
Yes.
Jonah, mad as fuck, runs out the house, drives off as his fuck-ass neighbor stares him down weird as shit. Returning to the motel to get his knives and set up the kill room, he confronts Norm in the shed beside the motel. And this geek is trying to get $10K from Dexter. And Dexter just stabs him with a pitchfork somehow, with a gun pointed at his head. Back at the station, we have a little heart-to-heart between Deb and Quinn. But Deb tells them they can't, and that they are over. Like, over. Which is mad sad, I can't lie. I'm pretty sure at this point, Deb is in love with Dexter. It's been a while since I watched all of season 6, but she would rather be with her brother than Quinn, which is low-key wild work, but like, back to the episode. We cut back to Dexter getting a call from Jonah, telling him to come to the hardware store where he works to have a little quote-unquote talk. And upon entering the hardware store, Jonah instantly lunges at Dexter, and he easily subdues Jonah. Jonah then begs Dexter to kill him as Jonah starts breaking down, but he sees that Jonah isn't all bad and regrets what he has done. Brian and Dexter argue, with Brian calling Dexter weak and all this, and it makes Dexter think back to Brian trying to kill Deb, and he knows he doesn't need Brian no more, and he tells Jonah,
Forgive yourself.
and then he runs over Ghost Brian. While driving back to Miami, Dexter thinks back to brother Sam as Harry starts to come back into Dexter's life. Now, this might not be the best Dexter episode, but in my opinion, this is up there with one of the best, with Dexter coming to terms with the darker side of him and truly leaning into the light. And with this little side plots with Deb obviously being conflicted with her emotions for Dexter, and the little bits of Travis rejecting Geller while also being pulled back in. I don't know where this would be ranked, but in my opinion, it's up there.
Number 63. The damage a man can do. Throughout the season, we've seen Miguel turn more and more to the dark side with each episode. And this is the one where it really starts to show. 2 episodes ago, Miguel assisted Dexter in killing someone, but he didn't actually get to do it himself. So that's what he requests Dexter let him do this time around. Dexter is obviously reluctant to agree to this, and conscious Harry tells him not to allow Miguel. But Dexter can't help himself and goes along with it. Harry continuously tells Dexter how much of a bad idea this is throughout the episode, but Dexter doesn't listen, which will have its repercussions later. Dexter and Miguel decide to kill this retired football player / gambling addict and plan to get him at a bar. But of course Miguel is, as Dexter says, dressed like the Unabomber, and doesn't even attempt to hide his identity. So Dexter calls off the kill, which pisses Miguel off. A few days later, Dexter and Miguel have an argument about this, where Miguel lets his temper go more than usual. But you can tell he still has some self-control left, since he's able to empathize with Dexter and relate to the darkness Dexter has always had with him his whole life. Which is ultimately what leads Dexter into helping Miguel with the kill again. When the kill finally happens, it's a pretty cool scene due to both Dexter and Miguel's reactions. But Dexter makes the mistake of telling Miguel to go home instead of helping him get rid of the body. Since now that Miguel's killed one person, nothing is stopping him from killing another. And the episode ends on Miguel knocking on Ellen Wolf's door. Now that I think about it, I haven't really mentioned Ellen Wolf at all this whole video, so I guess since she's about to die, this would be the time. Yes, she's innocent, and yes, Miguel is wrong for killing her, but I couldn't care less that she dies here. Her character is bland, annoying, and gives Maria probably her worst subplot in this entire show, which pisses me off more than your average viewer, since I am usually a Maria defender, but her season 3 plotline is beyond boring, so Ellen dying is unironically the best thing that could have happened to her character. Now that I think about it, the season 6 Maria subplot is definitely worse, but it barely even exists, so that's why I didn't even think of it when I was writing this. And the thing with Ellen and Miguel's feud is that you see both sides act like the opposition is a soulless piece of shit who would defend anyone for a paycheck, so we never really find out which one of them are actually right. But let's be honest, it's probably both of them. Dexter's other plot of this episode is of course dealing with Rita, who is, to put it lightly, pregnant. She yells about basically everything in this episode until Dexter finally gives her an engagement ring, which he probably should have done in the first place, but I don't understand why Rita is telling him she doesn't want one either. Then there's Deb, who is doing a lot of things in this episode, which include advancing in the Skinner case, finally getting the truth on Quinn, and looking for Anton, who finally made me feel some kind of emotion for the first time in his whole existence with this line.
You're free.
Oh yeah, ever since Abe Lincoln.
And how could I forget Angel's incredibly memorable Season 3 plotline, where he gives quite possibly the worst voicemail that I've ever heard in my life to his new pointless cop girlfriend. This type of shit makes you wonder how the guy was even married in the first place. Great episode, though. Number 62. The Dark... whatever. This episode starts out pretty average, but gets much better as it goes on. The thing about Act 3 of Season 7 is that the most entertaining thing about the season is gone after 709. So you're kind of left wondering how the writers are going to make Hannah interesting enough for the next few episodes to be really good. And they're able to do it. We're introduced to Hannah's father, who used to be an abusive piece of shit to her, and now is trying to make things right after getting out of jail. Ironically, I feel the same way about this guy as I do his daughter. I love his purpose to the episode, I don't love his character though. Not because he's unlikable, because no shit, But if I already don't care about Hannah, then I don't know how I'm supposed to care about her father. Her father seems to be supportive and changed at first until he tries getting Hannah to give him a very small loan of $20,000. When she says no, he storms out, then comes back a few hours later and crashes his car into her greenhouse. He then verbally abuses her and leaves once Dexter threatens him. Throughout this episode, Hannah has told Dexter that his dark passenger is not a real thing, but Dexter doesn't want to admit that, since that means he has to take the blame for all of his actions. But during this episode's runtime, he realizes that Hannah is right. So later on, when he has two people that he needs to take care of, he decides to turn in a killer to the police while he kills Hannah's father. Technically, Hannah's dad didn't fit Harry's code, while the killer did. But Dexter is finally giving Harry the big fat middle finger, which also connects to Hannah having a piece of shit father as well. Now that he's become more human and can control his emotions, he's finally started to let go of Harry's code, which is great character development. The only problem is that Hannah's dad pulled a Trinity, and right before Dexter kills him, he sends an anonymous tip to the police that could have incriminating evidence on a murder committed by Hannah. All of this is great, but I do gotta say that Quinn's stuff is more entertaining. For like the 7th time, Quinn gets a call from Nadia, so he rushes to the strip club and has a talk with George. This time because George was threatening to send Nadia to Dubai. As soon as Quinn walks in, George pulls his gun out and starts beating the shit out of Nadia. Quinn threatens to shoot George, who isn't exactly scared, since a cop would never break the law or anything. Quinn is able to get Nadia her passport and cover up the murder of George. Such a great character, and scene. Number 61. Once Upon a Time. One of the lower rated Dexter episodes by the fans, which I don't really understand too much. There are significant developments in all of the major season 6 plots, and they're all done very well. To start with Dexter, he gets intrigued by this ex-convict oh my god. Okay, like, I don't usually leave bloopers in this, but I wrote ex-convict Catholic convert. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to attempt to, like... To start with Dexter, he gets intrigued by this guy named Brother Sam, played by rapper Mos Def. I remember watching this for the first time and thinking, man, that guy looks like Mos Def. Then when I got to the scene of Brother Sam and Dexter talking at the car lot, I was like, oh wait, that's literally Mos Def. Very little makeup, the swims at the Reebok gym, tone your frame up a sugar and spice, the only thing... I'm sure most of you know him from his features on Kanye's albums like The College Dropout or Graduation, but please check out his debut album Black on Both Sides if you haven't. Honestly, some of the greatest rap music you'll ever hear on there. Thankfully, Mos Def isn't just a talented rapper, as his acting is pretty solid as well. I also really like Brother Sam as a character. He used to be a gangster and had a few murder charges, but he was released and turned his life to God after this. Dexter's convinced that monsters don't really change, so throughout the episode he gets to know Brother Sam like he's done with countless victims before. Dexter follows him to his warehouse where he plans to kill him, but it's revealed that Sam's worker, who was the guy that he put in his trunk, was actually the one to shoot at him. Right after this, a bunch of men drive up to Sam ready to kill him, but Dexter beats one of them with a crowbar, then tells them that he's with Miami Metro, so they drive away. Sam believes this was a miracle, but obviously Dexter doesn't, at least at this point. Not to push my faith on anyone, but it really is a miracle if you think about it. Had Dexter not been there, then Sam could have easily died here. Then there's Deb's plot, which is probably the most eventful. In one episode, she gets proposed to, denies the proposal, breaks up with Quinn, and becomes lieutenant. Speaking of the Quinn situation first, you can't blame Deb since we all know what happened last time she accepted a proposal, but you also have to feel bad for Quinn. He's being very good to Deb here, but she just can't accept, and he gets pretty understandably mad. Deb is also promoted to lieutenant by Matthews, who does this as a play against Maria, assumingly because of her marriage to Angel, which was already so long ago that they're already divorced. At least this marriage finally matters to the plot 2 seasons later. And then there's Travis, who continues his mission to end the world, but we do get to see his sister, who's a very sweet and innocent person. And Travis knows this and obviously doesn't want to hurt her, but we'll see how that unravels later on. Really good episode all around though. Definitely one of the best from season 6. Number 60. Love American Style. This episode is honestly genius in its development of the ice truck killer. This is really the first episode where Dexter shows basically no interest in the killer, and instead focuses on Jorge Castillo, which in turn makes the audience shift their focus as well. So this is literally the best episode they could have chosen to actually introduce Rudy, since nobody really has the killer on their minds and just thinks he's a new Deb love interest. At least I never assumed he was the killer on my first watch. It's absolutely genius how the first scene of Rudy is him caring for the guy he brutally severed for days. And as soon as he walks away, Doakes and Deb start questioning him about the killer, not realizing that he was literally just in front of them. Deb then suggests blindfolding Tucci, which sounds absolutely insane when she first says it, but later on Doakes realizes that Deb is right, and they blindfold Tucci, which gives them their first lead against the killer in months. Moving on to Dexter, he tracks down Jorge Castillo, a human trafficker of Cubans, and has him on his table till he realizes that his wife, who he thought to be innocent, was just as much of a racist piece of shit as he is. Dexter then makes both of them look at each other while they're tied to tables, and before murdering them, he casually asks for some relationship advice. And let's just say that Dexter might have needed some relationship advice. They both tell him that they love each other because they long for the same thing in life. And in the final scene, Dexter actually realizes that he and Rita both long for the same thing as well. A normal life, which hugely develops Dexter's understanding of love, which is pivotal to his character. A really great early episode. Both plots are more or less on the same level for me here. Number 59. An inconvenient lie. Dexter continues to be hunted by two forces. Miami Metro PD, and the scarier of the two, James Doakes. He really does not leave Dexter alone, and it's so entertaining seeing how much Doakes really believes that there's something wrong with Dexter. This episode's main focus is on the support group, which, sadly, introduces us to
Lila.
She's not too annoying yet, so there's not much for me to complain about here. The main scene she has here is actually really good, where she relates to Dexter having a dark passenger, and instead of Dexter embracing this connection, he gets paranoid and quickly leaves, thinking rehab isn't for him. This doesn't end up working in his favor though, because Rita indefinitely dumps him until he goes back. This might seem pointless since they get back together at the end of the episode, but it's actually really important. Ever since Dexter has been with Rita, her purpose in his life has mainly just been to help him look more normal. And while it's been obvious to us that Dexter does actually love her in previous episodes, like when he's drugged Paul, it hasn't been obvious to Dexter himself. The moment it does become obvious to him is when Dexter has a car salesman on his table, and he starts insulting Rita and saying she's like every other insert misogynistic insult here. Dexter just snaps and murders him right there. I always love when the people Dexter kills actually bring him great lessons for his life. The thing that makes him inhuman is the thing that brings him even closer to actually being human. Really cool writing. Dexter goes back to the support group and has a really great speech that gets an applause, only for none other than Doakes himself to be listening in on it. At first you think it's all over right here, but the speech actually makes Doakes back off on Dexter for a little while, since he actually believes that he has an addiction. The glare Doakes gives Dexter is just so good though. For the rest of the episode, it's mainly just getting to know Lundy more. Lundy is really persistent, but also really cool. Deb basically begs him to get off the task force because of her PTSD, but Lundy thinks this is what makes her so great for the force, which ends up being true. The guy is just really intelligent. Speaking of his intelligence, one of the more popular Dexter theories is that Lundy knew Dexter's secret all along and chose not to do anything about it. While I don't know how he would figure this out, I honestly don't doubt it. Lundy says in this episode that the only time murder is justified is when saving another life. And the person he says this to happens to be Dexter. And I hate to keep bringing up half-face shots, but when he says this, half of his face is light while the other half is covered by a shadow, showing that the Lundy that is presenting to himself to Dexter is different than the Lundy who knows Dexter's secret. This honestly might all be a coincidence, but it's fun to look into this stuff sometimes. I just realized all of the episodes that I mentioned that have face shit in, I'd ranked higher than this, so you guys probably have no idea what I'm talking about. You'll see it in a second. Number 58. Those kind of things. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Dexter season premieres, completely disregarding a whole storyline from the previous season because the writers didn't know how to strip the filler any longer than it already had been. I'm your host, DJ, and we're going to be going to the second contestant, 601, Those Kind of Things. Please state why you are the clear winner of this contest.
If you've been paying attention to the last two seasons, you may remember the subplot of Maria and Angel getting married. Now listen, I enjoy that subplot as much as the next person, which means I do not enjoy that subplot at all. So I'm here to save the day. In my episode, Angel and Maria are divorced because I can. Of course it happens off screen, of course no explanation is given, and of course it feels like nothing ever happened. Oh, and I know you're wondering where Harrison's babysitter from last season is, and I have no fucking idea. She's now been replaced by Angel's sister, Jamie, whose only purpose is to give Angel more screen time since he's now pointlessly divorced. You see how much I pretend like Season 5 never even existed? That's why I'm the clear winner of this contest.
Thank you, contestant number 2. Please stay tuned to see what contestant number 3 has to say for why they should be the winner of Dexter season premieres, completely disregarding the whole storyline from the previous season because the writers didn't know how to start the filler any longer than it already had been. And please stay tuned till the very end to see what Dexter Morgan himself thinks is the true winner of this contest. Very fun way to start Season 6. Not too much of this episode fully relates to Season 6's main plot, but this is honestly more entertaining than the episodes that do. It's the episode in this season that feels most like a Dexter episode. We get the shots of nighttime Miami while Dexter is out driving to where his victim will be. And his victim this time is some guy he went to high school with, who killed his wife. Dexter goes to his high school reunion to try to get a sample of this guy's blood, but everyone starts talking to him at this party because he's been pretty famous in the papers, due to working for Miami Metro and Rita's death. This scene is very funny because Dexter decides that he's going to fit in and have fun for once, which is exactly what he does. Watching him dance on the dance floor is very funny. A few days later, Dexter is able to get this guy's blood at a football game, which is weird seeing in Dexter, but it's mostly showing how Dexter realizes throughout the show that he doesn't have to be what Harry basically programmed him to be. Later on, at another high school reunion, Dexter is able to finally kill this guy, but not before getting a blowjob from Dexter blonde love interest number 3, which is also a really funny scene, mainly due to Dexter's inner monologue.
This is... Really? Stop talking, Dexter.
Speaking of that, we're introduced to Angel's sister Jamie in this episode, who... Oh, I'm sorry. And we get another great inner monologue from Dexter here, where he breaks the fourth wall.
Dexter!
Hey, Jamie. It's not what you're thinking.
Hey, Dex.
It's really not what you're thinking.
I like Jamie a lot, but her only purpose is to give Angel more screen time. Yes, obviously, she's Harrison's new babysitter, but he actually had a babysitter in Season 5 if you remember, and she was a solid character. But there is, of course, a reason that Angel needs more screen time, which is that Maria and Angel magically get divorced in between seasons. I think you already saw enough of that a minute ago, but I genuinely don't understand why they couldn't have just had Maria and Angel get divorced on screen in this season. It would have made perfect sense. Maria gets too involved with her job as captain that she stops paying attention to Angel, and their marriage is ruined. I guess this is because nobody actually liked the Angel and Maria scenes, but a good conclusion to the subplot would have at least made sense after 2 fucking seasons. Anyways, it's time to talk about this season's main theme. Religion. Throughout this episode, Dexter is confronted with religion multiple times, like when he's looking for a good school for Harrison to attend, which is a Catholic school. Dexter doesn't believe in anything, so he doesn't really know how to handle religious situations, and we'll see more of his religious development later. There are 2 other religious freaks worth mentioning though. Neither of them get name dropped, but we of course know them as Geller and Travis Marshall, played by none other than Tom Hanks' son. Yes, that's his name. Travis kills a few people and replaces one of his victims' intestines with snakes, so... yeah, definitely a great way to start off the season, even if it doesn't set up much. Number 57. Father Knows Best. This being one of the weaker Season 1 episodes really goes to show how goated Season 1 is in general. Dexter's biological dad leaves him his house, so he goes there with Rita, Deb, and for the first time, Rudy, to pack it up and sell it. Every single scene with Rudy is written to perfection. It's great at keeping the mystery of him being Dexter's brother, but on rewatch, when you know that he's Dexter's brother, the subtle foreshadowing in every scene is such a nice touch. While everyone is packing up the house, there's this random ass dance break they have, which is so fucking corny and unnecessary, but it's honestly funny as hell, so I'm not gonna complain too much. I just thought it was worth mentioning. Dexter does a blood test and finds out that the guy actually is Dexter's biological father, alongside a thank you card he gave him as well as a flashback from when he was a toddler. Deb finds out that Dexter did this test and gets very pissed, which I half understand and half don't. Obviously, I get that Deb wants Dexter to see Harry as his true father, and she also wants Dexter to put his trust in Harry and not learn more about his real dad. But come on, it is his biological dad. I understand that a lot of adopted people would never be interested in finding out about their real dad, but a lot of adopted people would be. And I think Deb is over-exaggerating what she's mad about. Just because Dexter ran a blood test doesn't mean he's forgetting Harry all of a sudden. Dexter steals his dad's ashes from the hospital and dumps them near a bowling alley alongside Rudy. And the cinematography is absolutely amazing in this scene. A thing this show does a lot is when Dexter or some other character is talking to a character that doesn't know about their dark side, they'll usually have a shadow covering half of their face to symbolize the life they present to others and the life they present to themselves. This character is usually Dexter talking to someone like Rita or Deb, but here the roles are reversed. Dexter's face is fully bright here, since Rudy is well aware of both of the lives that Dexter lives. Rudy is the two-faced one, since Dexter has no idea at this point that Rudy is the eye struck killer, and only sees him as Deb's innocent boyfriend. Probably the craziest thing relating to Rudy in this episode is with Dexter's dad's neighbor. She tells Dexter about a repairman that came to her house, and she starts describing him. She does so exactly as the eye struck killer is described, before it's perfectly cut off.
He had dark hair. Average height. Normal, I suppose.
I think this main plot is definitely the episode's highlight, but I'll quickly touch on the other subplots real quick. Paul is sadly still here, and he tries to, non-consensually have fun with Rita while drunk, until Rita, as the goat that she is, randomly pulls a bat from under her bed, slams the shit out of Paul with it, then takes the kids and leaves. With all of the murderers and insane writing of this show, it's hard to forget how awesome Rita is on her own. I also enjoy the Doakes and Angel subplot, where Doakes sees a Haitian terrorist that he knew on the street and shoots him dead, but lies and says the guy shot at him first. Angel was there and heard the gunshots, but swears that Doakes shot first. It takes a lot of courage, but Angel ends up telling the truth and quote-unquote ratting out Doakes. Angel is seen as a rat in the station, but this is all shut down by Doakes himself, who clearly thinks that Angel did the right thing. The subplot isn't the most necessary thing, but I think it's great for expanding Doakes' character and making both of them more likable in the end. Number 56. The big one. For as amazing as the second half of Season 5 is, this season finale is weirdly the worst episode. Don't get me wrong, the episode is very exhilarating for pretty much every single scene, but it does feel kind of underwhelming after the last episodes just being as amazing as they were. Dexter pretty much spends the first half of this episode finding out where Jordan Chase is, and he eventually figures out that he's keeping Lumen at the camp, where all of his abusive tendencies really started as a teenager. Dexter travels to this camp, but for some reason randomly gets into a car crash. The only thing that even comes out of this is Jordan Chase being able to kidnap Dexter too. But I'm sure they could have done this in a way that didn't require this random ass car crash. It's also completely unrealistic. I know the premise of the show is pretty unrealistic to begin with, but just look at this car crash and tell me that Dexter wouldn't at least have like 5 broken bones, if not a concussion, if this actually happened. Well, anyways, Jordan kidnaps Dexter and brings him to the basement where he's keeping Lumen, and he scolds them for about 30 seconds until Dexter just reveals that he has a secret knife with him and proceeds to stab Jordan's foot and knock him out. Then Lumen kills Jordan, and it's super underwhelming. Like I say later in this video, I do really like Jordan Chase as a villain, and I feel like he's overhated, but this is such a lame death. I mean, there was nothing that was even building up to this or anything. Dexter kind of just stabs him with an imaginary knife, and then they kill him, and that's it. There's really nothing about this scene that's crazy at all. I guess besides when Deb is literally 10 feet away from both Dexter and Lumen, and she just decides to let them go instead of reporting them. If we're being honest, this is probably where Deb should have found out about Dexter, but it makes sense for her character since she was very disturbed by the Barrel Girl tapes, and she actually really respected the vigilantes, so it's not completely out of character for her. I think it's kind of crazy how the Quinn plot of this episode is actually more interesting than the Jordan Chase plot. The cops have found out about Liddy dying in his van, and they also found out that Liddy kept making calls to Quinn before he died, so Quinn is obviously interrogated by LaGuardia. After talking with Quinn, Maria notices a drop of blood on Quinn's shoe, and after this Quinn asks for a lawyer, so it's pretty obvious that he knows something about this, or maybe it's even related to the murder. Quinn is locked up for most of the rest of the episode until Dexter decides to cover for Quinn and say that the blood on Quinn's shoe doesn't actually match Liddy's DNA. I honestly kinda do wish that Quinn's investigation of Dexter led to more, but at least Liddy's dead. That's all we really needed. Now I do need to talk about the worst part of this episode, which is Lumen kind of just leaving. I'll talk later about how I don't like Lumen and Dexter's relationship at all, but if you're gonna have their relationship, you can't just make a Lumen leave because she feels like it. I mean, these people were in love the last few episodes. You can't just pull the "my work here is done" shtick now. Well, that's exactly what they do, so minus points for bad writing. I'm not the hugest Lumen fan, so this doesn't piss me off or anything, but I'd love to see her make a return in Resurrection. The best things about this episode, though, would have to be seeing Aster and Cody for the few scenes we do, as well as Harrison's birthday party being a great closing scene for the season. Definitely one of the weaker season finales, but still a great episode. Number 55. Dex, Lies, and Videotape.
So you didn't have sex that night?
No. Not that night.
On my first viewing of Dexter, this was my least favorite pre-season 8 episode. I definitely disagree with that now, but I still can sort of see where I was coming from. The reason I had this opinion was because of the amount of just cringeworthy scenes this episode has to offer, which I still agree with on rewatch to a certain extent. I will admit that Lila has grown on me significantly while watching Dexter for this video, and I think she probably grows on most people on rewatch. First time around, I was genuinely considering dropping the show if Lila continued to be a character, but once you understand her importance, she's very well written and acted. And I don't get pissed off every time she's on screen anymore. But there are still some really bad scenes in this episode that all have to do with Lila. First off, the dinner scene at Rita's house. It's awkward enough having Lila at Rita's house in the first place, but as soon as Lila mentions Dexter's mom, I had to pause the episode. How most Breaking Bad fans feel about the dinner scene between Walt, Jesse, and Skyler is how I feel about this scene. Next, we have Dexter and Rita in Dexter's apartment. Dexter is about to get laid for the first time in God knows how long, until Lila leaves a message for Dexter, which reveals not only that she went to Naples with Dexter, but that she shared a room with Dexter as well. Rita obviously and justifiably gets pissed at Dexter and breaks up with him, and this whole sequence is just not fun to watch at all. And if you think about it hard enough, this scene is even more stupid. Why would Dexter ever give Lila his home phone number if Deb is literally sleeping in his room every other night? If Deb heard a message like this, I think she would have just as many, if not more questions as Rita would. It just makes no sense. And then we have the final scene. This is probably the one that pisses me off the most, because it's the dumbest one out of them all. Rita calls Dexter and asks him to explain himself because she feels like she treated him unfairly. Words cannot explain how much of a golden opportunity this was for Dexter. He could have explained why he went to Naples and why he brought Lila, and that's exactly what he does, until he completely ruins it with just a few words. And this actually reminds me of a certain Kanye West clip.
Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table. Especially Hitler.
So you didn't have sex that night?
No. Not that night.
Dexter tries to claim he said this because he was done lying to Rita, but he literally lies to Rita multiple times throughout the discussion they have. So it's obvious that he was just falling further and further into Lila's trap. This is actually shown throughout the whole episode, like when Dexter is all pouty over the fact that Rita dumped him, and he then proceeds to have sex with Lila. He clearly loves Rita, but he's falling into the trap of Lila, who is debatably more manipulative than Brian Moser. While this episode does have all of these things, I was stupid to just ignore the fact that the rest of this episode slaps on my first viewing. This is basically Dexter's version of Down from Breaking Bad. Literally everything that could go wrong is going wrong. Rita broke up with him, Lundy is onto him, Doakes is onto him, he could have been seen by the cameras. Nothing is looking like it'll pan out well. Speaking of Doakes, the scene with him and Dexter is the only Dexter scene in this episode that's really amazing. But it's not like it's because of him or anything. Doakes obviously steals the show. And back to Lundy, he's definitely my favorite part about this episode, and the reason this episode isn't closer to a 7. He's such an entertaining guest character while also being like the smartest guy there. I mean, he was literally eating animal crackers while interrogating the Bay Harbor Butcher impersonator. I also love the scene with him and Masuka.
Agent Lundy, so I hear a rumor you're tracking all our internet activity. So is it true? Because I can explain all that shemale stuff.
And as much as Dexter is a dumbass in this episode, he does have some pretty smart moments here, like when he pulls the fire alarm so he can delete the footage, or when he kills his impersonator and leaves his body out for the police. Really some Batman shit. Overall, a great episode, but it does have some serious problems that I'd be stupid to ignore. Number 54. Helter Skelter. As good as Season 7 can be, this season is also where the show just starts doing the stupidest shit and expecting us to believe it. Remember earlier when I talked about the multiple scenes of Isaac talking about criminal activities and police monitored phone calls? That type of unrealistic stuff gets carried over to this episode. Basically, George has hired hitmen to kill Isaac, so Isaac actually asks Dexter for help, which is the first time in the show that Dexter starts his relationship with the killer as an enemy, then turns into a friend. Dexter does refuse this order at first, but once Isaac holds Hannah hostage, Dexter finally gives in. So I guess they're not really friends, but you get my point. This is all fine until we get to the first kill, where Dexter literally just stabs one of the hitmen in broad daylight and leaves his body there to bleed. No one sees him when he does this, no one sees him walk away, and an investigation is never brought up. I know Dexter isn't the most realistic show in general, but even in this show's universe, this is unrealistic. Besides that though, this is a really great episode for the rest of the runtime. Dexter is able to lure the other hitman to the dock where Isaac is waiting, and he shoots him dead. Everything seems fine and both Dexter and Isaac throw their weapons off the boat, but then George shows up and fatally shoots Isaac. Isaac was such a great character, so for him to die like this is pretty depressing. And the next scene where Isaac and Dexter have one final heart-to-heart was an incredible way to end his character, and my personal favorite scene of this episode. Hannah is once again a focus of this episode, and once again, I love her purpose, but really don't love her. At all. Similar to Lumen, she is just really unlikable. But honestly, overall, I would say she's more unlikable than Lumen. I would say Lumen is the most unlikable in like the first half of season 5, but then after that she's chill. Hannah is just like slightly unlikable for like all of season 7. I also don't think her actress has the most convincing American accent, but I'm probably going overboard at this point. I just have to agree with Deb in my hate for Hannah, but love for Dexter. I do finally want to mention Quinn, who becomes a badass here when he learns that George fucked Nadia, so he beats the shit out of him. Very unlikable character, so he deserved that, and he'll get more of what he deserves in the next few episodes. Number 53. Take It. Season 5 has a slower start, but it does get really good by the second half. In this episode, we see Dexter and Lumen travel to one of Jordan Chase's seminars so they can kidnap his security guard and kill him, since they know he's one of Lumen's previous abusers. Throughout the episode, we see different parts of Jordan Chase's seminar, and the only people I can think to compare this guy to are Andrew Tate and David Goggins. His ideas and mindset are more like David Goggins, but everything else about him is definitely more similar to Andrew Tate. Dexter attends this seminar, so he knows when the perfect time to kidnap the guard will be. But after the first day, Jordan actually recognizes Dexter from the police department and invites him to his hotel room where he speaks to him about Rita's death. And he seems to know everything about Dexter's personal life, which is really weird. I don't think Jordan knows that Dexter's up to something at this point, but the way he acts to Dexter makes it seem like he is. Very strange guy, but his actor is very good. Before Lumen herself goes to the seminar, she's still staying at Rita's house and gets a call from her fiance, who's actually in Miami. Lumen has lunch with him and he tries to convince her to travel the world with him, which she's very hesitant about. You can't help but feel bad for this guy. He's with this girl for like 5 years, and the day he's supposed to marry her, she just disappears. I know Lumen has her reasons, but she could have at least called off the engagement instead of making this guy wait for her to never come back. Well, Lumen and Dexter go back to the seminar, and Dexter attends it, while Lumen is in the lobby waiting for him to leave at the perfect time. The only thing is, as soon as Dexter tries to leave, Jordan calls him to join him on stage to talk about Rita. This takes quite a few minutes, and while this is happening, Lumen gets chased into the hotel room by the guard. He attacks her on the ground for a few seconds until Dexter shows up and chokes him out. Next thing he knows, he's on Dexter's kill table surrounded by pictures of his victims, and Dexter does the Dexter thing. This time in front of Lumen though. This isn't the first person to see Dexter for who he truly is, since we've had Brian and Lila and Miguel, but Lumen isn't a master manipulator like them. She's a rape victim who wants to kill the people who raped her, so she completely understands the urge and reasoning Dexter has for these kills. Later when Dexter goes to leave, Jordan Chase comes up to him and has a seemingly nice talk to him until he says his catchphrase.
It's what I tell my clients. Tick, tick, tick. That's the sound of your life running out.
This makes Dexter realize that Jordan Chase was one of Lumen's abusers. This sets up the next few episodes of Jordan Chase really acting as the villain, which is the best part of season 5 easily. Then there's the Deb subplot where LaGuerta makes Deb take all the blame for this thing that she fucked up. Not much more to say about that besides the fact that as a Maria defender, she's definitely being a bitch about it. Also, Liddy finds more about Lumen, so yeah. Great episode though. Number 52. Living the Dream. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Dexter. Season premieres completely disregarding a whole storyline from the previous season because the writers didn't know how to stretch the filler out any longer than it already had been. Today we are going to be going to our third contestant, 401, Living the Dream. Please state why you think you should be the winner of this contest.
Hey, do you remember that boring cop girlfriend that Angel had in season 3? I mean, of course you don't. I don't either. That's why in this episode, her whole character gets reduced to a single line where Angel says, "We broke up." And what's even better is that because the writers had no idea what to do with Angel and Maria's characters, they just decided to lazily make them a couple so they could focus more on the Trinity plot. Dexter, come on, just please pick me. You know I'm the clear winner of this.
Thank you, 401. And now speaking to the audience, please stay tuned to see what the final contestant has to say about why they should be the winner. And at the very end of the video, we will see who Dexter Morgan picks as the winner of this game show. Hey, it's me, normal DJ again, not game show DJ. Saw the Nebraska segment a few segments ago. That was my friend Matthew. Now I have my friend Mohammed, who is going to do a segment on 401. Not much more to add here. Wasn't in any of my other videos. He just likes Dexter, so I let him do his thing. I think he did a good job. Here it is.
After killing Amy Santiago's dad, we see that Dexter has returned to a more quiet and homicidal life. He's again stalked out his victim and is planning to kill. Or is he? I can't act surprised. It's not a plot twist or anything like that. It's just a gag. We find out that Dexter is actually looking forward to sleep because Harrison has kept him and Rita up all night. It then cuts to a first-person point of view of someone who's walking around a random house. They enter the bathroom and we see that it's a woman. Then a naked old man, mind you, jumps out and starts strangling her. I wouldn't be surprised if Deborah found the guy sexy, especially after that ass shot we get of him. The scene cuts back to Dexter, and he is looking sexy. He is a fine man right here, but he's bothered because Harrison is crying again. We cut back to the old man and woman. They're both lying in the bathtub, and the man's choking her. He then whispers to the woman that
It's already over.
basically telling her that she shouldn't resist. That's kind of iffy thing to say to a woman, you know? You should be saying that, especially if you're like 90 years old or something. He grabs a razor and cuts the femoral artery on her leg. He holds up a mirror and we see the life drain out of the woman. The whole sequence is terrifying if you think about it in the woman's perspective. And the opening scene is a masterclass as it juxtaposes Dexter's life, where he's caring and nurturing his baby, and this old man's life, who is attacking and killing someone. They are basically going opposite paths, but they're similar because we see that they're both killers. The constant cuts are annoying, but they work nicely narratively. The intro plays, and Dexter misses the fly, and he puts on his stained shirt, and his shoelaces snap. This works nicely to show that Dexter's normal, orderly life is gone haywire, in a sense. He's off his game, and that becomes a major plot device in this episode and the next. Dexter, who we find out was getting ready for court, is testifying and explained his blood work. However, Dexter talks about his blood work for a different murder. The defense lawyer gets on his ass about this, and she's able to convince the jury that there's a reasonable doubt and gets her client off. Her client being Benito Gomez. Quinn has a chit chat with Dexter and he tells him the consequences of his actions. Quinn gets a little heated and Deborah has to step in and calm him down. After the whole convo, we see Dexter walk away thinking,
maybe it's Benny Gomez who should be worried.
This kind of confuses things because to me, at least, it makes me think Dexter might have made that mistake on purpose. Because as we see later, he's itching for a kill. And then we see him thinking,
Quinn's a good cop. I need a good kill.
Dexter not only tricks other characters, but he also tricks the viewers sometimes, and that's a part of what makes him so scary. We never truly know how Dexter feels, with the exception of a few moments where he lets his emotions through, like when he killed Biney. Okay, back to the episode, and LaGuerta assigns Quinn and Deborah to a murder, and Dexter tags along as there's blood. Quinn walks out the bathroom after throwing a jab at Dexter by telling Masuka,
keep an eye on our expert witness. In case our girl's parents actually want to see someone go to jail for doing this to their daughter.
This season, we see that Quinn's kind of on Dexter's ass. It's going to play a major part next season as well. As he walks out, we see one of my least favorite characters, Christine Hill, and she starts questioning Quinn. Quinn smoothly gives her his number. Somehow, this man's game is impeccable. After their convo, we're with Dexter, and again, his lack of sleep is evident. Rita calls and asks Dexter to sing to Harrison, and this is one of the first moments in this season we see Dexter not put on a mask. We see that his fake attachment with Rita isn't so fake anymore, mainly due to Harrison. We then have the start of genuinely one of the most pointless side plots of all time. Angel and Maria's relationship. We see them making out and then presumably do the naughty. Back at the crime scene, Lundy, that old guy that Deborah slept with, the one that she thought of as a father figure, let me remind you, out of nowhere comes in. So Lundy talks with Dexter and asks him about the crime scene, almost like he's trying to verify a hunch or something. After that, Dexter researches places to make the kill room, and he finds an abandoned boxing ring. Benito Gomez was a boxer, by the way, so poetic justice in a way. Tonight's the night, and Dexter goes to the abandoned boxing ring and prepares the room where the magic happens. He then stalks his victim, but Big Daddy Morgan falls asleep, and a police officer has to wake him up. Benny leaves, and the kill is gone. It's ruined. Back home, Rita and Dexter have an extra freaky adult time. I'm talking toys included. After they tire themselves out, Harrison wakes them up, and Dexter has to put him to sleep. We get like a minute of him just bottle feeding Harrison, and he's dialoguing, just talking to a baby with basically no conscious count as dialogue. He just vents his killing desires onto Harrison. Here we get another moment of Dexter showing actual love and affection. He tells Harrison that even though he himself lost his innocence, he won't sacrifice Harrison's. This plays on the idea that's developed in this season and the next 4. Dexter feels conflicted because he doesn't want Harrison to turn out like him, but he knows that he isn't a good role model for him. He wants Harrison far away from the dark passenger's grasps. Next morning, Lundy tells Dexter he's retired from the FBI and he's researching a serial killer, Trinity. He's the only one with the suspicion that Trinity is running around at all. Lundy has a suspicion that he's running his 3-kill pattern all over again. We cut to an old man wailing no over and over again in what seems to be a public bathroom. He is again butt booty naked. Deborah would be fawning over this man. He's taking a boiling hot shower, which tells us that he's one tough cookie. Buddy, that's insanely bad for your hair and skin. To be fair, he is what looks like in so much pain, but still, why are you doing that?
Tonight's the night.
Again, and Dexter goes to Gomez's trailer house and tranks him. He takes him to the kill room and Dexter is so sleep deprived. You know, this is where most female gaze Dexter at it starts because he looks so good. He prepares to kill Gomez, but Rita calls and asks Dexter to get Harrison some meds for his ear. Dexter kills Gomez and takes apart his kill room and is going home, when suddenly Dexter dozes off for a second and crashes into the side of the road, and that's where the episode ends.
Number 51. Waiting to Exhale. After the cliffhanger of 201, where Dexter's literally Miami's new serial killer, we get a slightly intense episode here, while also developing Dexter's character. There's basically 3 different personas Dexter tries to play into in this episode. His persona in the PD, his persona to Rita, and his persona to himself. Obviously at the PD, he's saying as little as he can regarding the Bay Harbor Butcher. Lundy is actually introduced in this episode as this chill but grounded old guy who is scarily good at his investigations. Better than Dexter thought he would be. I've seen comments saying that Lundy should have been the one to bring Dexter down, and I don't disagree with that at all. Seeing Lundy become an actual villain in this show would have been sick. On to Dexter's life with Rita, Dexter is making up lie after lie after lie about where he is every night. And it's getting to a Breaking Bad level of why are you even trying anymore? Like, listen to this.
I was off the clock. It's this huge case. I'm working. It's it's taking me to places I never thought I'd go.
Rita also confronts Dexter about the shoe, so he admits that he did drug Paul. And Rita thinks he got these drugs because he's an addict, which Dexter just goes along with because
he's got something a hell of a lot worse to hide.
Now the most interesting part is Dexter's internal development. In 201, Dexter was off his game, leading to Little Chino getting away. This was obviously caused by his recent killing of Brian, which he just can't seem to get out of his head. Dexter going to Paul's funeral makes him realize that it's okay to let go of people, and here we get a really cool Ghost Brian that doesn't appear again until season 6, and is actually the precursor to Ghost Harry if you think about it. Dexter finally lets go of Brian and finally finds and murders Little Chino, which is pretty satisfying after everything that happened. I'm not a serial killer, trust me. Number 50. All in the Family. This is season 3's lowest rated episode on IMDb, and I cannot disagree more. It's the best episode up to this point in the season. In the previous episode, Dexter dealt with the PD getting off of Freebo's trail, but there's still someone focused on Freebo, who is, of course, Ramon. The reason why I like this episode so much more than 303 is because the ways in which Dexter gets Ramon off of Freebo's trail are so much more entertaining. Throughout the episode, Dexter basically, and I hate to use this term, rage baits Ramon. It starts when Dexter shows up to a bar that Ramon is getting drunk at, and he just doesn't stop talking. Ramon already very obviously doesn't like Dexter, so every time he talks, Ramon just gets angrier and angrier, and it's very entertaining. Next, Dexter makes multiple anonymous tips to Ramon which say that Freebo is in town, which gets Ramon to show up to the PD and basically make a fool of himself in front of everyone. Then the nail in the coffin is when Dexter goes to Miguel and says that he's ready to tell Ramon that Freebo's dead. When Miguel calls Ramon to meet up with him, the guy is screaming and drunk out of his mind. Miguel and Dexter show up to the bar Ramon is at, and he's now fed up with everyone, including Miguel. And Dexter's just the cherry on top. Once Miguel and Ramon start fighting, Dexter exits the bar and tells some random guy that Ramon is sexually assaulting some lady, which causes Ramon to get into a fight, making Dexter's plan come to fruition. I always like when Dexter has to get more complicated with his schemes, and they're satisfying to see come together. especially when it's not apparent what the scheme even is until after it's done. Over at the PD, we have Betsy Kettleman crying about her dead boyfriend, who she very clearly murdered. She's hyper fixated on how amazing her boyfriend is, and she cries basically every time the murder is mentioned. Deb tries to talk to her, but it turns into a mess every time, and Quinn has to step in, who calms her right down. I like Quinn getting characterized more, which adds to the secret of what kind of cop he is, but this does come at a cost, with more boring Anton and Yuki scenes. And even though Betsy is lying about everything, the way she describes her boyfriend actually helps Dexter with his proposal to Rita at the very end of the episode, which is of course an amazing scene that's hard not to get chills to. One of the better season 3 episodes for sure. Number 49. Talk to the Hand. Alright, let me get it out of the way so we can talk about how good the rest of this episode is first. Deb's therapist making Deb think that she's in love with Dexter is the stupidest pre-season 8 thing in the entire show. It even puts the Lewis subplot to shame. This therapist has been very helpful this whole season, and then she just randomly decides to convince Deb that she's in love with her fucking brother. You can't even blame Deb for somewhat believing this, because she's genuinely so lost in her life and is just listening to a trusted figure, but that dream she has where she makes out with Dexter might be bottom 5 scenes in this entire show. Anyways, Travis realizes that Angel coming to his house to try to catch him must mean that Wormwood has to take place at Miami Metro PD. While Travis has Angel tied to a bed, he tells Doomsday Adams' wife to take a lethal device to Miami Metro and make sure Deb is around while it goes off. Then Travis sets the room Angel is in on fire right before Quinn barges in, who is able to stop the fire and save Angel. Maybe the first genuinely good thing he's done all season. To continue the streak of Travis's failed missions, Beth goes into Miami Metro, and while walking into a room with Deb, she sets off her device. Dexter luckily realizes who she is literally as she's walking with Deb, so he's able to push her into an empty room, lock it, then pull a fire alarm to make sure nobody else is poisoned. And he kind of just watches Beth cough up blood and suffocate, which is honestly one of the crazier kills Dexter has in this show. Obviously, she was the one to set the device up, but the way Dexter locks her in a room and watches her die is just so despicable. He rarely even acts like this at all in this season, so this was a great kill in my opinion. Dexter is slightly affected by this, and the doctors tell him to go to the hospital, but in good old Dexter fashion, he says no, and he decides to go after Travis instead. He vandalizes a Christian monument and leaves hints for Travis, then sends Travis a video with his boat in the back, so Travis knows where to go. Later at night, Travis shows up at the boat, but Dexter starts feeling the side effects of the device, and Travis is able to win their fight, kidnap him, and tie him to a boat surrounded by fire in the middle of the ocean. While this doesn't end up hurting Dexter, he's still stranded at sea and is letting Travis get to Miami alone, which puts a lot of people's lives at risk. So it was still a pretty cool scene to watch. I also gotta mention Travis drawing Dexter's face onto Satan. So stupid, yet so funny. This is also the episode where Maria backstabs both Matthews and Deb. Please don't ask about us at Maria Defenders HQ, we've sadly shut down. Still a really great episode though. It is time for the interlude. There should be chapters in the description. I'll also put a timestamp on screen, a vague timestamp, of when this interlude is over. So always in my interludes, I do a mini ranking. In my Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul videos, I did ranking every season. So we're just going to keep that going. Ranking every Dexter season, not including New Blood or Original Sin or Resurrection. Resurrection comes out in like 2 weeks at the time of me recording this. So again, like I said earlier, if you guys want me to do a spin-offs video when like Resurrection and Original Sin end, I'll do that, and then I'll do an interlude in that video where I'll rank every single season. But for now, we're just doing the 8 seasons of Dexter. Coming in at number 8 as a surprise to, I don't know, like maybe there's like one person that will be surprised by this. It is Dexter Season 8. It is the only season of the show that I just genuinely don't like. Like, you know, obviously there's a few episodes that I think are alright in Season 8, but like overall, it's not a good season. Evelyn Vogel, terrible character. Oliver Saxon, awful villain. Just as a final season in general, it's just terrible. Bringing Hannah back, worst thing they could have done, you know, I guess besides fucking murdering Dev in the last episode. The writing just takes a complete dip in quality in the season, but it just doesn't make sense. I mean, Season 7 is so well written for the most part, and then Season 8 is, I don't know what fucking happened, but yeah, it is a sad excuse for a final season of Dexter. I even think New Blood did a much better job closing Dexter's story, but I'm going to give Season 8 a low 6, bordering a high 5 out of 10. I think you could tell that I don't like Season 8 by the fact that I literally have already talked about every single episode from Season 8. Number 7, again, pretty unsurprisingly, Season 6, but I need to stress this. The gap between Season 8 and Season 6 is huge. I know a lot of people just don't like Season 6. I personally think it's a great fucking season. Season 8 is not good. With Season 6, even though it's the second worst, it is still leagues better than Season 8. I would say Season 6 is closer in quality to the highest rated season than Season 8. That's how far away Season 8 is from everything else, in my opinion. The thing with season 6, I just don't think most of it is like necessary, if you know what I mean. Like, obviously this is in the very final scene, Dexter catches Deb and whatever, but like, if we're being honest, the least happens in season 6 out of every season. Even season 8, much more happens than season 6. Like, Travis, he's a cool villain. He's actually a really cool villain. I like him a lot, but he's not too threatening. You know, there's never really a point in time, I guess, besides when he's about to fucking throw Harrison off the roof of a skyscraper, that you're like, oh shit, I think Travis actually might defeat Dexter here. He's not on that Trinity level or Brian level. I still really like him though. I thought his the performance was good. The twist was good with Geller. The subplots in this season are not really interesting at all. Quinn being drunk the whole time, like, sucks. Look where this subplot sucks. Deb's is actually really good. Deb kind of carries the season in my opinion. I prefer Deb's shit to Dexter's, but then, you know, Angel, obviously the terrible Masuka subplot with Lewis. I didn't even mention the subplots in my season 8 segment. They're terrible subplots. But I've already talked about all of season 8 actually. But yeah, you know, besides just a few things, season 6 was not necessary. They could have probably condensed the important things in season 6 in like 2 episodes probably, and it would have, the end goal would have been the same, you know. But I still do think it was very well done for the most part. I'm gonna give season 6 a low 8 out of 10. Coming in at number 6. This might come as a shock to some people. I have season 5. I know a lot of people hold season 5 in a very high regard, like they would put in their top half of the ranking, and then a lot of people actually dislike season 5. And I've seen so many rankings that put, mostly on TikTok, on my group channel, The Odyssey, which I'll plug right here. Go subscribe to there. We do gaming videos, group channel videos, commentary videos. I want to actually do a tier list with my friend that did the Nebraska segment, where we go over terrible Dexter TikTok rankings, because there's just some awful shit on there. Okay, I have a few problems with season 5 for sure, but the two main ones are, one, I feel like Dexter kind of, you know, Rita literally just got fucking murdered by Trinity because of him. The episode after her funeral, he goes back to just killing people. And it's like, okay, like, I wouldn't want Dexter to just stop killing people, but if he's gonna continue to kill people, there should at least be something in like the middle of Rita dying and him continuing to kill people that makes sense, you know, him fighting the urge or something. But no, he's kind of just like, I need to kill. Like, it's a little stupid. And the other main problem I have is not Lumen specifically. I know I talked a little bit about how I think she's a little annoying in the beginning, but she does grow on me a lot towards the end. I don't like how Lumen and Dexter were a couple. I don't think they should have been a couple. And then the fact that she just fucking leaves at the end is just so stupid. Besides that, though, I mean, listen, like that second half of season 5, where just they're one by one killing all of Lumen's abusers. Jordan Chase, they're pretty much just like chasing after him, and then it's awesome. It's sick. And then Aster comes back. It's amazing. I love the second half of season 5. I would give season 5 a mid 8 out of 10. Moving on to number 5, we have season 3. Again, this is kind of a divisive season. I know a lot of people would probably be very surprised that I have this above season 5. And then a lot of people would be surprised that it's not in my top 4, because a lot of people only like the first half of the show, which is just bullshit. Again, as much as I hate the narrative that the first 4 seasons are the only good seasons, it's like, yeah, like season 3 is, for like how little really is going on in season 3, the fact that it's still better than like multiple seasons of the show does go to show the writing was definitely better in the first half of the show. Miguel, I'm sorry, Miguel is fucking incredible. He is such an amazing character. Jimmy Smits, so good in Miguel's role. I said this earlier, but if you don't like Miguel, you're not gonna like season 3. And I know there are people that don't like Miguel, but I feel like most people do, and that's why most people do really like season 3. Obviously, Dexter befriends Miguel, and then they have this whole relationship throughout the season, which ends in Miguel dying and whatever. But like, if we're comparing this to seasons 1 and 2, the shit that happened in those seasons, and even the season after, the season 4, there's like nothing happening in this season, but it is still so well done, episode to episode. And it is like the first season where you kind of get subplots that are not too interesting, you know, like Angel and his girlfriend, or Maria and Ellen Wolf, or I mean the Quinn stuff, like the actual Quinn stuff is pretty solid, but the things relating to Quinn, like Yuki and Anton, really boring. Skinner is a terrible villain, but it's kind of made up all by Miguel. Like, Miguel makes it all up because you don't even consider the Skinner the villain, really. At least I always considered Miguel the villain of the season, and the Skinner was just like the killer, because I guess there had to be a killer that season for some fucking reason. And I guess it gave Deb and Quinn something to do. Going into number 4, we have season 7. So this is another one that I don't really know the full consensus on. Oh wait, I forgot to score season 3. Strong. Oh no, that's Anthony Fantano's scoring. High 8 out of 10. High 8 out of 10. I just wish they focused a tiny bit less on Hannah. I wouldn't want them to get her out of the season. I just wish they would have spent more time on Isaac while he was still there. Because, you know, you spend like 2 episodes like solely focused on Hannah. And then Isaac gets out of jail. And then it's like 2 episodes like semi-focused on him. And then he fucking dies. So it's like... And he was such a sick villain, and I think it was, I don't want to say wasted potential, because he was still a fucking great character, but I feel like he could have been one of the best in the whole show, had he been in the season longer, or had they just given him more screen time. So I feel like it was a bit of missed opportunity, but he was still a super entertaining character. And yeah, this is the season where Deb finds out about Dexter, which is just crazy. I love like that kind of rehab thing that Deb has Dexter do until... You know, it ultimately doesn't work because that's just how Dexter is. With Deb, as you know, she's a fucking lieutenant of homicide. She can't exactly focus on Dexter 24/7, so it was never gonna work out. And then I also like Deb getting more and more involved in what Dexter has going on with Isaac, or just with covering him up, because, you know, Maria is looking into him. And that's another thing. Maria looking into him is fucking awesome. Finally giving Maria a good subplot for the first time in forever. It's a really exhilarating season. You know, obviously Deb finding out that Dexter's the Bay Harbor Butcher in of itself is just insane. Finding out he's a serial killer. That whole shit was crazy. Super, like, fun season. Felt like a return to form a little bit. Not to say season 6 wasn't great, but it definitely was not close to the levels of the top 3 seasons, you know? So, felt like a bit of a return to form, which sadly was completely thrown out of the fucking window in the next season, but that's besides the point. Yeah, I'm gonna go with a low 9 on season 7. Now we have the top 3. We probably predicted that this would be the top 3. You guys already know what 3 seasons these are, but maybe not the placements. So number 3, I'm gonna have season 2. I know a lot of people will consider this the best, and a lot of people consider this top 3 all the best. I personally would put it at the bottom of the top 3. I don't even have like a reason specifically for that. I would just say probably because, you know, maybe there's just like some slower episodes here and there, but that's it, bro. I don't know. I used to have a very big problem with Lila, who has grown on me a lot on my rewatch. I really enjoy her purpose now, even though, you know, she is a bit annoying sometimes. I mean, bro, like Dexter having a fucking manhunt on him, it's just crazy. That whole concept is incredible. Him being the killer of the season is amazing. But again, there's not much really to complain. You have Lundy, who's such a great character. Doakes finding out about Dexter is like the best fucking thing in the world too. I mean, Doakes is easily one of the show's best characters, and him having a standoff with Dexter is incredible. Lila's manipulation of Dexter is amazing. It all happening at once. The manhunt, Doakes, Lila, is just incredible. Again, I actually do kind of agree. It would have been better as a final season because, one, this is the season. If there were something to happen to Dexter in the show, it would have been this season. He does make it out by a lot of luck, but still. Yeah, obviously Doakes catching Dexter. That's right, motherfucker, it's over. Yeah, it's so good. It's just a crazy season. So much shit. This is probably the most eventful season. So fun to watch all the way through. Again, gonna go a low 9 with season 2. Alright, now this top 2, let me preface this by saying I literally have both of these seasons on the same exact level. I don't actually think that one of these seasons are better than the other. It's just down to personal preference. The season I have at number 1 versus the season I have at number 2. But just so you know, I don't think the number 2 spot is actually any worse than the number 1 spot. I just slightly prefer the number 1 spot. But number 2, I'm going to have season 4. I know. It's like the Dexter season. You know, people are going to be, how is that not number 1? It very well could be number 1. All right, there's no argument to be made on why it's it couldn't be the best season. I mean, first of all, Trinity is, I mean, dude, that guy, he's up there with the Gus Frings. You know what I mean? He's up there with the Gus Frings for TV villains, and not even just TV. I think he's probably the scariest TV villain I've ever seen. Definitely scarier than anyone in Breaking Bad. Even though, like, Gus can be fucking scary, bro, but, like, Trinity's on a whole other level. Again, I haven't really talked too much about season 4, so I don't want to spoil my thoughts too much, but I mean, those last 4 episodes, bro, crazy. That's the best run this show has. Hungry Man, Lost Boys, Hello Dexter Morgan, and The Getaway, like, how are you beating that? Most shows can't have a 4-episode run like that. I can't even think of Breaking Bad definitely has a few. I can't think of like Better Call Saul having a 4-episode run like that. And then even then, Lundy's death is insane. I think Lundy is actually, this season made him one of my favorite characters for sure. And how it affected Deb, just incredible. It's one of the greatest seasons of television I think I've ever seen. I'm going a mid-9 with Dexter season 4. And number 1, if you have process of elimination, season 1 is going to be my number 1. I don't know what there is to say. Again, I haven't really talked too much about season 1. If I had to complain about season 4 at all, it would be, I guess, the Maria and Angel subplot. I just don't care about at all. 1 or 2 episodes, like that whole thing with the neighborhood watch. Yeah, I don't care about that at all. Season 1, there's nothing really to complain about. I don't know. I think I have a thing for season 1s. You know, in my Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul videos, I rank the season 1s pretty high. Not, you know, this high, but probably higher than a lot of others would. I don't know. I think season 1s are incredible most of the time, and bro, like, when you have a season 1 like this, it's just crazy. I'm just saying, this season set up Dexter to be like debatably the greatest TV show of all time. You know, it didn't exactly stick to that. I feel like if this was like one of the weaker seasons of Dexter, then 100% this could have been the best TV show of all time. But the whole, you know, Angel, Masuka, Deb, LaGuardia, everybody, you get introduced to everyone. Doakes, oh, Doakes is so great in this season. I mean, the main highlight of the season is obviously Dexter and Brian, but Dexter mostly because you get to know him, you get to understand his backstory. It's phenomenal. I've probably taken way too long on this interlude, but again, I'm gonna go mid-9 with Dexter season 1 because, like I said, I have seasons 1 and 4 at the exact same level. I just slightly prefer season 1 personally. I guess it wasn't too unpredictable, but I'm sure there was something. Number 48, If I Had a Hammer. The first episode where Dexter really starts to get to know Trinity. Dexter goes to a mass that Trinity is at and introduces himself as Kyle Butler. Arthur seems as innocent as can be and invites Dexter to help him build a house for homeless people. Dexter takes him up on this offer and he gets to see more of Arthur's family here. Specifically his son Jonah, who seems as happy as one could be with their family. On first viewing, you definitely get weird vibes from everything in Arthur's life, but on rewatch, when you know the whole thing is a facade, it's just insane to think about how his life and his family life are the complete opposite of what's shown to the public, and I think that just adds to how scary Trinity really is. Dear Trinity's mom.
You gave birth to a master manipulator.
Anyways, when Dexter is working the crime scene where Trinity bludgeoned a man to death, he tried cleaning up ashes that Trinity left behind, but Vince catches him and takes the ashes for testing. He comes back a few days later and says these belong to a woman, which helps Dexter connect them to Arthur's sister. Once Dexter is able to get into Trinity's house, he purposefully makes sure that Arthur sees him holding and looking at the ashes, which prompts him to choke and almost suffocate Dexter right before stopping himself. We of course have already seen some of Trinity's real horrors, but this is the first time that he can't even show his poker face while playing the nice guy character, which proves how much these ashes really mean to him. If Dexter had been some other guy that knew nothing about Trinity, then that guy probably would have stopped talking to him or would have called the police. He pretty much sacrificed his whole persona for those ashes. It shows how broken he really is. Although I have to say that the Deb subplot is even better in this episode. Deb is convinced that Nikki Wald shot her and Lundy, and she tells Quinn that she wants to testify as a witness. This is until Deb visits Nikki herself and scares the absolute shit out of her. But when she doesn't admit to it, then Deb knows she fucked up. This scene is genuinely insane. Deb is so fucked up about Lundy to the point where she's choking and threatening a lady behind bars just to get answers. Something that Deb would have never normally done. After this, Deb changes her mind about being a witness, and even tells Quinn that she thinks the killer Lundy was going after was the one that actually shot them. But Quinn, of course, doesn't believe her. You know, for Quinn being such a high-ranked detective, he isn't really the smartest guy in the world. There's also a subplot of Rita and Dexter going to therapy. There isn't really too much to mention here. At the beginning of the episode, it looked like their relationship was about to end, and by the end of the episode, they seem happy. So, I think that's a good enough summary. Just a really great season 4 episode in general, as is every episode of this season. Number 47. Si si puede. Definitely one of the more entertaining season 3 episodes. This episode picks up after Miguel learns that Dexter kills more people than just Freebo. But he's really interested in this and wants to help Dexter kill people. Dexter really doesn't want to get anyone else involved in his murder rituals, so he tries scaring Miguel off by giving a terrible plan to capture and kill someone. But Miguel is insistent and agrees to Dexter's plan. A great way this is shown is by the shirts that Dexter and Miguel are wearing in this scene. Usually Dexter would be on the dark side, but this time it's actually Miguel, who is insisting on murder while Dexter is trying to stray away from it. At least in this case. Then the scheme takes place, which is super entertaining and easily my favorite part of the episode. Miguel coordinates a meeting with a neo-Nazi prisoner who looks exactly like that one neo-Nazi from Breaking Bad, and acts like him too, and gives him a key setting him free, and tells him to run out in the parking lot to Dexter, who Miguel refers to as a neo-Nazi, which gives us this funny-ass scene.
Welcome home, Heil Hitler.
I thankfully don't know any neo-Nazis in real life, at least to my understanding. So I'd love to imagine that they just praise the Austrian painter like their life depends on it. Obviously, besides the fact that it's hateful and abhorrent, if some of them act like this, then that's honestly really funny. But basically, as soon as this guy gets out, the police are already onto him. So he hides with Dexter, who injects him with tranquilizer, and talks to conscious Harry before leaving with Miguel. I'm actually yet to talk about the Harry scenes for season 3 at least, and they suck ass. Thankfully, in the later seasons, Harry is kind of just there. But since this was the first season where he's basically a ghost, I guess they had to make sure to differentiate between actual scenes and scenes inside Dexter's head, so they put this awful blurry filter and terrible voice effect on them, which makes them super hard to watch. Harry is also insufferable like he always is. To shortly mention a couple other subplots, Camilla is dying from lung cancer and in the hospital, which is super sad to see. She was always one of the more down-to-earth people in this show, and she really didn't deserve to go like this, but thankfully Dexter is taking good care of her and doing anything he can to secure her the best key lime pie in Miami. And besides Dexter, I do really like Deb's plot as well. At the beginning of the episode, Dexter gets Deb to think that Ramon might be the Skinner. And I don't know if he genuinely believed this or just wanted Ramon to get arrested, but nevertheless, Deb pursues this and quietly gets permission from Angel to investigate him. Deb tails Ramon for a few days until witnessing him kidnap a guy and bring him to some building. So she follows and calls Quinn for backup. Ramon proceeds to threaten and literally torture this guy, but ends up cutting him loose, which proves his innocence on the Skinner part at least. But he's still arrested for like 4 crimes. This plot wasn't focused on too much, but I still thought it was really entertaining, and I always loved the Deb and Quinn scenes. This definitely has more action than most season 3 episodes, which is probably why it's one of my favorites from this season. Number 46. Remains to be seen. While nothing too important is happening in this episode, there's really no episode of Dexter Season 4 that isn't super entertaining. Dexter just got into his car crash and is immediately sent to the hospital. And the only problem that Dexter has with this is that the remains of Benny Gomez are in the back of his car. Once Dexter gets to the hospital, he confirms to the doctor that Barack Obama is president. And Dexter saying the words
Barack Obama
is really funny to me for no reason. Oh, and for the 0 people who asked, here's who each Dexter character would have voted for in the last election. So, do with that what you will. Dexter then lies to Rita to get out of the hospital and spends the rest of the episode looking everywhere he can for Benny Gomez. You can just tell by the first few episodes how good this season is really going to be. Dexter dealing with a murder like this and spending this much time on it is something we haven't really seen since season 1, which makes this and 401 feel more like a sitcom than the deep drama that Dexter is. Obviously, there's still things happening that matter to the plot and end up mattering later on, but for now it just feels like a really entertaining show about a killer without any complicated story. Which I feel like season 3 was going for at certain points, but didn't really hit the same marks as they were able to with these episodes. Anyways, Dexter checks his car, but only finds his kill tools, which worries him even more about where the body parts could possibly be. He spends the rest of the episode trying his hardest to get out of work in his house just to find Benny. But Maria forces everyone to work more hours on the new murders, so Dexter doesn't have much of a choice. Oh, and since I didn't cover 401, I didn't get to mention the fact that the goat Lundy has returned. And he's as likable as ever. He starts talking to Deb again to try and get info on the Trinity murders, but Deb takes it as him trying to hit on her again. Especially when he invites her over for dinner, which she agrees to. Later she shows up at his apartment and tries to confront him about coming back to Miami just to be with her. But he reveals that he's been searching for the Trinity Killer all around the world and believes he's in Miami, which is why he's there. Deb gets super embarrassed and leaves immediately, which shows that she's really the one who still has feelings for Lundy. And you can already tell that this isn't gonna end well. Back to Dexter, he accidentally watches Quinn steal some money from a crime scene, which he does not care about at all, but Quinn clearly does, because all of a sudden he's apologizing to Dexter for yelling at him about his court performance and asking to talk with him, but Dexter just leaves every time to search for Benny. He goes to where the crash actually happened and finds nothing. Then to the pharmacy where he also finds nothing. After this, he goes to the boxing ring where he actually killed Benny, but still nothing. Later on, he goes back to the ring and notices a drop of blood, which he already cleaned up before, making him realize that Benny was in the punching bag connected to the ceiling. finally revealing the secret of the episode. Again, it's not too important, but it's super entertaining. Then we have the obvious highlight of the episode. Maria and Angel. They, are dating, and Masuka's starting to notice. Oh yeah, there's Trinity too. He isn't doing much yet, but I like how the writers kind of ease him into the season, showing more and more of him each episode. And I say that to also say that him being this creepy already while being in like 3 scenes is a sign for how bad he'll be when he finally becomes the villain of this season. Great episode overall. Number 45. Crocodile. The second episode of the entire show is debatably even creepier than the first. We see another kill done by the mysterious ice truck killer, which was found by Deb, and he cut a prostitute's fingers up into little pieces and froze them into a piece of ice. As creepy as this is, I honestly think Dexter is even creepier than the killer in this episode. Crocodile literally starts with Dexter watching people in the lake, and it's probably the most sociopathic you'll ever see him talk in this entire show. Even more minor things later on, like Dexter singing to Cody at night, is super creepy, especially with the way the show is shot and everything, and none of the other seasons even come close to capturing the vibe of this. Speaking of the cinematography, it's also something the later seasons don't exactly capture, since this feels like it's actually made with passion, while the last few seasons kinda just feel corporate. Story-wise, Deb is moving up in the ranks of Miami Metro, finally being promoted to homicide, with LaGuardia somehow agreeing on it with Matthews. Maria has an insane vendetta against Deb that never really ends, and I feel like that makes her death even more tragic. Also, can I just mention how Maria and Angel will have complete conversations in Spanish, and the captions are just, you know, also in Spanish, so I'm just supposed to sit here and assume what they're saying to each other. Thank you, Netflix, as always. Deb also has a new boyfriend that goes on a double date with her, Dexter, and Rita, and they casually just make out right in front of the other two. I get that the scene shows that Deb isn't exactly great at picking the right guys to be with, but it's really awkward to watch. It definitely could have been toned down a bit. Before the date, Dexter is actually the one to suggest it, and Deb asks him what goes on in his head to think of going on a double date with his sister. And I'm not going to say much more than that. Dexter continues on with his murder spree in this episode, another thing very absent from the last season, and also continues with the cat and mouse chase with Rudy, which is probably the best one in the entire show. I know a lot of people would say it was with Trinity, but we know exactly who Trinity is from episode 1. With this season, it takes us a while before Rudy is even introduced, and the chase just gets better and better as the season goes on, with more being revealed. Number 44. Circle of Friends.
Can I have permission to run Masuka's prints as an ice truck killer?
No need for that. I'll give you some warm DNA right now.
Oh God, you're gross. I didn't hear that.
The ice truck killer has finally been caught, and he's some McLovin-looking ass guy named Matthew Perry. Dexter does not think this guy is actually the killer, until basically all of the evidence connects right back to him, and he's literally caught burying dead bodies and holding sex workers hostage. While this is all happening, Dexter simultaneously finds out that a kid he saved a few episodes ago is now back to killing. So he tries to put him on his table until Doakes shows up out of nowhere and arrests the kid himself. Once he's arrested, Dexter tells the kid to only kill bad people, and he ends up killing himself at the end of the episode. Dexter's really the only show where they'll make me feel bad for a cold-blooded murderer killing himself, not gonna lie. The final scene of the episode is probably the best one, where Dexter goes to talk to the ice truck killer and ask him some questions. And before doing any of that, Matthew Perry says,
"Fuck are you?"
The smirk Dexter gives at the end makes this one of the best cliffhangers in the entire show. And it's a shame to see where this show ends up going with some of the worst cliffhangers I've ever seen in Season 8 compared to this. Speaking on Perry though, as annoying as this guy is, you gotta give him credit, because the way he framed himself as the ice truck killer was pretty fucking brilliant. Literally all of the evidence pointed back to him. Yet again though, I think the writers did an incredible job in Season 1 of balancing the quality of subplots, since I think Rita's is on par with Dexter's. Paul is officially back, and seeing how Rita reacts to this is honestly super sad. You can tell how uncomfortable she feels with him being around. This guy is as much of a douchebag as you would expect him to be, especially when he says he feels sorry that Rita had to raise their kids all alone. I don't know, maybe you shouldn't have beaten her if you were really sorry. Rita goes to Paul's apartment later on and forces him to sign divorce papers like the badass she is, and he actually does sign them. Obviously he thinks he has tricks up his sleeve though. Dexter also interacts with Paul when Rita isn't home, and it's probably one of his most badass moments, not including his killer life. Paul does a lame-ass fake-out punch to Dexter, and the guy barely even flinches. Insane aura. Deb doesn't do much in this episode besides catch Perry, but she does basically start her relationship with Rudy, so that's at least worth a mention. Amazing episode, though. Number 43. Circle Us. One of the first Season 5 episodes that genuinely feels like a Dexter episode. We're finally introduced to this season's main villain, Jordan Chase. There's technically like 5 of them in this season, but Jordan Chase is the one that everyone remembers. He's definitely nothing compared to Trinity, but he's much better than the tree skinner. Not that that's saying anything, but I digress. I know some people aren't a fan of him and aren't a fan of Season 5 in general, but I really like Jordan Chase. He's like Trinity in that he hides in plain sight, but it's taken to a whole nother level, since he's literally a celebrity. He also has my favorite catchphrase out of all the Dexter villains.
Tick, tick, tick. That's the sound of your life running out.
Once Jordan Chase's shit is found in a car that crashes and the corpses of 5 women fall out, he goes to the police station with Cole Harmon to clear up any confusion. At first it seems like Cole is the real villain, but it becomes clear later on that they both had a lot to do with the Barrel Girls. I do really like the scene of Jordan Chase coming into the PD, especially when Masuka fanboys over him. Dexter gets pictures of Jordan Chase and Cole to show Lumen, and she recognizes Cole but not Jordan.
No, I mean, that guy's clearly a freak, but I don't know him.
No, not the bald guy, the guy beside him.
Dexter then plants evidence of Boyd Fowler on the car so the police focus on him instead of Cole, which makes him free for Dexter and Lumen to kill him. This works and they end up breaking into his house and steal a picture that reveals who Lumen's other abusers were. While Dexter's not killing anyone yet, this still just feels like Dexter. The creepiness and the playing with evidence, it's all there. Lumen is also thankfully not as annoying here. I still wouldn't go as far as likable, but she's not pissing me off anymore. Then there's the Miami Metro subplot, which I would say is probably even better than Dexter's. They do a follow-up sting investigation to the previous one from last episode, this time with a new CI that Angel picked up from the last sting. Her job is to get the killers outside of the club so Angel and Deb can arrest them. The CI gets in the club and realizes that the killers are already there. She goes to the VIP section where the killers are to talk to them. And then Deb's cop lady friend is called by one of the killers to go there as well. Deb, Quinn, and Angel all tell her to stay where she is, but of course Maria pushes her to go up there. Basically, as soon as she gets there, the killer realizes that she has a wire and pulls out his gun, fatally shooting the CI and almost the cop as well. Deb gets to where the killer is and she's finally given another opportunity to shoot him dead, which she thankfully takes in this awesome scene. I just really enjoy watching police investigations like this, and Deb's kill is super cool as well. After this, Matthews gets mad at Maria, but she tries to pretend like the whole disaster wasn't completely her fault. It's moments like these where Maria defenders like me just sit in the corner. Very well balanced and entertaining episode. Number 42. Slack Tide. One of the lower rated season 4 episodes on IMDb, but I honestly thought it was amazing. In this episode, Dexter is given multiple chances to murder Trinity, but he chooses to go against what Harry tells him to and learns from Trinity instead. This is the overarching theme of this season in general. Dexter being under the impression that he doesn't need Harry's code and that he can be his own person. Not to say that this is Dexter's fault at all, Harry is the one who trained him to live like this, but Dexter doesn't realize that until it's already over. While I wouldn't say this is the episode to put it on display the most, it's definitely up there. Harry continuously tells Dexter throughout the episode that he needs to focus on killing Trinity, even while right next to the guy. But Dexter says no. I mean, there's literally a scene where Dexter has an axe and is 2 feet away from the guy in the middle of nowhere. If that's not the perfect place to kill him, then I don't know where is. But Dexter still thinks he can learn from Trinity. He wants to understand him as much as he can so he can savor the kill when it finally happens. What's so special about this theme and this season, in my opinion, is that at least for me, I didn't really understand how important this decision was until rewatching it for this video. It directly contributes to the death of Rita and Harrison being born in blood. Dexter instead makes a grave mistake and decides to go after a weirdo photographer who, while definitely a creepy ass guy, ends up being innocent in the end. I'll be honest, I'm glad Dexter did kill this guy because he's as creepy and insufferable as they get. And I'm sure the writers did this on purpose, so we wouldn't dislike Dexter for what he did. But the scene at the very end where Dexter walked into the PD and realizes that he just put an innocent man on his kill table is so amazing. The show always does small twists like these so well, and Dexter's reaction is incredible. Props to Michael Hall as always. Another great scene I want to mention is earlier in the episode where Dexter's trying to catch the photographer at a club while Quinn is watching his every move. Dexter directs a woman to approach Quinn, making him sound like some super famous guy, which is really funny. What's also really funny is when Quinn starts talking to the girl, and literally like 5 seconds later, he notices that Dexter is gone and just gets pissed immediately. Shit like this is what makes Dexter such an entertaining character in general. There's not much to say with the other plots here, besides Deb slightly starting an investigation into Trinity. The Dexter scenes here carry hard. Incredible character development throughout this episode. Number 41. Popping Cherry. I always got confused with episodes 2 and 3 of this show, since the one that's called Crocodile doesn't have crocodile in it, and the one with the crocodile in it is called Popping Cherry. Obviously the crocodile episode is referring more to crocodile tears, but you get what I'm trying to say, it's very confusing. In this episode we get more background on Dexter's first kill as a teenager, when Harry was on his deathbed and basically ordered Dexter to kill his nurse, who had been giving him dangerous amounts of medicine. I would take points off because of the absolutely awful attempt of making Dexter look like a teenager. They literally just put a wig on Michael C. Hall and said, yep, that's teenage Dexter. But it is admittedly really funny, so I'll let it slide. I just don't understand how they were able to get a separate actor for Dexter in his younger teens. But when Dexter is in his late teens, the best they can do is just put a wig on adult Dexter and call it a day. Besides that though, these flashbacks are honestly super cool, and it's great to see Dexter wasn't always the perfect killer he is now, and he had to learn a bit. Dexter is also a great partner in this episode, something you only see in like season 1 really. He kinda defends Rita when her car gets stolen, then drives her kids to and from school while also getting Rita a new temporary car at the end. This actually brings one of my favorite Dexter quotes.
Will this Benny Fairy come if I cry?
If I had a heart, it might be breaking right now.
And I do just want to add that Julie Benz is an incredible actress. Rita becomes a lot more comfortable in the next few seasons, but here she's still super insecure, since she was just with Paul and doesn't know how to defend herself at all, really. And Julie Benz portrays that mindset super well here. Over at Miami Metro, Deb is finally a detective, and she's putting the puzzle pieces together on the ice truck killer case by using her, friends that work on the street to give her some information. When she finds out the kind of vehicle the killer drives, she of course goes to Matthews instead of LaGuardia, which makes Matthews basically scold her for not being as good as Harry. Matthews is one of those characters, like LaGuardia, whose likability basically just depends on the season. Here he's more neutral.
Damn, Switzerland.
While he is pretty unreasonably mean to Deb, he also sees that she has a point, so he talks to his favorite coworker Maria to try to balance the whole situation out. The one last thing I do want to mention about this episode is probably the best part. Doakes' subplot. Doakes is set on getting Guerrero and literally shows up to his daughter's confirmation and tells her that his dad is a murderer, which is honestly my favorite scene in this episode. Doakes does not give a fuck when it comes to killers, and that's why I love his character so much. But Doakes also clearly doesn't care much when it comes to cops, since he was having an affair with a woman whose husband and brother both were. Doakes is now seeing the karma of having that affair in full effect, since Kara's brother and his friends are now framing Doakes to try to make it look like he's fucking with Guerrero even more than he already is. And I thought Doakes was dead when this happened on my first viewing. Thankfully he stayed a bit longer, but this is a great subplot to show that Doakes isn't a perfect cop in the slightest, and still has flaws. Amazing episode. Number 40. See-Through. This is a key episode for character development. Lila was introduced a few episodes ago, but here's where she really starts to shine. And Lila's moments of shine are her being annoying as shit. She's such a stark contrast compared to the vibe of the rest of the show. This episode is mainly about Dexter's inner monster, described word for word by his piece of shit father, Harry, who makes Dexter feel like he's not human in the flashbacks we get. Harry being aware that Dexter saw his mother be murdered too young, yet still deciding to say terrible shit like this to him when he's a little kid, is just awful. And it shows in his current self when Dexter tries to block Lila out of his life because he thinks there's nothing she can possibly do to help his inner monster. This continues until Dexter shows Lila the corpses of people he's murdered, and instead of being freaked out by it, she's actually amazed and praises the Bay Harbor Butcher. This is the main reason why Dexter pursues a relationship with Lila, especially considering that Rita is insulting the Butcher in basically every scene she's in. Dexter and Lila's relationship pissed me off on my first viewing because Dexter just casually letting go of Rita felt stupid to me. But considering where Dexter was mentally at this point in the show, it makes perfect sense why he would do this. We have some subplots of course, but most of them are just there to be there and develop characters a bit. Lundy tells Deb to get out more, so she takes his advice and has violent sex with this guy she met at the gym, showing she still feels very powerless and scarred from what she went through. Doakes deals with some guy from Special Ops that killed his own wife, which gives us some more background on Doakes' wife as well. This is a pretty depressing scene where both Doakes and Barnes talk about how their relationships ended due to their PTSD. But Doakes is forced to kill Barnes at the end, which is pretty sad to see. It's obvious Doakes didn't want to, and this further adds to his complexion as a character. Angel has a small subplot where the widow of a seemingly innocent victim of Dexter won't cooperate with him, until he uses reverse psychology to get her to admit that he had hidden guns. Solid subplot that basically just furthers Angel's skill as a cop. And finally the Maria subplot, which is probably the best of this episode. The lieutenant is still freaking out about her fiancé Ty Dolla $ign, who she thinks cheated, and she makes a scene in front of everyone at the PD, which prompts Matthews to give Maria her spot back. It of course wouldn't be a Matthews scene without some kind of racism or sexism, so it's pretty hard to root for Matthews. But it's also pretty hard to root for LaGuardia when 5 minutes later it's revealed that she was the woman sleeping with Ty Dolla $ign, which is such a crazy scene. Phenomenal episode for character development though. Number 39. This is the way the world ends. This is by far the highest rated episode of season 6 by the fans, being 0.7 stars above the second highest rated episode from this season. And if we're being real, it's because of the last 30 seconds. Not to say that this episode isn't great on its own, but the rest of this episode isn't that much better than the other episodes in season 6. Hell, this isn't even my highest rated from this season. After Travis leaves Dexter to die in the ocean, Dex is able to make it onto a boat with a bunch of Spanish immigrants. One guy tries to rob everyone, but Dexter is able to kill him and make it back to Miami safely. One thing I do like about post-season 4 Dexter is that he just casually kills more people. like in My Bad when he beat that guy to death in the bathroom, or in Nebraska when he just stabs a guy with a pitchfork, and this too. Travis eventually leaves the house he's been at, and the police arrive and almost find the Dexter Satan painting, but Dexter is able to quickly cover it up. The police and Dexter realize that Travis is still trying to end the world, and that he's going to be on top of a skyscraper during the solar eclipse to finish his cycle. Dexter has Harrison's Noah's Ark pageant right before the solar eclipse, but he still plans to find and kill Travis since he's narrowed down which building he'll be on. The only thing is, after the pageant, Travis secretly kidnaps Harrison and brings him to the skyscraper, planning to sacrifice Harrison for the greater good of what Travis is convinced is God's plan. I'm going to take this time to say that Travis is one of the better villains in the entire show, and easily the most underrated. Season 6 is definitely not one of the better seasons, but I still believe that it's great, and Travis is the sole reason for that. Obviously, besides Brother Sam, but you know, he's not in like half the season, so. While the other villains in the show were fucked up because of trauma or upbringing, Travis is just mentally unstable and always has been. As soon as you find out that Travis has been imagining Geller this whole time, a whole different perspective is put onto his character, and it's shown even further in the following episodes when he'll start randomly talking to the air or dead bodies. He reminds me a bit of Todd from Breaking Bad. None of his kills seem malicious in intent. He does it all for what he thinks is God's plan, and that makes him one of the more interesting villains in my opinion. I'm obviously not saying that Todd does the shit for religious reasons, but he doesn't exactly seem like he enjoys it. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, Travis brings Harrison to the top of the skyscraper and is literally about to throw him off, but Dexter gets there in time and begs for Harrison's life. Travis says he'll let him go if Dexter submits himself and injects himself with the tranquilizer, so Dexter agrees. Harrison is put in the elevator, and it seems like Dexter really did sacrifice himself. But Dexter is too smart to use a tranquilizer that affects himself, so he gets back up and knocks Travis out. This is easily one of the best Season 6 scenes, and one of the only times where it genuinely feels like something is on the line. Later on in the day, Dexter goes to the church to finish Travis off once and for all, but Deb comes to talk to Dexter and knows he's there since she told her to do some blood work, and she may or may not have seen Dexter in the very middle of one of his kill rituals. Ending his season on this is brutal. I wasn't there when this episode came out, but I did take a few weeks off of this show on my first viewing between Season 6 and 7, and even that was pretty brutal. Such a great cliffhanger, and I would say this is probably Season 6's best scene overall. Now, this would be Season 6's best episode if the whole Deb being in love with Dexter thing wasn't continued and made even worse. Deb goes back to her therapist, and she really wants to tell Dexter that she loves him, and of course the therapist just goes along with it. The way the script is written in this scene is just so gross, honestly. Thankfully, the show has Deb find out about Dexter right after this, because I can't imagine Deb genuinely falling in love with him. This episode definitely feels like more of a Dexter season finale than Season 5's. An amazing end to a great season. Number 38. The Dark Defender. I'm always going to love any episode that focuses on the backstory of Dexter's mom and Harry. This episode reveals that Harry wasn't a random respondent to the crime scene where Laura Moser was killed, and that Laura was actually his informant. Dexter learns this by finding old tapes of Harry and Laura talking about a drug bust, which fuels Dexter's anger, which he tells Lila about. Lila, being the master manipulator she is, Lila's mom,
You gave birth to a master manipulator.
Basically tells Dexter to go and confront the one free killer of his mother. I don't really know if Lila knew this was fueling Dexter's addiction more, but there's still clearly a larger intent here than just wanting to help the guy. This is actually the first time we really get to see how terrible Lila is, when she tells Dexter how she literally burned her ex's house to the ground. Interesting foreshadowing. Thankfully, Dexter kind of realizes this, so he pretty much goes back to Rita for a single scene at the end, which is satisfying until you realize it just gets much worse next episode. You actually can't be too mad at Dexter being with Lila here, though, since Rita's mom actually does tell Dexter to stay away from the family after she finds out about his addiction. As annoying as this character is, this is the one thing she was hauntingly right about, and Rita should have listened to her. A cool contrast that I noticed between Lila and Rita on my rewatch is their hair. Rita has this light-colored, inviting blonde hair, while Lila's hair is the complete opposite, basically showing us which side is good and which side isn't, if it wasn't already glaringly obvious. Oh yeah, and I haven't even mentioned Dexter's confrontation yet. Dexter and Lila drive out to where one of Laura's killers owns a bar to confront him. Before we get to that, I want to mention some phenomenal cinematography in the scene of Dexter and Lila driving. Dexter's face is green the whole time while talking to Lila, but a hint of red flashes on Dexter's mouth the second he lies. Sorry if I'm overanalyzing this face color symbolism stuff, but it's super well done if you pay attention to it. Anyways, Dexter basically jumps the killer, and it's one of the few instances where Dexter's emotion really shows. This guy is more than angry, and it's super sad. Michael Hall's acting is amazing. He portrays the pain Dexter's gone through his whole life to such great levels. Dexter sadly doesn't kill this piece of shit here, but I think the beating is satisfying enough. I really don't care much for the subplots in this episode, but I'll mention them quickly. Dexter starts to see himself as a superhero instead of a cold-blooded murderer when he realizes that someone based a superhero called the Dark Defender off of him. The Dark Defender's villain looks a lot like Doakes, which is a really great touch, and it kind of foreshadows what's going to be happening in the next few episodes. I know that really wasn't a subplot, but it felt necessary to mention at least. Speaking of Doakes, Maria is worried that he'll do some stupid shit because he just killed a man, but he reassures her that he's fine. Which is pretty sad when you think about how overfixated Doakes becomes on Dexter, which makes him look like he's not fine when he really was. Deb is still letting her PTSD get the best of her, and she dumps her boyfriend who she thinks wrote a book about her. But Lundy tells her that he's a children's writer, which makes Deb feel like a dumbass. The scenes with Deb and Lundy are also great here, like the one where Lundy stops and eats his lunch at 1 o'clock. Lundy is such a great character, and his bond with Deb is as well. Number 37. Do you see what I see? A crucial episode where both of Dexter's main season 7 plotlines go to shit. And they're both equally as good. I know a lot of people complain that Dexter doesn't receive any consequences and they try to blame it on Deb shooting LaGuardia, but this whole fucking season sets up an 8th season where Dexter actually faces consequences so well. I'll talk about this more later, but in this episode he has to give up killing the man who murdered his mother, run away from the captain of Miami Metro PD who thinks he's the Bay Harbor Butcher, and confess to authorities that the love of his life is a criminal. To start with the LaGuardia stuff, it's been here all throughout season 7, but this is where it really gets good. Maria is convinced that Dexter's the Bay Harbor Butcher, but she sounds fucking crazy to Tom Matthews. So he has a talk with Dexter where he tells him LaGuardia's theory. So Dexter makes up some bullshit on the spot about Doakes having a boat. Dexter of course plants a boat key and evidence that has Doakes' fingerprints on it, proving to Matthews that Doakes had one. But Maria is still in denial since Dexter could have easily planted those prints, and she tries to convey this to Tom, but now she looks even crazier than she already did. Man, this sounds familiar.
Type of statement that Sergeant Doakes is on administrative leave pending an internal affairs investigation.
Quick spoiler warning for Better Call Saul. This is the same thing that Jimmy does to Chuck and Howard in that show. And it makes me realize how similar Dexter and Jimmy really are. They're both insane at their craft, but don't exactly do things in a very legal way. And while Jimmy doesn't live by a code, if he did have one, I think the first rule would be the exact same. If only Dexter could have gotten an ending like Jimmy. Please, Resurrection, I'm fucking begging you. Anyways, earlier in the episode, Dexter finds out that Hector Estrada has been let out on parole, so he plans to kill him. While Dexter isn't exactly killing people as much as he used to, that's because he doesn't need to anymore. He still wants to, like when the person who made him the way he is let free, but he really doesn't have to. He's able to get a hold of Hector and gets him on his table in a shipping container, but Hector accidentally reveals to Dexter that the person pushing for his parole was Maria LaGuardia, and Dexter instantly panics and we get a really great chase scene. I completely forgot about this plot twist, and it's honestly such a great one. If Dexter wasn't careful enough, this could have been the end right here. Although that would have been really lame, let's be honest. Well, not as lame as Dexter killing Deb, riding his boat into a hurricane, and becoming a lumberjack, but I digress. The rest of this episode focuses on Hannah, and don't fall asleep yet, because it's actually good this time. Due to the tip given to Deb by Hannah's father, she goes to Arlene's house and basically says that if she doesn't snitch on Hannah, then she's going to prison. Arlene doesn't want to snitch on Hannah, and Hannah doesn't want Arlene to go to jail, so she comes up with a better solution. Drug Deb. Hannah goes to Deb's house to talk to her about Dexter and slips a large dose of her medication into her water, which makes her fall asleep at the wheel before she's able to make it to Arlene's house. When Dexter gets to the hospital, he and Deb realize this, but he's still in denial because of his love for Hannah. He confronts Hannah over this, and she obviously lies and gets mad at Dexter for even thinking that she could do such a thing. But when Dexter's lab results come back, he turns Hannah in and gives her one final kiss before she's arrested at her house. This final scene is satisfying, shocking, and great for Dexter's character development. In any other season, Dexter would have killed someone if they were putting Deb's life in harm. But he's become so emotionally attached to Hannah that he can't kill her. The only thing he can possibly do is turn her in, which becomes even worse when Hannah literally tells Dexter that he should have killed her. A really good penultimate episode for a season that set up a great final season that ceases to exist. Number 36. About Last Night. This season having an episode where there's actually something to talk about is so refreshing. For reference, at the time of me writing this, Dexter goes off Netflix in 3 weeks, so I'm literally watching and reviewing 3 to 5 episodes a day so I finish it in these few weeks. And this is not easy to do with season 3. I think it's a great season, but most of the episodes really aren't too different from each other, so when I'm writing review after review after review, at a certain point I'm basically saying the same things over and over. So thankfully the season actually gets really good at the end. As we saw in the final scene of 308, Miguel has clearly gone off the rails and decides to kill Ellen Wolf without Dexter's permission. Dexter finds out about this pretty quickly after getting to work and seeing Maria continuously call Ellen. He goes to her house and finds blood, then goes to the only place Miguel knows to dispose of a body, the graveyard. Lo and behold, Ellen Wolf's corpse is just rotting there. Dexter then has lunch with Miguel, and while he does apologize, he still isn't fully in agreement with Dexter since he thinks they have different definitions of innocent. Now, Dexter still needs to investigate Miguel further before killing him, so he decides to bring Ellen's body to the surface instead to scare Miguel. Seeing Miguel's reaction to this might be the most enjoyment I've had watching this season so far. Miguel tells Dexter how smart of a guy he is and that he needs to put his trust in him, which is eerily similar to what he told Rita earlier in this episode when discussing Sil. Well, actually they're not eerily similar, they're exactly the same. Once Dexter finds out that Miguel told Rita this, the puzzle pieces finally start to fit. Dexter takes the shirt that could incriminate Miguel in the Freebo case and tests the blood, and it comes back as cow blood. We now know Miguel is Season 3's master manipulator. Miguel's mother.
You gave birth to a master manipulator.
Then we have Deb's plot with the Skinner that I actually prefer in this specific episode. Obviously not due to the Skinner himself, he's still a terrible villain. It's because of how Deb and Quinn handle the situation. Anton has been taken by the Skinner, and Deb is clearly distraught about this because she's doing anything in her power to get Anton rescued. They pick up one of the Skinner's employees for questioning, but once George King is brought up, the guy literally begs to be deported instead of talking to him. They then find George and keep him in questioning, but they're not able to get anything out of him, even though literally everyone can tell he's their guy. The PD is forced to let him go, but Deb still has something up her sleeve. She brings George's employee home, but tricks him by cutting the tree in front of his house and almost scaring him to death, which is a Dexter level scheme that works really well. The employee spills info on where Anton is, so Quinn and Deb rush there and arrive just after the Skinner is able to run away without being seen. The door is completely locked shut, so Quinn's solution is to literally drive his car into the building to save Anton. I'm sure there was a better solution, but that's what makes this scene so great, so I'm not complaining at all. Episodes like these are what makes slower seasons like this worth it entirely. Number 35. That night, a forest grew. The whole season, and really the whole show, have basically led up to the events of this episode. Doakes' character is completely based off of his genuine hate for Dexter, which has been shown from the very first scene he's in to the very scene where he's blown up. In this episode, Dexter sees that Doakes is done playing, and it's looking like he might possibly get Camilla fired since she lied about the case for Laura Moser's murder. And Dex is now fed up. Doakes can tail Dexter for months straight, but once he fucks with Camilla, it's over. Dexter's elaborate scheme in this episode is probably one of his smartest moments in this entire show. He lies to Doakes to make him think that a guy at a crime scene is guilty due to the blood spatter. But the guy is innocent, and Dexter uses this to manipulate Doakes into acting like an asshole to the guy and arresting him on false charges. Dexter then writes a blood report, which is the exact opposite of what he tells Doakes, and makes LaGuerta believe that it was done the previous day, which gets Maria to think that Doakes is more crazy than he actually is. This scene is super entertaining to watch. And these types of scenes where Dexter has some crazy scheme are always entertaining. They're very similar to the Slip and Jimmy schemes from Better Call Saul. Doakes is obviously not happy about this and confronts Dexter. So Dexter casually headbutts Doakes and walks into the lobby like nothing happened. Doakes runs in and beats Dexter's ass until he's taken away, and Maria fires him right there. Honestly, one of the best scenes in the entire show. The dialogue's amazing, Dexter's plan goes well, and it's basically the breaking point of Doakes, where he goes from obsessed with Dexter to literally dedicating his entire life to making sure he finds proof that Dexter's the Bay Harbor Butcher. Oh, yeah, then there's the rest of the episode. It's pretty good. Dexter has sex with Lila like 5 more times, most notably in Dexter's apartment, which is where Deb and Lila meet, while Lila is casually shirtless. Deb thankfully does not approve of Lila in the slightest and tells Dexter to go back to Rita. Speaking of Rita, Cody calls Dexter to secretly ask him to go to a school presentation about Saudi Arabia, which Dexter of course attends. Dexter being alone with Rita and Aster makes him realize that he really does feel the best when with Rita rather than Lila, which is the start of Dexter slowly falling out of Lila's trap. But of course, Lila can't imagine Dexter even spending time with another woman, so she literally burns down her fucking apartment just so she can bring Dexter back to her. This obviously yet again foreshadows the season finale, which is also foreshadowed in the scene at Dexter's apartment where Deb hints at it.
And are you trying to fuck her or set her on fire?
Speaking of Deb, she really starts to adopt Lundy's ways and finds peace in classical music, which makes her realize that her current boyfriend is not for her and she dumps him. This guy was genuinely the first good love interest Deb had in this show, and you can't not feel bad for him. He did absolutely nothing wrong, and Deb treated him like shit the whole time, but you can't really blame her either considering what she went through. After this, she and Lundy kiss, which is basically the start of their long-awaited relationship. If you think about it too hard, then their relationship is a little strange since there's a fucking 30-year age gap between them. but it's pretty obvious from every scene they have together that they really are a great match. And Deb is well above the age of consent, so it's not like Lundy is a you-know-what. Speaking of Lundy, he's narrowed down the butcher to someone in the department, so it's not looking very good for Dexter at all. Incredible episode that's completely carried by the doke scenes, but the other scenes are great too. Number 34. It's alive. Phenomenal way to start season 2. It's obvious that with an ending like Dexter killing his own brother, he's not going to take it too well. All the adrenaline that he had from chasing Brian is pretty much gone. And to make matters worse, Doakes is literally watching Dexter 24/7, making it unable for him to kill anyone. Doakes finally leaves Dexter alone one day, so he takes the opportunity to try and kill a blind man, only to realize that he can't. He tries to blame this on him feeling sympathy for the guy, but Dexter doesn't feel sympathy for guilty people. He's very clearly just rusty and not in the best form. Back to Doakes, his back and forth with Dexter is super funny. Especially when Dexter switches to an adult website to act like he got caught looking at that instead of researching people to kill, just to fuck with Doakes. Throughout the episode, we see flashbacks of times Dexter tried to feel alive, like when he almost shot his dad, or when he almost fell off a building. Some of the only times where he's able to feel human. And this same feeling is recaptured at the very end of the episode when he sees on TV that all of the bodies he's dropped in the sea were just found. This gives him the adrenaline he had in those flashbacks, and it's the first time he's felt alive since being with Brian. On to the other characters. Deb is acting like she's completely fine when she's really not. The whole town is being weird to her, and she gets into a fight with some guy at a bar because of the anger that she's kept inside her for so long. And I can't blame her because she went through so much. And finally for Rita's plot, this is the last time we ever see Paul. Because he fucking dies. I almost feel bad for Paul in the scene where he's playing Candyland with Aster and Cody, because the one good thing about him is that he always seemed like a good dad. I guess besides when he threatened them to Rita, but that was more mental abuse for Rita than the kids. I don't really feel bad that he got killed in jail because he did deserve to be in a jail like that, let's be real. But I do feel bad for Rita since she still feels like she's the one to blame for the guy that's abused her so many times. This is probably the most unique season premiere since season 2 is really the only season without a huge killer Dexter needs to fight against, since Dexter is the killer. So this episode is definitely a really great way to start it, and it gets much better as it goes. Number 33. Hopper Freighter. I genuinely do not understand the hate for Season 5. The popular opinion for the worst Dexter season is definitely the 8th, but there's a large group of people out there that all agree Season 5 is the worst. It's mostly on TikTok, and Dexter TikToks are just like awful. I already said that earlier, but yeah. I can't tell you how many Dexter season rankings I've seen on TikTok that put this at the very bottom. And that just does not make sense to me. No, episodes 2 to 6 aren't the strongest in the entire show, but they're still really solid television. And everything else after that is brilliant. No, they're not on that season 4 level, but it doesn't have to be. I hate the notion that since no season after the 4th is as good as the 4th, that means that they're all not worth watching or something. I wouldn't put this at the same level as the last couple episodes, but that's only because there's just not as much happening. Basically, Dexter realizes that there's cameras in his house. At first, he thinks it's Jordan, but he looks under it and sees a Miami Metro serial number under it, meaning he's being investigated by someone at the station. The next day, Dexter looks into this at the station and finds that Joey Quinn was the one that borrowed these cameras. After this, Dexter and Lumen search Quinn's apartment to see if he has anything too incriminating for them, and besides some pictures that Liddy took while they were on a boat, there's not much. Quinn does have this video of a cat hiccuping and farting at the same time on his computer though, and it's so funny picturing Quinn not just watching and laughing at this video, but thinking it's so funny that he had to save it to his computer. Well, Dexter realizes that it has to be a specific van that Quinn is stalking Dexter in, so he tries opening it, but immediately gets tased by Liddy. Oh shit, yeah, this would probably be the time to finally talk about Liddy. He's a very annoying character throughout the whole season, and he really doesn't seem like too much of a threat to Dexter. This is where I would have to slightly agree with post-season 4 Dexter haters. After we've seen Dexter beat someone like Trinity, Liddy just does not seem like a threat in the slightest. Especially when the guy gets fired by both Quinn and Miami Metro. Liddy working for Quinn was the only time he possibly felt like a threat, since Quinn directly knows Dexter and everyone close to him, and he was already on record for being suspicious of Dexter. As soon as Quinn fires him, then Liddy is just working on his own, and his scenes are just really lame. Especially since he's not likable, like, at all. At least the last 10 minutes of his existence are pretty good, so that's the only positive I can really think to say about him. Liddy has Dexter tied up in the back of his van where he plans to get Dexter to confess to everything he's up to, and he also calls Quinn so he can witness it happen. Dexter, very surprisingly, is able to defeat the frightening Stan Liddy, and still somehow makes his death brutal by stabbing him right in the chest. Quinn arrives right when this happens and doesn't see any of it since this is all happening in the back of Liddy's van. But a drop of Liddy's blood does end up on Quinn's shoe. Like I've already said 100 times, Liddy is not a threatening villain at all, so Dexter killing him is nothing to write home about. but it's still a very entertaining scene, especially when the blood drops to Quinn's shoe. Oh, I also forgot to mention that Jordan Chase is kind of holding Lumen hostage while all this is happening. Emily basically tricks Lumen into going to her house so Jordan can kill Dexter and Lumen. But Lumen shows up by herself, which pisses Jordan off. Jordan tries to kill Lumen, but Emily tries stopping him, so he instead kills her, then kidnaps Lumen and disappears before Dexter gets there. Emily is a really tragic character whose death was inevitable. It's not exactly a surprise that the guy who manipulated her for her whole life is the one to kill her, but it's still pretty sad. Back at the PD, Deb is able to get a warrant for the arrest of Jordan after this very unnecessarily drawn out scene with LaGuardia. Deb goes to the private jet that Jordan was supposed to be on, but he never showed up, telling us that he really did disappear with Lumen. Deb also has a theory that the vigilante who's killing all these rapists is actually a former victim, and her strong male counterpart is helping her, which seems really stupid. I don't really know why she would ever think of some dumbass shit like this. Amazing episode, but it would be a top 3 season 5 episode if more happened. Number 32. Get Geller. It takes quite a bit, but season 6 does get amazing at a certain point. This season is honestly slower than 3. There's just so many episodes where it feels like the story is barely progressing, so episodes like this with huge plot twists and action are very rewarding. I like to start with the Angel and Quinn subplot, which is honestly my favorite part of the episode. Throughout the season, I haven't hated their dynamics, but both of their characters are not at their peak this season, so certain scenes got a bit annoying at points. Here though, their dynamic is super entertaining in my opinion. Quinn is completely hungover and is asleep during the morning briefing. Angel goes to his apartment where they find out that Quinn's phone and gun are missing, and they trace this back to a woman that Quinn slept with the previous night. They spend the whole morning driving, and when they show up at the house, the woman who answers the door says she's not the right girl and Quinn probably fucked her mom, which she was sadly right about. The look Angel gives Quinn before the lady comes out is so funny, and it gets even funnier when she actually comes out and starts kissing Quinn. He gets his shit back, but while driving, their car breaks down and they get into a fight on the grass. This fight is also really entertaining, and it shows the point that both of their characters are at during this point of the show. Deb's subplot is mainly just her therapy scenes, and most people understandably remember this therapist because she later on suggests that Deb is in love with Dexter. That scene does suck, but every other scene with this therapist is actually really good. She really makes Deb realize her problems and what's going on with her inner self, which she really hadn't discovered yet, just because of how lost and busy she'd been this whole season. Alright, now Dexter's subplot, and this is the episode with the Geller plot twist. Dexter spends the whole episode trying to protect Travis while hunting down Geller, and he's not able to reach him before he supposedly brutally murders some atheist college professor. Eventually, Dexter has Travis go to the church to talk to Geller and distract him so Dexter can go in and kill Geller. When Dexter goes in, he sees Travis unconscious on the ground and realizes that Geller must be underground due to the rubble on the ground. He finds a small crawl space and jumps down. The only thing there being a freezer with none other than Geller's corpse inside. A lot of people complain about this twist due to it being overdone and predictable. Personally, I didn't see this twist coming at all, and I don't really understand the people that say this was obvious. Admittedly, I haven't seen too many instances of this in other media, but I don't know how I was supposed to realize that Geller didn't actually interact with anyone outside of Travis. But after you do know that, it's a really cool season to rewatch, and the reveal is done very well in my opinion. And it's what makes Travis one of the better villains to me. Easily season 6's best episode. Number 31. Sunshine and Frosty Swirl. I don't really know what the consensus of season 7 is at this point, but I absolutely love it. Some people consider it one of the best seasons, since its IMDb ratings are basically on par with seasons 1 and 2, while other people just lump it in with seasons 6 and 8 and just consider it dog shit. On my first viewing, it was easily one of my favorites. Every episode was just super well made and entertaining, this one being no exception. Dexter has just told Deb that he's a serial killer, so she goes outside to throw up, and she asks a question that's possibly even worse than the one she just asked.
Are you the Bay Harbor Butcher?
This is the place to talk about this.
May I add that Jennifer Carpenter is incredible in these scenes as always. I don't know how I would react if I found out that my brother was a notorious serial killer trained by my father, but I'm sure it would have been something similar to how Jennifer portrays Deb here. Deb gets really close to arresting Dexter, but she chooses not to. She instead realizes that what Dexter has is basically an addiction, so she decides to become Dexter's rehab. She forces Dexter to live with her so she can be with him every second and make sure he's not killing. I really like that Deb isn't okay with what Dexter is, but instead of turning him in, she tries to help him. Not that her turning him in would have been bad either, but this makes the most sense for Deb's character. After this, Dexter basically adopts a new code from Deb. Instead of don't get caught, it's don't lie to Deb. Instead of never kill innocents, it's never kill anybody. We get some great scenes from this dynamic, like Dexter trying to explain to Deb at dinner what it feels like to want to kill people. But eventually Dexter does rebound though. Sort of. Dexter finds out that Brian's arm in his house was sent by Lewis, so he sneaks to Lewis's apartment one day to scare him. Lewis acts like a complete bitch while getting interrogated by Dexter, but the next day he casually shows up at his apartment, not worried at all. If I have to give any credit to Lewis, this was pretty cold. After this, Dexter sneaks out again and goes to Lewis's house to inject him with tranquilizer. But as soon as he sees blood, he calls Deb like he said he would, which stops him from killing, although he still does leave Lewis outside by himself. Angel and Quinn's subplot of shutting down the strip clubs is also great, where Quinn starts to get to know one of the strippers there named Nadia. This is also probably the best subplot Angel has had since season 2, and we've only seen it for 2 episodes at this point. And it will be Quinn's best subplot in the whole show by the end. The best thing to come out of it in this episode specifically is Isaac. We saw him a tiny bit in 701, but I think everyone was more worried about Dexter being caught then. Now Isaac is shown on full display, and he's fucking awesome. The way he goes to the bodyguard's house, lies to him about tailing him so he can get him to admit to talking to the police, then out of nowhere stabbing him in the eye with a pencil is so cold. And the only thing that is cleaned up is Isaac's fingerprints from the pencil. He feels like a very over-the-top gangster type villain, but he's so entertaining to watch in every single episode. A very underrated villain, which is fitting for an underrated season. I don't really know if underrated would be the word for season 7. I would say more overhated by diehard Dexter fans. That's, you know what I mean. Number 30. Return to sender.
That mark on the neck kept bugging me, so I ordered up a talk screen.
That's it. No more donuts for Masuka.
First episode in the series where it actually looks like Dexter might get caught. While it's not the episode to do it, well, none of the episodes are the ones to do it, but that's besides the point. It's still one of the most suspenseful parts of the show up to this point. Dexter gets a call for a crime scene that's at the place he just killed Jorge Castillo and his wife, and the latter's body is magically at the crime scene, even though Dexter dropped her dead in the ocean. But he of course knows this was the work of the ice truck killer. It's already not looking great for Dexter, and then some random Cuban kid is found in the trunk of a car in the junkyard. And Dexter realizes this kid can easily end him if he saw anything that happened. Every time that a sketch is mentioned in this episode, Dexter has a mini panic attack, and it's really funny. At the end, the sketch just ends up being Jesus, so this is actually the first time a devout Christian saved Dexter. Sorry, Brother Sam. The kid also bonds a lot with Maria this episode, which makes her want to have kids. Something that's never mentioned again, so I don't really know why they tried doing something with it, but it's cool to know that the show used to give Maria good subplots. Deb is also convinced that the killer wasn't Jorge Castillo, and that it was someone who felt a connection with the ice truck killer. She tries to tell Doakes this, and at first he doesn't believe her, but he has her come to his mom's house for dinner, and I think this makes Doakes see Deb in a better light, and he starts to listen to what she has to say more. Only problem is, Dexter is fucking cooked if Deb's theory actually goes anywhere. Dexter responds to this by planting Jorge's blood on a piece of evidence, so it makes it seem like he was the one to kill his wife. This ends up working, but Deb pretty much hates Dexter now, since he basically went out of his way to prove Deb wrong. I understand that Deb was right about this, but in her mind she's wrong because of the blood. So Deb is honestly just being a sore loser, let's be real. She literally asks Dexter what he thinks of her theory, and when he gives her the feedback she asked for, she gets mad because it's not what she wanted to hear. Deb's easily a top 5 character of this show, but she does have her unlikable moments like this, especially earlier on in the show. Last subplot to talk about is Rita's. Paul has been mentioned quite a few times in this series, but this is the first episode where he actually becomes a problem. He's now out of jail and says that he'll come to Aster's birthday party, and Aster gets really upset about this, which is really sad. Aster is kind of annoying later since she becomes like a bratty teenager, but in season 1 she's just a little kid, and it's really sad the way she reacts to this. She doesn't cry or anything, but you can tell how nervous and afraid she is, since she remembers how Paul was. Once Rita realizes this, she becomes a badass and threatens Paul that he'll get arrested if he even tries to go to the party, which thankfully gets rid of him for good, and Rita never has to go through any traumatic events ever again. Very consistent episode. Not much to complain about with the earlier seasons, really. Number 29. There's something about Harry. After the insane high that is 209, this episode definitely calms things down while still being incredible. The main thing I find weird about this episode is that it for some reason focuses on Dexter finding out the truth of Harry's death. I do think this was necessary in characterizing Harry and making Dexter realize what kind of a monster he really was, but I don't think this was the perfect time to do it. I mean, come on, Dexter's literally holding Doakes hostage in some cabin in the middle of nowhere. This Harry suicide plotline would have fit much better earlier on in the season. The flashbacks we get also kinda suck too. They both feature young Dexter and young Deb, who are played by Michael C. Hall with a wig and Jennifer Carpenter with glasses. I can't even give points for these scenes being funny because it's not really funny anymore. Just obvious laziness. And I know I said I wouldn't spoil Original Sin in this video, so I'm gonna do my best to compare to these scenes without spoilers, but if you want to know absolutely nothing about Original Sin, then skip to this timestamp. Original Sin basically makes no sense when compared to these flashbacks. First of all, they make Deb seem like some kind of nerdy tomboy in the flashbacks, when in Original Sin, she's a popular volleyball girl, who acts much more similar to how she does in the actual Dexter show. Then we have Dexter, who also doesn't make much sense in these flashbacks. He still has that stupid long hair like he did in the Season 1 flashbacks, up until 3 days before Harry kills himself. Yet, in Original Sin, Dexter switches to his normal haircut in the very first episode. So either Dexter gets this haircut again later on, or all of the events of Original Sin happen in the span of 3 days, which obviously is not possible. And I don't really know if this classifies as a spoiler or not, but at least in season 1 of Original Sin, Harry does not kill himself. And without getting too specific, Harry becomes aware of some things that Dexter does that would very clearly be more damaging to his mental health than Dexter killing a random murderer that Harry thought deserved it. Long story short, there are definitely continuity errors between these flashbacks and Original Sin. But I can't take too many points off since I doubt the Dexter Season 2 writers knew that a prequel would be produced 17 years later in the future. But these flashbacks do still suck though. Now on to the actual good parts of this episode. Of course, Dexter and Doakes' dynamic. It's the only reason I care about this episode, and I know for a fact it's the only reason you care about this episode. Lundy and Deb fighting is cool and all, as well as Angel getting manipulated by Lila, but those are nothing compared to the scenes with Doakes in the cage. At the end of 209, Doakes tells Dexter that he either has to kill him or let him go, so Dexter comes up with a third solution, which is framing Doakes. As we all know, this plan obviously doesn't come to fruition, but I don't really know how Dexter would have made it work anyways. Doakes would have just told the PD that Dexter imprisoned him, which would lead to an investigation on Dexter, which probably would have got him caught. Anyways, Dexter drugs Doakes and smears his fingerprints on some tools that he dumps into the ocean. But while drugged, Doakes tells Dexter that his father was a nutjob, which prompts Dexter to do anything he can to find out what that something is about Harry. In Dexter's next visit, Doakes tells him that his death was covered up. So Dexter goes to Matthews, who tells him that Harry killed himself. Hey, listen, suicide is obviously awful, and none of you should ever think about harming yourself. It's really never the answer. Unless you're Harry Morgan. I never liked Harry on my original Dexter viewing, but especially after Original Sin, he's easily the most insufferable person in the entire Dexter universe. Nobody can maintain being such a terrible cop, father, husband, and teacher as well as Harry does. I'm not going to say Harry killing himself makes me happy. Anyways, later on, when Dexter kills a drug dealer and frames Doakes for it, he realizes that Harry killed himself because of what Dexter had become, which massively changes his perspective on the guy. Overall, an amazing episode, but it is solely because of the Doakes scenes, I can't lie. Number 28. I Had a Dream. Well, I surprisingly wouldn't say this is the climax of Season 3. It's what we've all been waiting for since Miguel killed Ellen Wolf. And it's what we knew the Miguel plotline would come to in the end. Since 308, everything for Miguel has just gotten worse and worse and worse, to the point where he's no longer talking to Dexter, Rita, Sil, and basically anyone besides Maria and Ramon. Well, he is talking to Dexter a little bit, since the episode starts with the great scene of Dexter thinking he's about to die in some random trunk just for it to be his bachelor party. This is where Miguel last interacts with Dexter before his death. And even if I put myself into the shoes of someone like Quinn or Masuka, I would still be creeped the fuck out by Miguel's speech. This is like so obviously passive-aggressive, but I guess everyone being drunk out of their minds helps. Any sober person would probably contact authorities though. After this, Dexter finally gets the chance to basically kick Miguel out of his life. Like when he tells Rita he doesn't want Miguel at his wedding, and even chooses Deb to be his best man over Miguel. But Dexter isn't out of Miguel's life, since he's watching him any chance he gets because he knows what he has to do. Especially when he literally witnesses Maria getting prints from Miguel's trunk. Maria has Dexter run these prints, and when they come back positive for Miguel, she has no idea what to do. So Dexter tells her just to lay low. Honestly, if I were her, I would have started to suspect Dexter of something right after Miguel's death. I mean, the thing with Doakes was weird enough, but Dexter tells Maria to lay low on Miguel for now, then the next day he ends up dead. I don't know, pretty strange if you ask me. Dexter breaks into Miguel's hotel room to try and set up a kill room, but realizes that Miguel has been watching what Maria has been investigating. So Dexter knows exactly where Miguel will be later. When Miguel enters Maria's house, Dexter leaves a voicemail, which makes Miguel try to leave, but Dexter is right outside the door waiting for him. And I actually prefer this scene to Miguel's actual death. Not to say that isn't a great scene, because it is. Usually when Dexter kills a guilty person, he feels relieved, but the music that always plays after Dexter has a kill is reversed here, showing Dexter isn't happy about this kill at all. Well, you can pretty obviously tell from his face anyways, but, you know, just let me have my cool symbolism, alright? Again, the Miguel stuff completely carries like it always does in this season, so I'll quickly mention the Deb stuff. After the scene of Anton punching Quinn, there's yet again nothing interesting about his character at all, and he's back to just being another average love interest to Deb. Speaking of her, Dexter finally tells her that Harry had an affair with the CI. And this is weirdly not the last time that Deb finds something out about Harry at the very end of a season. Like I said, the Miguel stuff carries, but I can't give this much higher since not a whole lot is happening besides that. I'm gonna be honest, I think I underrated the Miguel's death scene. Like, I rewatched it while I was getting footage for this video, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's actually a really good scene. So to be honest, I would probably put this episode like maybe 4 or 5 spots higher. I really don't feel like moving the list around, but just know I would probably put it a few spots higher. Not that it really matters that much, but... Number 27. Buck the System. A very underrated episode where Deb is presented with Dexter's actual process in stalking and killing a victim. Deb, of course, already found out that Dexter was a serial killer and has tried to help him by being around him at all times so he doesn't kill. But by this episode, Dexter is getting anxious, always being around people, and he eventually snaps on some loser that he's getting DNA from. Deb agrees to lay off on Dexter a bit, but she still secretly tries to track him everywhere he goes. And since Dexter is the king of stalking people, he notices pretty easily when Deb does it. His way of combating this is showing Deb the person he's stalking and the case, which is Ray Spelter. He explains to her that whenever Ray shaves his head, he's getting ready for another victim. Deb gets pissed at Dexter once more because she still believes the PD can handle this, and Dexter doesn't have to do what he does. But Dexter explains that the PD would take too much time, and a victim of Ray's could be dead by the time they have a warrant and all. Deb forces Dexter to keep busy by going to Hannah McKay's house with Angel, while she gets surveillance cards on Ray Spelter. This, of course, ends up in the demise of an innocent woman and Ray getting away, since by the time both Dexter and Deb are able to get to his house, he's already killed his victim. Not that Ray is a main villain, but he's one of the creepier ones for sure. The way he interacted with this girl was so strange. I would have left this house as soon as I saw it was wrapped in plastic. The scene of Dexter and Deb in his house is also great, where Deb almost becomes one of his victims before being saved by Dexter. While all of this is great, I do have to be honest and say that the downfall of Lewis is easily my favorite part of this episode. In 702, Lewis pulls off his one and only badass move in the whole show by pretending he's scared of Dexter, then showing up in his apartment the next day. So all Dexter does is mail 2 packages at the beginning of the episode, and it literally ruins Lewis's life. The first package we see is Brian Moser's arm that has a long history at this point, with a note that reveals that Lewis was the guy who bought the arm on eBay. Masuka is the one to read this, and of course gets pissed and fires Lewis. As soon as Lewis comes home, he's then greeted by the second package, which was delivered to Jamie. A DVD copy of Lewis having sexual acts performed on him by a worker. Jamie identifies the shirt he's wearing in the video as the one that she gave Lewis, so she basically assaults him, then dumps his ass. This obviously makes Lewis incredibly angry, so he goes to Dexter's boat to fuck it up. And he's of course confronted here by the Koshkas, which leads to an insane scene. Isaac and Lewis interacting just does not feel real. And it's even funnier how Isaac is the one to just casually shoot him in the end, and then everyone pretends like he never even existed. I honestly wouldn't be able to tell you if the guy is even mentioned in the show at all after he's shot. That's how much the writers just wanted to get rid of his character. Super entertaining episode. The first half of season 7 is honestly even better on rewatch. Number 26. Do you take Dexter Morgan? So after the death of Miguel, you might be wondering, what else is there for Dexter to do in this season? And after maybe 10 minutes of thinking, you might possibly remember that this Skinner exists. And he's not even what makes this episode good, like, at all. The things I love about this episode are the consequences of Miguel's death, Dexter dealing with Ramon, and Dexter getting married. The episode literally starts with Miguel's body just showing up at a cemetery. And even though Miguel deserved it, this is still a sad scene. A, because Miguel was an incredible character, and B, because it's clear how much the people of the PD really respected Miguel due to everyone's reaction when seeing his dead body. Speaking of reactions to Miguel's death, Ramon is convinced that Dexter was involved and starts threatening him. He proceeds to tear apart his apartment and then tail Dexter when he has Astor and Cody in the backseat. Thankfully, Dexter is much smarter than Ramon and gets him into a car accident, which is a super crazy scene. Later in the day is Dexter's dinner rehearsal, where Ramon casually starts pointing his gun right in Dexter's face. Not just in front of his family and friends, but, you know, multiple cops. I know the guy was drunk and everything, but he is a cop, so he has to have some kind of intelligence, but it really doesn't seem like it at all. Dexter then visits Ramon while he's locked up and tells him that if he keeps acting like he's acting, then his kids are just going to remember him for that instead of being an actual father. Dexter was planning on framing the Ellen Wolf murder on Ramon, but this actually works instead, which shows Dexter that he doesn't have to solve everything in a violent way. Well, now Dexter's problem is gone, and he can happily get married, right? Well, you thought wrong, because... Wait, hold up. Who was it again? Oh, yeah, Trinity. Wait, no, not Trinity, no. Shit. The fuck was his name? Oh, right, the Skinner. Yeah, right, the Skinner. He kidnaps Dexter and brings him to some abandoned cigar shop. Then Dexter tells him he killed Freebo, then breaks his hand, but still fucking murders the Skinner because the guy's a terrible villain, yada yada yada. Listen, maybe this scene would have been cool if, you know, the Skinner was actually a good villain, but he's not, so I genuinely just don't care at all. Dexter and Rita's wedding is obviously incredible, though. Seeing Dexter just be amazed when looking at Rita in her dress is enough to make a grown man cry. And the actual wedding is amazing too. Seeing everyone this happy after everything that happened is a little weird, but it's still a nice scene. Especially at the end where Dexter's blood drips on Rita's dress, foreshadowing what's about to happen in Season 4. Then we have Deb, who has finally been recommended to get her shield by Angel, until he realizes that she slept with Anton and is being investigated by the DA. In the heat of the moment, she says to Angel that she knows he got with Barbara because he was looking for a hooker. So Angel proceeds to walk into LaGuardia's office and just bluntly tell her that he got with Barbara because he was looking for a hooker. Angel is far from a sociopath, but I gotta be honest, this guy is almost as awkward as Dexter sometimes. And it's even funnier when it's him, since it doesn't happen much. But of course, this was only just so he could tell Maria about Deb and Anton. But for the first time in the whole show, Maria is actually nice to Deb and gives her the shield. Although 312 isn't in the top half of season finales, it's easily in the top half of season 3 episodes. And an amazing episode and closer overall, which is really one of the only happy season closers left in the whole show. Number 25. Run. I gotta be honest and say that the first act of Season 7 is on par with Season 1. Most big Dexter fans are the ones who say that the show is only really good in the first half. But your average viewer of the show, if they even make it to Season 7, would tell you that Season 7 is easily one of the best. And I gotta agree with the average viewers here. I do understand that Deb catching Dexter does take a little bit of the fun away from this show, and how it's always been. But unless you wanted Dexter to become an episodic TV show, then something like this had to happen eventually. And I still believe this season is incredibly entertaining, even if it's not completely like the original Clyde Phillips seasons. And even then, Dexter's kill of Ray Speltzer in this episode is one of his best ever in my opinion. This guy was only really a villain for a few episodes, but he made a fucking impact. First of all, they did a really good job on picking his actor, because he might have the most punchable face in the history of punchable faces. And second, he just fits this season very well for what's currently happening. Dexter is trying to get Deb to accept him for what he does, since he believes there's genuine good in it. And after Ray Speltzer kills an innocent woman, Deb admits that he's right. But thankfully the cops are able to get Speltzer into custody. Here we have what is probably the best police work done in the entire show. Maria flailing a head in front of Matthew Perry back in season 1 was pretty good, but this is on a whole nother level. First, Angel talks to Ray and gets him into his misogynistic mindset, where he pretty much calls Deb a bitch and wishes she would stop talking. This is already pretty crazy, but when Deb comes in, she shows Ray a picture of his mother and uses his childhood trauma to get a confession out of him. Once she says that Ray enjoyed listening to his mom be with other men, he snaps and tells Deb he should have killed her like he killed his victim. Angel and Deb cook so hard on this, which sucks because he's let free a day later since he never said he accepted his rights. Deb gets really mad about this, but it does give Dexter a golden opportunity to get rid of Speltzer again. He starts vetting him again and plans to set up a kill room in his RV, but Speltzer catches him and is able to knock Dexter out. When he wakes up, Dex is in Speltzer's ultimate maze, and we get this line.
I don't run. I make people run.
This is a really cool line, but
I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger.
It could be a complete coincidence, but at this point Dexter had not only lost like 7 Emmys to Breaking Bad, but the ratings of both shows basically flipped, and Breaking Bad's season 4 was more highly praised than Dexter ever was. So I really wouldn't be surprised if they took inspiration, since they're basically the exact same line. Then Dexter tries to escape from Speltzer's maze, which is not easy, but this is Dexter we're talking about. Later on, Deb attends the funeral of the girl murdered by Speltzer, and she sees Speltzer himself smirking at the casket being carried from a distance. She gets very reasonably pissed at Speltzer and tries to fight him, but Angel is able to take her away. For being such a minor character in the grand scheme of the show, Speltzer is easily one of the most unlikable. He's such a fucking freak that enjoys the pain he puts his innocent victims through. Even someone like Trinity or Brian Moser probably wouldn't attend their victims' funerals and smirk from a distance. When Dexter hears about this, he goes back and is able to kill Speltzer once and for all, and we get probably the most underrated scene in the whole show. Even though Dexter has continued to kill, he's starting to realize through Deb that some things eventually need to come to an end, so he decides to say goodbye to his blood slides. This is pretty sad to see since they were a staple of the series, but we saw what happened in season 2 and what is literally happening in this season with Maria, so this was obviously for the best. This is also the first kill since like season 4 where it actually feels like Dexter is the one killing the person, like when he hilariously mocks him. And when he's talking to him, he really just feels threatening like he did in those first few seasons when he was about to kill the lowest of the low. Then for the first time in the show, Dexter burns Speltzer's body alongside his blood slides, finally getting rid of them once and for all. A little too late for that though. Then Deb picks Dexter up and he tells her that the smoke she sees is Speltzer, which is even more proof for Deb that what Dexter does is really valuable. Incredible writing all around. And the Isaac stuff is really entertaining as well. The police won't stop shutting down the strip club until they get an ID on Mike's killer, so Isaac decides that he'll frame an innocent bartender. The scene where they go to his house is super sad. Seeing this guy who does literally everything for his family have to look at their picture while he shoots himself in the head is just depressing. These guys are so evil. After this, the man is presumed as the killer once the police find a note he wrote, but Angel still isn't buying it. And Quinn, of course, is the one with the wrong opinion. I think the only time Quinn was actually right about something that wasn't completely obvious in this show was when he investigated Dexter. But even that was mainly because he had a personal issue with him. Another phenomenal episode of this underrated season. Number 24. Shrink Wrap. I wasn't a huge fan of this episode on my first viewing, but this episode is crucial to both Dexter's character and the season in general. The main reason why this wasn't a favorite the first time was just the sheer abundance of sex scenes. I don't mind them usually, but there's basically 3 of them in this episode, so it got a little weird at a certain point. But on rewatch, literally all of them are necessary in what they're trying to do story-wise, so I don't mind them at all. This episode is huge for Dexter as a character. Dexter finds out that a therapist has been manipulating powerful women into killing themselves, so he starts booking sessions with the therapist to get to know him. The catch is that these therapy sessions actually help Dexter immensely in finding himself. After a failed sex attempt with Rita, Dexter goes to a session with a therapist, who tells Dexter that his main problem is that he's afraid of being powerless. He tells Dexter to close his eyes and think of a time where he felt powerless. And Dexter basically has an episode where he randomly remembers a bunch of moments that made him feel powerless, and even the first time he remembers being born in blood. This episode gets rid of all of Dexter's fear of powerlessness, and he rushes to Rita's house. And that's about as far as I can go explaining this scene on YouTube. This event not only develops Dexter's character in this sense, but I think it also develops Dexter's definition of love and his love for Rita, who just thinks more highly of him after this interaction instead of less highly. I also love the cinematography when Rita is talking to Dexter and telling him that he could never do anything wrong. You see her bright face and blonde hair while Dexter's two-faced, representing the life he shows to Rita and the life he lives while alone. You can tell how much Dexter's learned now, because the next time he goes to the therapist's office, it's the happiest and most relaxed you'll basically see Dexter in the show at all. Dexter then tells the therapist that he's a serial killer and proceeds to kill him, which is a really great scene. This therapist was honestly one of the worst people Dexter ever killed. Not only was he completely responsible for the deaths of 3 women, but he actively encouraged them to kill themselves, overprescribed them on addictive drugs, and made them suffer for extended periods of time, which even some of the most brutal killers in this show don't do. Speaking of manipulating strong women, let's move on to Deb and her new boyfriend Rudy. The scenes of Rudy are another huge reason why this episode hits twice as hard on rewatch. I really didn't think he was the killer at first, and I thought the reveal that he was the killer was a bit rushed. But the amount of foreshadowing they do for this is insane, and so obvious on rewatch. Literally from the first scene that this guy is in, which isn't even in this episode, they're already hinting at him being the killer, alongside every scene he's a part of in this episode. Especially the scene where he rubs Deb's legs with oil. They did a perfect job on making this guy as creepy as humanly possible, while still keeping the mystery pretty hidden. But yet again, so obvious on rewatch. It's also just really sad seeing how connected Deb is to him. She's literally too afraid to tell people about their relationship because she's afraid of losing him. You can tell by his face that even Rudy feels bad for what he's about to put Deb through. It's so depressing, and it's the reason why Deb never finds real love for the rest of her life, in my opinion. And on top of all of that, the writers gave Maria a good subplot. This episode feels like a fever dream. This is probably the most badass you'll see Maria pre-season 7. She does anything she can in this episode to get Perry to confess that he's not the killer, to the point where she's literally flailing a corpse's head right in Perry's face to fuck with him. It's moments like this that are why I do like LaGuardia's character overall. I understand why most people don't though. And this is also further proof that she's a really great detective. I've seen people say she's only got to power because of politics, but that's not true at all. If she wasn't a great detective, then she wouldn't have gotten in the position to use politics to her advantage. Going back to the Rudy reveal, this final scene is basically warning us that everything after this is just going to get so much better than it already is. And while that is true, this is still such an incredible episode. Not just for character development, but for entertainment as well. Number 23. Roadkill. Up there with Let's Give the Boy a Hand and My Bad for the most underrated Dexter episode. This is legitimately the second lowest rated season 4 episode by the fans. Are we watching the same episode? Trinity has one of the craziest backstories out of any character in this entire show, and it's all revealed here. Dexter goes on a trip with Trinity to Tampa to help build a house for the homeless, which is funny because this isn't the reason why Dexter nor Arthur are going. Dexter is going so he can kill Trinity, and Trinity is going so he can kill himself. On the way to Tampa, Dexter ends up telling Trinity that he accidentally killed a man, which changes his mood from annoyed to excited very quickly. As soon as Dexter tells him this, Trinity is enthusiastic about their trip and tells Dexter he has a surprise for him the following day. If Arthur doing this funny-ass dance wasn't a good enough surprise, then him bringing Dexter to his childhood house where his whole family was killed is also pretty good. This is an incredible scene. One, for the comedic effect of Trinity and Dexter just breaking into this random Korean family's house, and Dexter continuously apologizing, and the incredible backstory that Trinity explains. Watching this for the first time and realizing that Trinity's kill cycle is completely based off of how his family died was so incredible. And as awful as Trinity really is, his backstory is so heartbreaking, especially with his dad who blamed his sister and mother's death on him and called him a pervert. After this, Dexter and Trinity go to a restaurant connected to the science convention that Dexter is using as his alibi. And I really don't like this scene because of the part where Trinity forces himself into some innocent family's table and starts telling them about how he went to the house where his whole family died and almost tells them that Dexter killed someone. I just didn't feel like this was too necessary, and it's just cringeworthy on top of that. But the rest of this episode makes up for that. Dexter finally has the time and materials to murder Trinity. So he makes the kill room in his hotel room, then breaks into Trinity's room to capture him. But he's nowhere to be found. Dexter realizes where Trinity is, so he rushes to the build and sees Trinity standing at the very top of the house. He proceeds to fall off, but Dexter saves him and holds on to him for a few seconds. In these few seconds, Dexter thinks about what he should do. If he should savor the kill, or if he should use any opportunity he can to let Trinity die. Now, whatever his decision ended up being would have been fine, but since he spent so much time thinking about it, the rest of the builders show up and help Dexter save Trinity, keeping him alive once more. I'll talk about this more in a later segment, but it's Dexter's selfishness that leads to the eventual outcome of Season 4. Now, throughout this episode, we also see many instances of Rita closely bonding with Elliot, the next-door neighbor, which reinforces Brian's quote that defines this season.
You can't be a killer and a hero. It doesn't work that way!
I also really enjoy the Deb subplot where she's been taken off the Trinity case due to personal involvement. So the whole time, she basically uses Quinn as her tool so she can actually run the case. This makes for some really funny moments.
Which quadruples our old white guy quotient?
It's gotta be something else we can do. Some other angle.
DNA sweep.
And eventually Masuka helps Deb in finding out that the person who really shot her was around Masuka's height, ruling out Trinity as the shooter and putting Deb back on the case. I don't know what to say at this point. Season 4 just has the best plot out of any season in this show, and the more that the episodes relate to Trinity and the mystery of Lundy's murder, the better they are. Number 22. Teenage Wasteland. You see, this is what I wanted from Season 5. Addressing the insane situation that just took place, while also furthering the current plot, and doing so in an incredible way. Dexter is starting to have these meetings with Jordan Chase where they work out while trying to help Dexter get through his grief. While Dexter is dealing with his grief through these meetings, it's not as Jordan thinks. Dexter is using these meetings so he can find any proof that Jordan is actually guilty of the Barrel Girl murders. After a few meetings, Dexter notices a necklace with blood that Jordan keeps in his locker. So while he's in the shower, Dexter takes a sample of the blood and it comes back positive for an alive woman. All of these scenes with Jordan are super great. Jordan is such a fun character to watch, and Dexter's missions to collect the evidence are amazing as well. While all this is happening though, Aster shows up to Rita's house with a friend, and we get a super weird dynamic. Aster and her friend are drunk preteens covered in makeup who have no idea who Lumen is and why she's even in Rita's house. This whole sequence of events is a little stupid, but not comparable to the Season 8 dynamic between Dexter, Hannah, Zach, and Deb. I actually do really like Aster coming back, since it shows that the writers haven't completely forgotten about Rita, and her kids not being in the show did make it feel a bit empty as well. This is also probably the first episode since Lumen was running away from Dexter that she's actually likable, since she really helps Dexter deal with Aster's return throughout the episode. Another great thing about Aster's return is that Dexter actually once again receives consequences for abandoning his family. While Dexter is out getting evidence from Jordan Chase, Aster and her friend disappear, which Dex and Lumen presume was a kidnap, as well as everyone's favorite next-door neighbor Elliot. Dexter makes sure the cops get on this, but this forces him to admit that he's been seeing Jordan Chase. The cops eventually find a van that was seen at Dexter's house, which belongs to Aster's friend's father. When he gets to the police station, Dexter's about to beat the fuck out of this guy, which makes me really happy. I'm glad Dexter has these great fatherly traits, which I doubt he really had in the previous season. They end up finding Aster and her friend at the beach where they apparently shoplifted, so they go back to Rita's house to get their shit. It's then revealed that Aster's friend actually gets abused by her father, which is noticed by Lumen since she can tell by the marks. Thankfully, Dexter takes initiative and beats the ever-loving shit out of this guy, then tells him to divorce his wife and never come back. This might sound weird, but I got chills from this scene. Seeing Dexter stick up for a kid getting treated like that is so heartwarming, honestly. I know he spent this whole season being a vigilante, but he doesn't kill this guy. He assaults him, then warns him to never go near his daughter again, basically saving her from more continuous years of trauma. The next day, Dexter drops Aster and her friend back in Orlando, And we get to see the first time Dexter says I love you to someone, which also gave me chills. Okay, yes, he did technically say it to Harrison a couple episodes ago, but it's not like that guy has much of a conscience or anything. Dexter finally saying this to Aster makes me beyond happy, especially since they haven't been getting along too well for the last few seasons. The only thing this episode was really missing was a Cody cameo, let's be real. The final scene is also fantastic, where Jordan Chase calls Dexter's phone to ask for another meeting since he knows exactly what he did, and when Lumen picks up, he knows exactly who he's talking to. After saying his iconic
Tick, tick, tick. That's the sound of his life running out.
He mentions Lumen by name, scaring the fuck out of her and putting no doubt in anyone's mind that he was behind these barrel killings. Such a phenomenal episode. I don't understand why so many people think Season 5 is the worst. I mean, it's obviously not the best, but when you have episodes like these, it's hard to say something like Season 8 even comes close. Number 21. Argentina. While this episode does focus on the relationship of Dexter and Hannah, it finally advances things in the way they should be going. Dexter has done a very human thing by falling in love with Hannah, but Deb now wants him to kill Hannah, so he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Dexter understands that Deb is right to want Hannah dead, but Dexter, for one of the first times in the show, has let emotion overtake his logic. Dexter tells Deb that he won't kill Hannah because he doesn't want Deb turning into someone like himself, which is kind of true, but we obviously know the main reason why he's saying no. Dexter is also still dealing with Isaac, who is able to get away from the police and shoots at Dexter when he's at the donut shop. He just barely misses Dexter, which makes this scene really funny because of how comical it is. It feels like it should be in a cartoon. It gets even worse when Dexter goes into Isaac's apartment to kill him and meets another guy trying to kill Isaac. So Dexter slits his throat, then shows up to the crime scene a day later, with Isaac there sitting on the couch hinting at Dexter being the perpetrator of the crime the whole time. It's kind of insane that Dexter has come to this shit, but it's so entertaining, so I really don't care. Anyways, Hannah gives Dexter her car so he's not shot at by Ukrainian mafia members anymore. And while this happens, Harrison comes back to town with Jamie, alongside Aster and Cody, for the first time since Season 5. They've definitely grown up a lot since then, but it's so great to see them for one final time here, praying that they're in Resurrection somehow. Aster is also caught with weed by Dexter and Deb, who have a talk with her, and Dexter tells her that vices like that just cause more problems to the stress you're already under. The next day, Dexter has a talk with Aster at the beach where they're able to relate with each other even more. Aster even says that Dexter turned out great, which makes me really happy. I think their relationship is really well done, honestly. In the earlier seasons, Dexter was always a father figure to Cody. Aster was still young then, but old enough to remember what their family went through with Paul, and to know that Dexter was really just her stepdad. By the time seasons 3 and 4 came around, she was turning into a teenager and was able to see through Dexter's bullshit sometimes. And when Rita died, she hated Dexter and never wanted to see him again. But every interaction they've had since then, Aster's been able to realize that as much as Dexter does fuck up, he really cares about her and Cody, and never meant for any of what he caused to happen. So I'm glad they were able to leave things off on a positive note. Anyways, Deb recognizes Dexter's car key and puts together that Dexter is with Hannah, which makes her react even stronger to when she found out he was a serial killer. Dexter gets a bit confused by this, until Deb just spits out that she was in love with Dexter before finding out his truth. Now, I've already been over how bad of a plot point this was in Season 6, but I really don't have a huge problem with it in this specific instance. First of all, they had to address it somehow, and I'm glad they did it later so we had a solid 7 episodes of quality television where we completely forgot about it. Second, she says it here, and maybe besides the death of LaGuardia, it really isn't utilized at all throughout the rest of the show, so this isn't like a revival of the plotline or anything. And third, Jennifer Carpenter's acting throughout this scene is so fucking good that it honestly makes you feel bad for Deb, even if the shit she's saying is really weird. Still a really great scene in my opinion. What's an even better scene is Dexter talking to Isaac in a bar, where it's revealed that Isaac is gay. This revelation makes everything that's happening to Isaac 10 times sadder, since we now finally know why he was so determined to get revenge for Victor's death. And it's just so depressing when he says he's had to keep this a secret from everyone in the Brotherhood in fear of not being accepted. Isaac was already a really likable villain, but now that we know his motives, and the fact that this guy who has seemed to be a really intimidating mob boss this whole season has had to fear his whole life of people finding out his secret makes him maybe the most likable killer in the whole show. He's also able to relate a lot to Dexter in this scene, in ways Dexter is and isn't aware of during this moment. They both have had to keep a secret from everyone in their lives for so long, and they both have let love dictate their decisions over rationale. When Isaac brings this up, Dexter's still in denial that anything can beat rationale, but he realizes that what he's doing in this very episode is exactly that. He knows Hannah is a killer, he knows she fits the code, but he doesn't care. He's still gonna see and protect her because he loves her. And this again reinforces Dexter's development into a normal human being, something that Harry never imagined for him. Such fantastic writing. And what's also fantastic is Deb smoking pot with Aster while Dexter gives an emotional monologue. What I already mentioned is definitely the highlight of this episode, but Quinn's stuff is pretty good too. And we see George become the real villain of this season. Not only does he not give Quinn Nadia's passport, but he blackmails him into doing more illegal work for the Koshkas. He's also trying to kill Isaac as well, so it's pretty obvious that this guy's gonna die one way or another. Incredible Season 7 episode. Number 20. In the Beginning. This episode is the closest Season 5 will get to a 10 out of 10 episode, besides 501. And I really wanted to give it the perfect score, but I just cannot get past how forced Dexter and Lumen's relationship feels. This show acts like a middle schooler when it comes to relationships. Male interact with female. That means that male like female and female like male, so male and female have relationship. I'm sorry, but until Aster started calling Lumen Dexter's girlfriend in the last episode, there was absolutely nothing that actually made Dexter and Lumen feel like a good match. Dexter clearly wants to help Lumen with killing her abusers, and that he does. That doesn't mean they need to fuck each other. Oh, especially since Rita just, got slaughtered like 10 episodes ago. Talk about a rebound, like Jesus Christ. I would understand rebounding that quickly after a breakup, but she just fucking died. Not to mention that it was Dexter's fault too. Maybe it's just me, but until they were literally fucking each other, then they never, and I mean never, felt like anything more than just friends. And to mention that very scene, just watch this. Alright, I've done enough complaining. Yeah, this episode's fucking incredible. Cole Harmon's house has been raided, where a bunch of tapes were found that showed these men raping, torturing, and murdering a bunch of young, innocent blonde women. These guys definitely aren't as creepy as a Trinity or a Brian, but that's only because we don't really get to know them as well. Because they're easily the creepiest if we're going just by actions. I don't even know if creepy is the right word. Disgusting sounds more fitting. It's genuinely disgusting the shit that these assholes put so many innocent women through. And it's so sad every time Lumen has to talk about how she was treated by these pieces of shit. For anyone wondering, I do actually like Lumen a lot more when we get later into the season. She was really only annoying for a few episodes. It's also super sad when Lumen confronts the woman who Jordan keeps the blood of named Emily. And she details how she was drugged, kidnapped, and used by these men, with Jordan Chase being the perpetrator of all of it. It's revealed later on that this lady still talks and gives information to Jordan since he's convinced her that he loves and appreciates her. The way he takes advantage of such a powerless woman is so genuinely disgusting, and this just makes this character so great. And, dare I even say, master manipulator. Jordan Chase's mom.
You gave birth to a master manipulator.
Back at the PD, things aren't looking too good for Jordan Chase though. Deb is getting more and more suspicious of this guy's involvement in all of this with every passing minute, especially when she and Quinn interview a guy named Alex Tilden. He plays his involvement in the situation cool while talking to the cops, but later calls Jordan begging him for help. Jordan says he's helping Alex, but he really kills two birds with one stone. Or at least tries to. Since Jordan has Emily as his informant basically, she told him that she told Lumen about Alex. So he knows that Dexter and Lumen are going to Alex's house to kill him. Once he sees them walk into Alex's house, he calls the PD saying he got a call from Alex Tilden. This is a very smart move, but I guess Dexter must have known that the PD was onto Tilden. Cause when Quinn and Deb get to the house, Dexter and Lumen are killing him in the house next door. Well, actually it's mainly just Lumen, who drops this banger of a line.
What's this gonna cost? Just give me a number.
$13.
After this, Jordan Chase is the only abuser left, so they of course spend the remaining few minutes having Dexter and Lumen fuck, but I've already complained enough about that. Such an entertaining and well-written episode. Season 5 hate is so unwarranted. Number 19. Dirty Harry. 404 is definitely where Season 4 starts to get really good, but I would say this episode feels more like that, since it's when Dexter starts to really learn who Trinity is. Deb and Lundy have just been shot, and Deb is rushed to the hospital after Miami Metro and Dexter arrive at the scene. Seeing Deb like this is super sad, as well as everyone's reactions to what's going on. For all the drama that's been going on with Quinn this season, he drops the bullshit and makes sure that Dexter is alright. Even Masuka is making sure that Deb knows he really does care about her. Dexter is supposed to go straight to the hospital, but he of course breaks into Lundy's apartment and steals anything that he can use regarding Trinity. I would say Dexter is being a bad brother here, but he does think that Trinity was the one to shoot Deb, so we can't consider him too selfish in this case. Dexter gets to the hospital and starts asking Deb questions like as soon as she wakes up. This isn't even being socially awkward, that's just being a dumbass, let's be real. Then Anton shows up and is super supportive. Then Deb casually just drops that she slept with Lundy and wants to break up with Anton. So he leaves and literally never shows up again. I think I've made it pretty clear throughout this video that I do not give a flying fuck about Anton, but even I thought he deserved a better ending than this. Genuinely just an innocent guy and a good boyfriend who got the worst of every situation he was involved in, even if he was boring as fuck. Dexter starts to listen to all of Lundy's tapes, but the only thing he can get out of them is where Trinity will be the following night to complete the kill cycle. While he's watching over the building, he realizes that Lundy had a tape recorder on him when he was shot, so he steals it from evidence and learns that Trinity is a tall old white man with blue eyes. On the night of the murder, Dexter shows up and rushes to the security cameras to try and catch Trinity, but by the time he finds what floor he's on, Trinity has already brutally murdered a vendor with a hammer. A pretty hard scene to watch. Dexter follows Trinity after he leaves, and we get the plot twist that Trinity is exactly like Dexter. A murderer hiding in plain sight with a wife and children. This perfectly sets up the rest of the season for Dexter to really get to know Trinity, which I think is great. Back to Deb, she's now staying at Dexter's house, but is blaming herself for everything that happened. Rita tries to calm her down, but only makes it worse. So Deb goes to the spot where she was shot and calls Dexter to come there as well. She yells at Dexter for keeping his apartment a secret, then just vents about how she's feeling, which is a super sad scene and has great acting from Jennifer Carpenter. She portrays the amount of regret Deb really has for Lundy's murder so well, and I get chills every time she starts crying or hugging Dexter. Deb of course cared about her previous partners, but none really stuck like Lundy did. And she knows that none ever will again, which is why this death and the aftermath of it are so depressing. And finally, I have to talk about the scene of Dexter and Rita in Dexter's apartment, where she comes incredibly close to finding his secret. Dexter literally opens the part of his suitcase right above all of his kill tools. If Rita had just told him to open the other part, then it would have been over. This is an amazing scene where Dexter starts to realize how little he really prioritizes his family over his dark passenger. And I'm glad that Rita has the courage to stand up to her shitty husband this time around. Near flawless episode, and it's not even close to the best of season 4. Alright, we are now entering 10 out of 10 territory. So, these next 18 episodes are all some of the greatest episodes in this entire show. At least I believe so. So if your favorite episode is one of the next ones, please understand that it could easily be number 1. Like, you could put that at number 1. I wouldn't think differently of anybody saying that. Like, these are all, like, just some of the greatest episodes television has to offer, in my opinion. So, yeah. This is also probably the longest section of the video. I mean, I'm reading the script. I'm only on page 66 out of 90. So 34 more pages to go, and it's only 18 more episodes. Yeah, I might as well just kill myself now. Number 18. Dex takes a holiday. I'm not as big on this episode as everyone else is, but I do kind of just have to admit that it is a 10. Easily one of Dexter's best one-off kills in the entire show. Just from his introduction of this cop lady, it's already super interesting. Then Dexter spends the episode collecting evidence and antagonizing this lady. Dexter is convinced that she murdered her family and goes to her open house to try and find some sort of evidence that she left her fingerprints on. He ends up finding a tiny piece of a glove in her sink, but the lady is onto him and figures out who Dexter is, and that he looked into the files of her family's murder. The next day, she pulls Dexter over and threatens him, which just makes Dexter antagonize her further by asking for more files on her case. Eventually, she follows him to a gas station, and this is where Dexter finally tells her that he knows what she did. After this, she pulls her gun out and threatens to kill Dexter, but he's able to talk her out of it since they both know how it would end for her. Dexter knows where she'll be going later, so he prepares himself with his syringe and hides inside his house. He's able to knock her out and get her on his table, which gives us one of Dexter's most iconic quotes.
You gonna rape and kill me?
What is it with you and rape? No one's raping anyone.
Killing, on the other hand.
And my personal favorite scene of the episode. The cop brings up an argument that's been in the show ever since Brian Moser said this.
You can't be a killer and a hero. It doesn't work that way!
She pretty much tells Dexter that he can't be a killer and a family man at the same time. One day he's eventually gonna have to choose one, but Dexter has convinced himself that he can manage both and doesn't listen to her. And as terrible as this lady is, she's right, and it'll be apparent later on in this season. I'll talk about the minor subplots before I get to Deb's, since hers is pretty important this time. Quinn is still sleeping with this journalist who he keeps accidentally spilling PD info to, which obviously stains Miami Metro's reputation once it's put in the papers. Then there's Angel and Maria who, yeah, nobody gives a fuck. Basically, Deb shows more and more of her feelings for Lundy every episode, as does Lundy, which takes a turn when they have lunch together and realize that both of them still have feelings for each other. I mean, it was pretty obvious to the viewer at this point. Even Anton knew something was up. But it's sort of nice to see this happen. It's good because they were a great couple in season 2 that were clearly meant for each other. But it's not good since Anton is, as boring as he is, An innocent man who doesn't deserve to get cheated on. But Deb doesn't really care and goes to Lundy's hotel room where they start making out. Later on, they're walking in the parking lot, and after a small talk, Deb suddenly gets shot, followed by Lundy getting 2 fatal shots himself. The shots themselves aren't what's so great about this scene, but the way that Deb and Lundy just lay there on the ground helpless, especially Lundy, who you can just tell is dead. And you can also tell how much Deb wants to do something, but can't. It's heartbreaking, honestly. Definitely the lowest ranked 10, but still a 10 nonetheless. Number 17. Left Turn Ahead. After a slower episode in 210, Left Turn Ahead immediately brings back some of the momentum that was previously lost. Dexter's mind is now all over the place after realizing that Harry killed himself because of him. And it's very clear to Doakes, who tries to calm Dexter down. This is one of the few Dexter and Doakes scenes in the episode where the two just sit down and talk to each other. And I can't tell you how much I love these scenes. Dexter and Doakes are really the two best characters that are alive up till this point, and Doakes has spent the entire show professionally hating on Dexter. So to see them sit down and pretty much have a heart-to-heart about their lives, as insincere as it might be coming from Doakes, who very obviously just wants to be let free, is super great. Especially when Dexter says something like,
I've really enjoyed our conversations, James.
Like, damn. Nah, man, nah, you're crying. I would never cry to Dexter. I would never. At the end of the day, Doakes is a flawed but good man who is just really good at his job. And it's really hard to not feel bad for him in every scene where he's tortured. Like when he's finally able to escape just to get captured by cartel members and held hostage. And even when Dexter and Doakes work together to kill these guys, Doakes is still put back in the cage. It's just depressing. Speaking of feeling bad for people, Angel's being accused of rape by none other than Lila. As annoying as Lila is, it's very entertaining seeing which new scheme she pulls each episode to manipulate Dexter further. The main thing I love about this Angel plot is how much everyone in the PD sticks up for Angel. He's such a great guy that literally everyone knows he's innocent. Deb especially, who gets so pissed over this that she finds out Lila's real name and the fact that she's an illegal immigrant. After finding this out, Deb breaks into Lila's apartment and warns her to leave or she'll be deported. Deb is genuinely such a great character. Anybody who hates her has to be either a raging conservative or under the age of 12, because she has so many great moments like these throughout the show. Lila's response to this is casually stalking Dexter, Rita, and the kids, then stealing his GPS and driving to the cabin where Doakes is. Which is one of the crazier cliffhangers for sure. Doakes and Lila are not two characters you would ever expect to interact, but it's obviously done very well here. Back to Dexter, he starts thinking that the best solution is to finally turn himself in, and Doakes almost fully convinces him into doing so. He starts saying his goodbyes to Rita and the kids, and tries to have one last day with them on the water, and he even puts Deb's name in his will. But once he invites Deb over for dinner where he was planning to tell Deb who he really was, he realizes that Deb needs him. Dexter turning himself in would be selfish, because there are people in his life who really depend on him and can't afford to see who he really is. So he scratches this idea. This is weirdly reminding me of the scene in Season 8 where Deb herself gives all those reasons to Dexter on why he can't casually move to Argentina. Man, Season 8 is so peak. I love how the writers completely contradicted what had previously been established in the show just for terrible drama. Anyways, I really do love the existential vibe of this episode. Like it's the last day of Dexter's life and he's spending all of his time as wisely as he can. Now there is one more thing I have to mention, and that is, of course, Jonathan Banks.
Walter. Put your dick away, Walter.
Mike Ehrmantraut is obviously one of my favorite characters in the Breaking Bad universe, so seeing Jonathan Banks here is super funny and entertaining. I'm sure he fits fine if you've never seen Breaking Bad, but if you have, then it feels super weird. That is, until you realize that his character in Dexter isn't exactly like Mike. Both characters are very strict and to the point, but Mike isn't as much of an asshole as this guy is. But Mike also isn't as funny as this guy. He's here for like 2 episodes, but he's very memorable, even if that's only because of his actor. Number 16. My Bad. Well, I've officially cried at this show. I never cried at my first viewing, and I got pretty damn close during the bathtub scene on my rewatch. But when Dexter is giving his eulogy at the very end, yeah, I just gave up. This episode is like the fun and games of Dexter. It's perfect, but not because any of the moments are funny or shocking. All of it is just incredibly depressing. The episode starts with Dexter just zoned the fuck out waiting for the cops on his lawn with Harrison. When they show up alongside Deb, Dexter tells them,
Rita's inside. It was me.
Yes, this is quite possibly the stupidest thing you could say in this situation, but Dexter isn't exactly the most normal guy in the world. So when your wife is dead because of your selfishness, it's pretty understandable. Everyone from Miami Metro shows up, and it's great to see all of them very concerned about their good friend Nah, I'm playing. Masuka is making naked jokes about Rita, Quinn is already theorizing about how Dexter might be guilty, and Maria desperately wants to give the case to the FBI so she can enjoy her wedding day with Angel, acting like their marriage wasn't a complete political play. Speaking of the FBI, they try getting an interview with Dexter, but Deb makes sure he gets to his apartment to sleep instead. Dexter reacts about how you would expect him to. He's completely emotionless. He's obviously not unbothered because he just caused the death of the love of his life, but he isn't exactly crying or screaming either. At least not yet. The next day, Dexter and Deb go to the funeral home to plan Rita's funeral, and Dexter gets reminded of his first date with Rita. This was really when I realized how amazing Rita was on first viewing. Seeing how gentle and sweet she was to Dexter on their first date, just for Dexter to act like a weirdo the whole date, then suddenly leave, and she still wanted to be with him after, just goes to show how great she was. Julie Benz also plays her super well. This date also goes to show how Dexter never had his priorities straight, since his first date was only so he could kidnap a guy to kill him. He always prioritized the kill over anything, which directly led to Rita's death. Later on, we get a genuinely terrible scene where Deb and Quinn are cleaning up Rita's bathroom, and they casually just fuck on the kitchen floor. I mean, Quinn being into Deb isn't really surprising, and vice versa. But we just saw Rita die like 20 minutes ago, and now you guys are fucking 15 feet away from where she died. Like, I don't understand why the writers thought this was a good idea. And I would think at least Quinn's horny ass had some sort of decency to say, "Hey Deb, let's at least go somewhere else." But nah, this had to happen in this episode, I guess. The rest of this episode is phenomenal though, which is why it's still at a 10. Then Astor and Cody come home, and this is where the episode gets 10 times harder to watch. I can't even blame Dexter for the way he handles this situation, because I have no idea how I myself would handle something like this. I mean, genuinely, how would you tell your stepchildren that their mother got brutally murdered by a serial killer while they were in Disney World? Everyone is distraught about this, but especially Astor, who tells Dexter that she wishes he was dead instead of Rita. I think this makes Dexter realize that he really doesn't deserve to live the life he's been living, so he decides to talk to Rita one last time, then disappears. He drives his boat to an island where he takes his anger out on some random asshole in the bathroom. After this, Harry convinces Dexter that he needs Miami, while Miami needs him, so he drives back and makes it to Rita's funeral. Well, very late. He goes off the top for his eulogy, and it's just so depressing. Dexter having to say this while being the only person there that knows that he's responsible for Rita's death is very sad. And seeing Rita's grieving children does not help. Everyone always talks about 412 being super sad, but if we're being honest, this one is way sadder. People just have a hard time giving praise to anything in this season. Definitely one of the best, saddest, and most underrated episodes of the series. Number 15. Let's give the boy a hand. Easily Dexter's most underrated episode. Call me a season 1 glazer, which is probably true, but I do genuinely feel like this is a perfect episode. To talk about the subplots first, the one with Rita's neighbor is probably the most entertaining one of the show up till this point. The first scene of Dexter interacting with her is super funny, and the neighbor's acting is amazing, cause holy shit, Dexter should have gone against the code a couple seasons early just to murder this woman. Thankfully by the end, Dexter just kidnaps her dog and has Rita give it to some random family, which is a really great scene. And it also gives us one of my favorite Dexter Discord gifs. Angel has his first real subplot of the show where he buys rings for his wife all episode, and asks Dexter what he thinks of them, who of course doesn't understand love and points out minor inconveniences in all of Angel's jewelry. Finally, Angel gets some sense in him and asks another woman what she thinks of it, and Deb says that Angel's wife will love it. Only problem is, Angel's wife does not like Angel very much, and doesn't want to see him at all, presumably because he cheated. This scene is super sad because Angel just seems like a nice guy who made a mistake that'll cost him his relationship. And it gets even worse when he gives the necklace to his daughter. Doakes' Guerrero subplot also hits its climax, with Guerrero's men kidnapping Doakes towards the end of the episode and beating him in a parking lot. All for the cop that Doakes pissed off to come out of nowhere and shoot and arrest Guerrero. Pretty fucked up way to get someone caught, but hey, I guess it worked. Now the real meat of the episode comes with the Tony Tucci stuff. No pun intended. It's revealed that Tony Tucci isn't the ice truck killer, and he's actually the person that's being held hostage by him right now. This pisses Maria off since she already told the press that Tucci was the ice truck killer, so she talks to Tony's mom to try and apologize. The scenes with her are honestly really sad, and the mom just genuinely wants her child back and isn't mad at Maria at all. Maria does show a lot of regret for what she did and keeps trying to apologize, but Tony's mom doesn't even care. I do start to like Maria in this episode, really for the first time in the entire show. But the writers couldn't even give her one episode, so she had to force Deb to watch footage all day instead of being a part of the case. Maria was likable for maybe 5 minutes. New record, at least. Meanwhile, Dexter starts to realize that the ice truck killer is not only targeting him, but knows about his childhood, since every separate piece of Tony Tucci is left in a place where Dexter was in his childhood. This is the real first hint we get at the killer being related to Dexter, even though we haven't even seen the guy's face yet. Dexter puts the puzzle pieces together and goes to a hospital he went to with his dad, and he finds Tony Tucci severed, blindfolded, and tied to a chair with all of the necessary tools needed to kill him on a table 2 feet away from Dexter. This is clearly Brian testing Dexter to see if he can handle himself, but Dexter follows the code and makes an anonymous tip to Deb to get her out of watching footage at the department. Easily one of the most balanced episodes in the entire show. Every single character's plot brings their own spice to the episode that makes it so entertaining throughout the whole episode, and it's one of my personal favorites. Number 14. Morning comes. The second half of Dexter Season 2 is pretty close in quality to the second half of Breaking Bad Season 5, I can't lie. And that mainly starts with this episode. Morning Comes hits very hard if you're a Lila hater, because this is where Dexter finally realizes how destructive Lila really is. From the very start of the episode, Lila is clearly pissed about Dexter going to Rita's house and stops talking to him when he won't have sex with her. Later on, Lila literally forces herself into a bowling night with Dexter and the other cops. Her manipulation furthers when she gets Angel and Masuka to like her, and even worse when Dexter is suddenly stabbed in the parking lot by her mother's murderer, who he ended up letting go. Lila uses this opportunity to spend the night with Dexter, who decides to go murder this guy once and for all the next day. Dexter follows him to some hut in the middle of nowhere, and he chops him up with a chainsaw just as he did to Dexter's mother, which is a crazy yet satisfying scene. But everything changes when Dexter goes through this guy's wallet and sees a note with the exact time and place that Dexter told Lila for the bowling alley, which obviously makes Dexter realize that Lila was the one to send Dexter's mom's murderer to the bowling alley. And it gets a whole lot worse once Rita calls Dexter and tells him that the door to her house was open, signifying that Lila stole Dexter's key. After this, Dexter makes sure that the police are surveilling Rita's house, and he goes to Lila's apartment to tell her once and for all that she needs to back the fuck off. This is honestly one of Dexter's scarier moments. He's genuinely pissed that Lila has been using him this whole time, and he's not about to let Lila hurt Rita or her kids. And that's just one part of this incredible episode. Before I recap the other plots, I just want to say that this episode is honestly one of the funniest in the whole show. For instance, the scene of Masuka comparing Lundy to Hitler is hilarious. And so is the scene where Masuka pulls out his gun after Dexter gets stabbed. Deb is also really funny in this episode with every time she interacts or even mentions Lila.
She is obviously a vampire. A gross English titty vampire.
He's not working late. I think he lied to you. Oh, men are such pigs.
Also, Dexter says,
"Damn Switzerland,"
which is peak comedy. Anyways, Deb is mostly just investigating the Bay Harbor Butcher case all episode with Angel and Lundy. They think they have a lead on the Butcher, but it turns out that the car used to transport a victim of the Butcher was stolen from Miami Metro evidence, meaning the Butcher really is one of them. The amount of despair shown in this scene is great and super depressing. Deb and Lundy also have their first date where Lundy slaps Deb's ass. The age gap is starting to make me feel weird all of a sudden. And finally, Sergeant James Doakes. Doakes returns to Miami Metro to do an interview with Lundy, but once he finds out that one of the Butcher cases was dismissed due to sloppy blood work, he instantly leaves and continues on his hating Dexter arc. By that, I mean he literally breaks into Dexter's apartment and finds his blood slides. This is probably the most cooked Dexter seemed up till this point in the show, and it really is insane how he managed to recover from this. All Doakes had to do was notify the police department, and it literally would have been over for Dexter right there. Fucking incredible writing in this episode all around. I really miss Dexter being this good. Number 13. Seeing Red. The last quarter of Season 1 is honestly some of the best television out there. The cat and mouse chase between Dexter and Rudy continues. And what makes it so phenomenal in this episode is that while Dexter is chasing the killer, the guy is having beers with him without Dexter even knowing it. This is really the only episode where this is in full effect. Since the episode before this, Dexter wasn't focusing on the killer, and the episode after this is where Dexter finds out who the killer is. Rudy's next trap for Dexter is to fill a hotel room full of blood, which is laid out exactly like a traumatic memory Dexter keeps having. When Dexter sees this, he faints and makes Doakes question if Dexter is actually human. After this happens, Rudy is much more focused on what happens to Dexter than his relationship with Deb. So he basically shuts Deb out of his life just to talk to Dexter, which pisses her off. Usually when Deb is super mad in these Season 1 episodes, it's kind of annoying, but this is all on purpose. Rudy is just a master manipulator in every possible way. Laura Moser.
You gave birth to a master manipulator.
Speaking of Rudy, that's exactly who Angel goes after in this episode. Angel looks like he's about to meet the love of his life at the bar and starts dancing with her until he sees a sex worker with the same color nails as the Estrell killer case from like 9 episodes ago. This gives Angel a lead on the killer, but he needs to know more about the prosthetic fetishes. So he does the most logical thing and asks Masuka.
What do you know about amputee fetishes?
No, it's called acrotomophilia.
Angel goes to Rudy to question him about prosthetic fetishes, and the guy is literally about to kill Angel, until he realizes that Angel doesn't actually have a lead. The next we see of Angel, he's bleeding out in a parking lot, so that's great. Back to Dexter, Paul is becoming a huge problem and is casually ruining Rita's whole life as a mother just because she used self-defense. The scene of Paul in Rita's house is one of my favorites in Season 1 for 2 reasons. 1, because of Rita being a badass.
I could drop the charges if you agree to unsupervised visitation.
Fuck you.
And 2, because when Paul starts saying some of the most abhorrent things about Rita to Dexter, he snaps and slams Paul's head with a frying pan. After this, the show makes you think that Dexter's gonna kill Paul since he's strapping him to a chair and injecting him with something. but it's revealed that it's heroin, which gets Paul arrested and Rita's legal troubles over with. Paul is easily one of the worst characters in the entire show, so this was super rewarding to see. And it also shows that Dexter isn't at the point where he needs to break Harry's code yet. The final thing to mention is the flashbacks that Dexter starts to get, which finally explain what happened to Dexter's mom. These flashbacks are super sad, for the obvious reasons, but also because of how fucked up Dexter still is about them decades later. And the editing on these is amazing as well. Number 12. The British Invasion. Season 2's finale is definitely in the top half of Dexter season finales, but I wouldn't say it's at the very top. The clear climax of the season was 208 and 209 in my opinion, so this episode is pretty much just tying up loose ends. Not to discredit it though, it's still a wonderful way to end the season. We pick up with Lila approaching Doakes in the cabin. Lila seems to feel bad for Doakes until she realizes that Dexter not only is the one who has been holding Doakes captive, but might also be the Bay Harbor Butcher. Instead of feeling disgusted or betrayed, she of course starts sobbing in empathy for the guy, and this is when Doakes realizes that he's beyond cooked, which is super funny in an existential way. Lila drops the key, turns on the stove, then leaves the cabin. Doakes immediately tries to get the key, which he's successful with, but Lila blockades the door with an axe, so Doakes' final resort is to turn the stove off. But he's too late and explodes alongside the whole cabin. I've seen people complain about this death and say that it was just an easy way for the writers to not make Dexter kill Doakes, but that argument is just stupid to me. First of all, it would be kinda lame if Dexter gets caught this early on, and we would have missed out on some incredible seasons. Second of all, it's not like this is out of character for Lila or anything. She very clearly does not give a single fuck about anybody in this whole world besides Dexter, which has not only been shown throughout the entire season, but even later on in this episode as well. Maybe the writers could have made a slightly more badass death for Doakes, but it's obvious that he tried anything he possibly could to get out of that situation and never gave up. So it was still a pretty honorable death. Dexter rushes over to the cabin, but by the time he gets there, all the damage has been done, and the whole PD is already there. Hours later, they find a body, which Masuka identifies as Doakes, alongside a chopped up criminal, which perfectly fits the Butcher's profile. After this is the first time Dexter has actually felt free in this entire show, if we're being real. He has no mysterious guy trying to kill him, he has no cop monitoring him 24/7, he has no innocent man trapped in a cage that he either has to kill or let him turn him in, and let's just say he definitely has no more relationship issues. Dexter is doing so well that they even play the opening theme while he's getting ready in the morning. It seems like things can't get much better. This all seems great until Dexter finds his GPS and the evidence for the cabin, and instantly realizes the only person who would have possibly stolen it. Dexter meets Lila at an aquarium, where Lila basically tells him that she killed Doakes and that she knows he's the Butcher. At first, Dexter tries to intimidate Lila and tell her that he needs to kill her, until he tries getting into her head so much that it turns into Dexter saying he's exactly like Lila, manipulating her into thinking that Dexter wants Lila back. This seemed like the best possible way that Dexter could have tricked Lila into getting onto his table, and it would have been nice for this season's master manipulator to get manipulated by Dexter himself, but this of course doesn't come to fruition. The next day when Dexter goes to Lila's apartment to kill her, he almost accidentally kills Deb, who he mistakes for Lila. Once they start talking, Lila appears and is pretty cryptic with Deb thankfully, but she also notices a bag on the ground that belongs to Dexter, which she takes and leaves, later realizing that it has all of Dexter's kill tools. Dexter of course knows that his original plan is over and Lila now has the upper hand. And Lila contacts Matthews, telling her that she has Butcher information relating to Dexter. This makes Dexter realize that Lila would never do this just to snitch on Dexter to the police, so he rushes to Rita's house knowing that Lila clearly has something up her sleeve. Lo and behold, Rita's babysitter is out cold on the couch from horse tranquilizer, and Aster and Cody are nowhere to be seen. Dexter rushes to Lila's apartment where Aster and Cody are watching TV. Once it's revealed that Lila is there, she casually burns down her fucking apartment. Fire has been a motif this season whenever Lila is around, and I think it's meant to show that Lila really burns anything she touches. Whether it's Angel, Dexter, Rita, Deb, she fucks everything up and clearly has to go. Dexter very heroically saves Aster and Cody, but can't fit through the window himself, so he tries breaking the door down, which Lila of course locked up. Dexter starts losing air and passes out, but wakes up and does the only option left, which is wrapping himself in a blanket and banging into Lila's door until it collapses. Which eventually works, but Dexter ends up passed out on fire outside of Lila's apartment, where Deb saves him. Irish invasion, Deb saves Dexter from who he thought was the love of his life. Great writing as always. After this, Lila escapes to Paris, and I love the shots of Lila walking in this final scene. It feels like an indie movie for some reason. Then Lila opens her mail and sees a postcard from Miami, which has a picture of Doakes on the back of it, and she's of course injected with the tranquilizer and murdered right after. I'm not gonna lie and say that Lila's death isn't a bit underwhelming. She's been a clear and very annoying villain for the whole season, and she isn't even put on Dexter's table, just stabbed by him. But the picture of Doakes being on the postcard is the best possible way Dexter could have revealed himself to Lila, so I still do really like this scene. Now, I do need to mention the rest of this episode, which is also amazing. It's really just dealing with the reveal of not only Doakes' death, but the reveal of Doakes being the butcher. Everyone is pretty fucked up about it, but obviously Maria is the main one. She tries everything she possibly can to prove Doakes' innocence until literally right before Lundy tells her that the body was indeed Doakes. It shows that as much as Maria uses politics and shady tactics to her advantage, she has a heart and genuinely cares about the people in her life, which comes back and hits even harder in Season 7. Every scene with Maria is super sad in this episode, especially when Lundy tells her about Doakes, and she finally just breaks down in tears. The scene at the end of the episode is also really sad, where Doakes' funeral takes place, and the only people to show up are Dexter, Maria, and Doakes' family, who you genuinely just can't not feel bad for. Unless certain events take place in post-Dexter shows, then they're never gonna know who the butcher really is. And finally, we see the end of Deb and Lundy's relationship. At least currently. Lundy has to go to DC and isn't not allowing Deb to go with him, but he tells her to really think about the decision. Later on, Deb is about to get on a taxi to the airport, but gets a call from Rita about Dexter and the kids. And even though it ends her relationship with Lundy, she still picks what's most important at the end of the day. Her family. And she goes to Lila's apartment to save Dexter. This furthers the parallel between the first two season finales, since in Born Free, this scene also just makes the Season 8 plotline even dumber, but I think you guys are fed up with me complaining about Season 8 at this point. Yes, this episode has some minor flaws, but they're all made up for with the amount of peak scenes present here. So anybody claiming this is one of the worst episodes of the show is just lying to themselves. Yes, I've seen people say that. Number 11.
Surprise, motherfucker!
I feel like this episode just cements Season 7 as a return to form for Dexter, since I do believe there are a couple episodes in this season that are worse than anything from the first half of the show, but you also have multiple phenomenal episodes, and even a couple perfect ones like this one. And having perfect episodes this late into the show is pretty crazy. While this is the 3rd highest rated season finale, and 7th highest rated episode in general by the fans, I have seen a lot of people complain about this episode. While I understand most of the problems I've seen people have, I feel like most of them have to deal with the aftermath of this episode instead of the episode itself. And you guys already know how I feel about the aftermath known as Season 8. First of all, let's just talk about the Doakes flashbacks, and my god are they amazing. They did the best possible job they could have done with these scenes. They made Dexter, Deb, Maria, Masuka, and even Doakes look exactly like they did in the Season 1 era. And even the flashback itself looks so much like the original cinematography of the original season. And the interactions Doakes has with Dexter are just incredible. And to see where it really all began was so brilliant. And Eric King did not lose a single bit of his acting ability during his 5-year absence. Genuinely feels like I'm in the first season again. Now, these flashbacks of course bring us to the main point of the episode. Dexter being arrested for the first and sadly only time in the entire show. Okay, yeah, he got arrested in the fucking getaway. You know what I mean. Maria shows up at Dexter's apartment with some officers, and it seems pretty similar to that one scene from Season 2, only this time Dexter is actually being arrested. I don't think I need to say much more about this specific scene. Dexter being arrested, especially by Maria, speaks for itself. Maria then brings Dexter into the station with cuffs on, and everyone is shocked. Especially Angel, whose interaction with Maria is amazing.
Why is Dexter in handcuffs?
I have proof he's the Bay Harbor butcher.
Doakes is the Bay Harbor butcher. Have you lost your mind?
Everyone thinks Maria is crazy, and they try to help Dexter. Which continues into the next scene, where Maria actually interrogates Dexter by showing him pictures of himself throwing bags into the ocean. Dexter claims this was him dumping food, but Maria isn't buying shit. Until Masuka comes back with his blood report that proves the blood on Hector Estrada's shirt was from 1973, and not the present, which allows Dexter to leave the station. What I do want to add is how fucking insane Dexter is in this scene. When it seems like Maria has the upper ground in the argument, he brings up Doakes and manipulates everyone into believing that Maria is some lunatic who is still in denial about Doakes being the butcher. Such incredible writing as always. Dexter is able to go home, but Maria is still convinced that Dexter is the butcher. And Dexter and Deb know they're fucked at this point. Not only that, but Dexter also still has to deal with Estrada, who escaped after Dexter tried to kill him last episode. Dexter is able to track down and kidnap him, but while he does this, Deb has a meeting with Maria. And in my opinion, this is one of the best scenes in the entire show. First of all, seeing Maria now suspect Deb to be an accomplice to Dexter killing Travis Marshall is absolutely insane. She shows Deb a security camera recording of her filling up cans of gasoline 2 blocks away from the church 20 minutes before the fire started. Again, Maria seems to have the complete high ground in this argument, so what does Deb do? The same exact thing as Dexter. And this scene right here shows how far Deb has fallen from the honest cop persona she once portrayed just last season. Deb tells Dexter this later on, and he really doesn't know what he's gonna do, which scares the fuck out of Deb. Dexter then breaks into Maria's house to check what she's been up to. And once he finds a warrant that will allow Maria to track Dex and Deb's GPSs for the night of Travis Marshall's death, Dexter realizes that there's only one thing he can possibly still do. Kill Maria LaGuardia. This is obviously against Harry's code, but if Dexter just fled, then Deb would still be left picking up the pieces. And if Dexter turned himself in, Deb would still be left picking up the pieces. Later in the day, Angel hosts a New Year's Eve party. And while this happens, Dexter's back in the shipping container with Hector Estrada. Only this time, he calls LaGuerta and has Hector trick her into coming to the shipping yard. After this, Dexter asks Hector some questions about how he killed Laura and how it made him feel. Because he realizes that he's no different from Hector. The reason he's about to kill LaGuerta is the reason why Hector killed his mother. This isn't part of the script. I just want to say, like, this is such a fucking great, like, scene, like, symbolism-wise, like, showing how Dexter, like, the whole show, he's thought of himself as, like, higher than the people he kills, like Trinity, and Trinity's like, you're no different from me. Like, that type of shit. Like, it's such an amazing realization that he has. And if something was done with that in season 8, like, that would have been perfect. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why they even tried to do something with this. When in season 8, like, it's just, oh, well, there's a new serial killer in town and Dexter has to kill him. Like, it's just fucking stupid. Even if Deb shot Dexter here, that would have been fitting just because of Dexter's realization that he's fitting of the code, you know? I'll talk in a second about how I don't think Deb had to shoot Dexter here. I don't think that was a necessity. But again, like, if she just went along with shooting LaGuerta, dude, they could have done so much with that in season 8, and it was just the craziest missed opportunity. Even with, like, New Blood and Resurrection, which New Blood I thought was great, and even Resurrection, which is currently airing, I think it's fucking great so far. I wish they would do something with that, with Dexter realizing that he is, I guess they kind of did in New Blood. All right, back to the script. I just wanted to say that real quick. I might have even said that in the script. I don't fucking, this is the longest script, I think, in the video. I think Remember the Monsters was, this is like 2,000 words. This is insane. He then kills Estrada and waits for LaGuerta to get to the container, where he injects her with a tranquilizer and plans to kill her. The only thing is, Deb shows up to the container since she didn't like the idea of both Dexter and Maria not being at Angel's party at the same time. So she tracked down Maria's car. Now, I personally believe that this is one of the show's best ever scenes, but a lot of people don't see it that way. So I'm going to talk about every argument that I can think of and give my defense. Well, first, I guess I'll say what happens. Deb walks in on Dexter, who is about to shoot LaGuerta, and Dexter explains that this is the only way it can go without them being caught. While they're talking, Maria wakes up and screams at Deb to shoot Dexter. Deb starts crying because she has absolutely no idea what to do, and Dexter even basically tells Deb that Maria is right. But Deb still ends up shooting Maria and instantly runs to hug her body and cry. Now, argument number 1. Deb killing LaGuerta is a cop-out for Dexter having to receive any consequences for his actions. First of all, Dexter killing Maria would have been boring. He literally said 10 minutes ago that his plan was to kill her. Since when was this show fun to watch due to everything going according to plan? Second of all, this is assuming that Deborah is some kind of innocent person who didn't deserve to have to make this decision. Did you guys just skip the season and only watch the finale? I mean, throughout this season, the amount of crimes Deb helps cover up is insane. She even assists in a body being burnt and asks Dexter to murder Hannah. And literally in this episode, she very clearly lies about her involvement in the murder of Travis Marshall to the captain of the police department. If Deb was a good person, she would have admitted wrongdoing and arrested Dexter. But no, she instead tries to manipulate Maria into thinking she's crazy instead of taking responsibility for her actions. It's also not like this would have been the first time Dexter abandoned Harry's code. Literally 2 episodes ago, he murdered Hannah's dad so Hannah wouldn't get arrested. And you know, there's also that guy that Dexter met in Nebraska last season. And there was also that guy in the bathroom he killed after Rita's death. And of course, that was that weirdo photographer who ended up being innocent from season 4. And who could forget about Oscar Prado? Well, I guess everyone who's making this argument. Argument number 2. Deb should have shot Dexter. Again, why are we acting like Deb is still a moral person? As much as she doesn't want to admit it, she really cares about her freedom and her brother's freedom. If she didn't, she would have arrested Dexter right when he killed Travis Marshall. And she wouldn't have covered up multiple crimes for him over the course of the season. There's this thing called character development. And again, I don't know if people that argue this just didn't watch this season, but Deb went through a shit ton of character development to where her shooting LaGuerta makes much more sense. Yes, if this happened in like season 3, then yeah, I'm sure Deb would have chose Maria. But even then, why the fuck would Deb shoot Dexter? Wouldn't calling the police actually make sense? Editing DJ here. I don't know why I said called the police when Deb is like the lieutenant of homicide. Listen, man. Oh god, the script took so much out of me, man. So many words. I literally, okay, the script has 90 pages. A whole page of the script, so a 90th of the video, is spent talking about this one scene. I just want you guys to know that. So, yeah, I'm gonna mess up sometimes. I'm sorry. Yeah, obviously, she shouldn't have called the police. She should have arrested Dexter. And, you know, that would have been a cool ending as well. I wouldn't have minded that. Again, I do, like, with the whole character development thing, I do think her killing LaGuardia makes more sense, you know, just because she was falling into darkness the whole season. It makes more sense. Listen, they 100% could have done something if she arrested Dexter. Dexter goes on trial in season 8. That actually would have been sick as well, but I don't think it would have made as much sense, so yeah. Of course, if Dexter tried to run away, then Deb would have to shoot him, but people act like if Deb shot Dexter here, that would have been a good ending to the series or something. I mean, it would have been better than Remember the Monsters, but that's not saying anything. I personally think the season 7 ending we got is the perfect one to set up an incredible final season the best, since it's the only one where both Dexter and Deb would face consequences for their actions. I feel like most people who complain about this scene are just confusing it for season 8 hate, because that's really what it boils down to. I know I've been talking for like centuries, but as much as I've glazed this episode, there are 2 things I don't like about it that I'll mention briefly. 1, again, this season is just really unrealistic at certain points. Like when Dexter casually injects Hector with his tranquilizer in broad daylight at a public park. 2, Hannah kind of just escapes from jail, and that's it for her in this season. Out of all the one-season characters to come back in the next season, it had to be her. I don't understand why she couldn't have just stayed in jail or died. And even if they had to make her escape, why couldn't have that just happened in season 8 as opposed to the finale of this season where literally nothing is explained? These are mostly just nitpicks, and there's more than enough scenes in this episode to make up for these. One of my favorite episodes for sure. Holy fucking shit, 1900 words. Number 10. Dexter. The first episode of Dexter is not only an incredible pilot, but one of the greatest pilots in TV history. A pilot's job is to introduce you to the show you're about to watch, and I really think Dexter's pilot is comparable and debatably better than Breaking Bad's, especially the first scene. I'm sure there's a show out there with a better first scene than Dexter, but that's a show I haven't seen yet. The first time I watched that scene, I was fucking shook. I'm so sad that the dark atmosphere of this scene didn't continue throughout the whole show. Speaking of the rest of the episode, the whole vibe of early Dexter is honestly my favorite part of the entire show. The lighting, the cinematography, Rita and her kids, the OG crew at Homicide, the Latin music playing over the amazing shots of nighttime Miami. It's something that the second half of the show just doesn't have. And this episode showcases it all. Obviously, to start with Dexter himself, the episode mainly focuses on introducing us to his character, since he is the whole point of the show at the end of the day. If that first scene wasn't good enough, then he actually gives a pretty good introduction himself.
My name is Dexter. Dexter Morgan. I don't know what made me the way I am, but whatever it was left a hollow place inside. People fake a lot of human interactions, but I feel like I faked them all.
While we also get some flashbacks with Harry and young Dexter. These flashbacks give us the reasoning to why Dexter is the way he is, with Harry realizing that the way Dexter acts can be incredibly dangerous, and that it needs to be channeled in a more positive way. This flashback makes it pretty obvious that Vogel had nothing to do with Dexter's upbringing, which proves that she was just a cheap character and made by the lazy writers that couldn't just think of an original character for themselves. Yeah, I really need to stop mentioning season 8. After this, we're introduced to basically everyone else at Miami Metro Homicide, like Dexter's sister Deborah, who seems much different than she is in the later seasons, but that just shows her incredible character development. We're also introduced to Vince Masuka and Angel Batista, who are more static than Deb, and we can already see how they're going to act for the rest of the show pretty much, especially Masuka. Then we have Lieutenant Maria LaGuardia, who probably has the worst introduction out of all the main characters, for the simple reason that the writers try to make her fall in love with Dexter. This continues for maybe 2 other episodes, and the only purpose that I can think it serves is that it makes LaGuardia not even attempt to trust Doakes when he was actually alive, and accusing Dexter of being involved with the Bay Harbor Butcher. But besides that, the rest of her manipulative and political character traits are shown very well here, and her actress plays her character to perfection, which is exactly why so many people hate her. Then we move to Miami Metro, where Dexter tries fitting in by handing out donuts, a signature of his character, and we're here introduced to one of the best antagonists Dexter faces in the entire show, Sergeant James Doakes. Doakes is so good that I feel like his scenes from the 2 fucking seasons of the show that he's in are honestly more iconic than any of the actual main parts of this show, like Dexter's kill rituals. Go watch literally any Dexter video essay on YouTube, and there's a 90% chance it shows both scenes of Doakes catching Dexter, and probably this one too.
You give me the fucking creeps, you know that, Dexter?
Doakes is probably the most entertaining character in this entire show, and his actor is absolutely incredible. And I find it really funny how he's like the nicest guy in the world when Doakes is always so serious. Speaking of acting, I feel like some of Michael C. Hall's best comes from this episode. I fucking love when Dexter acts so charismatic like in this pilot. It just makes his character that much more creepy when you see the things he does while alone. Now the final character I have to introduce is Rita. Rita is a character that I feel like I never fully appreciated until she was gone, so I'm very happy to see her here. Dexter and Rita's relationship comes a very far way in the first half of the show, seeing as here Dexter is an asexual murderer who doesn't even understand love, and Rita is a paranoid rape victim that feels uncomfortable even being touched. but they make each other grow throughout the show, which is what makes their relationship so special. We also technically get introduced to the ice truck killer, but not who he actually is. His kills just fascinate Dexter immensely. And at the end of the episode, Dexter finds a Barbie doll cut up in his freezer, signifying that the killer knows who he is. I feel this pilot perfectly sets up everything that this season and the first half of the show set out to do. And it's an incredible foundation that really could get anyone hooked, which is super important. Easily one of the best episodes in the whole show. Number 9. Lost Boys. Another installment in the peak of Dexter Season 4 Act 3. This episode reminds me of Better Call Saul a bit, in the sense of the two main plot lines that have been pretty separate throughout the season, finally connecting. And they're both equally as good here. The episode starts with Dexter tailing Trinity and following him to some random arcade. In this arcade, Dexter thinks Trinity is stalking a babysitter, but it ends up being a 10-year-old boy that he kidnaps. Once Dexter realizes this, he chases Trinity to the parking lot, but isn't able to get to his van in time, and Trinity escapes with the child. On a phone call, he warns Dexter that if the police are involved at all, then the boy will be murdered. For the rest of the episode, Dexter does everything he can to find where Trinity took this kid. What's so great about this dynamic is while Dexter and Trinity definitely fought a bit in the previous episode, this is the first one that really feels like a Dexter directly fighting the antagonist sort of episode, which is super special, especially between Dexter and Trinity. Throughout the episode, we see Trinity holding this boy hostage, but not being violent or angry with him. He just calls him Arthur and plays with his childhood toys, signifying to the viewer that Trinity doesn't kill in 3s, he kills in 4s, this specific kill being based on his childhood image. Most of these scenes are very creepy, with Arthur just singing and playing with trains while starving this innocent kid and forcing him to put pajamas on. The final scene these two have together is one where Trinity starts crying when remembering Vera. Trinity is possibly the worst person in this entire show, but his backstory is so depressing that it's still easy to feel bad for him, even after all the horrific shit he's done. I feel bad for him for a good 30 seconds until he drugs this kid's ice cream that he makes him eat, then puts his body in a bag and plans to dump him in cement. Thankfully, Dexter is able to put the puzzle pieces together by the time Arthur gets there, and they have a very entertaining duel that Dexter wins, and he saves the kid who was just casually drowning in cement for a good 45 seconds. But Arthur is nowhere to be seen. The other plot of this episode focuses on Christine. Deb starts to wonder if she has anything to do with Lundy's murder. So while giving Christine an interview, she asks a few questions herself that convince her that Christine knew something. She has Angel watch the interview and he's in full agreement, but the proof isn't there. So she has to ask Quinn for Christine's toothbrush. Quinn is obviously pissed as hell that Deb even thinks this, but he gives in, and it turns out that she's literally Trinity's daughter. Not that we didn't already know this, but the scene where it's revealed in the PD is so great. Christine and Trinity actually meet while this is all happening, and Christine finally lets him know that she's a murderer, and she's been trying to help him to keep him safe. But this obviously backfires as she's currently being investigated. Trinity tries to reassure Christine that everything will be fine, but he's secretly really pissed about this. And of course lets her take the fall for it when she's arrested at the end of the episode. Not much more to add, honestly. Super intense on both fronts, and we get development on the best villain in the whole show. Number 8. Truth Be Told. The last 15 minutes of this episode are some of the best in the entire show. The intensity is at a record high. Not to say the rest of this episode isn't amazing, but the final few minutes is definitely the reason I give it a 10. Angel being in the hospital is pretty emotional. It's so obvious how much everyone in the room cares for him, even Dexter, and the relief shown when Maria says the surgery was successful is great. Although after hearing this news, Dexter leaves right away, and this severely pisses off Doakes. Doakes has been on to Dexter since the very first scene he was in, but I feel like this scene is where the real suspicion starts, and it obviously gets even worse in the next episode. The ice truck killer is back and leaves a sex worker's body parts at a Christmas festival, as well as the 103 number again, and a video of him killing the sex worker. The reasoning behind 103 is finally revealed when Dexter is looking for the case where Harry saved him, and finds out that it happened on October 3rd. Back to Rudy, he's trying to propose to Deb, and he tells Dexter this while at lunch with him, and Dexter notices Rudy having a wound on his lip. Later on, Dexter is in the hospital with Angel talking about his stabbing, and this happens.
I at least gave him a fat lip.
Angel, have you ever met Deb's boyfriend, Rudy Cooper?
I remember having to pause the scene the first time I saw this because of how in shock I was, and there weren't many points in the show where I had to do that. Genuinely up there with, quick Breaking Bad spoilers, Hank's realization in Breaking Bad. It's so fucking well done. But this realization isn't exactly a realization. It's just a very strange feeling that Dexter has. By the time Dexter is able to fully prove to himself that Rudy is the killer, which takes a lot of suspenseful conversations and tests, as well as basically a second realization that's as good as the first. Deb has already drove 30 minutes out of town to Rudy's boat where he proposes to her and she says yes. Deb really has to get back to work, but Rudy convinces her to spend just a few more moments on the boat drinking champagne. Then we have basically the best scene in the entire show up to this point, where Rudy reveals to Deb who he really is. the ice truck killer. He starts by having a lozenge, and then he asks Deb how she possibly couldn't have known that Rudy was the killer when he was literally her boyfriend, furthering his manipulation skills and making Deb think that she was at fault for all of this. He tells her that he hates when he makes mistakes, and he never lives it down, then chokes her into submission and ties her up. And the episode ends there while Dexter is doing everything he possibly can to find Deb. Again, the whole episode is amazing, but those last 15 minutes are so special. If you're really into Number 7. Are you? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 4th and final installment of Dexter season premieres, completely disregarding a whole storyline from the previous season because the writer didn't know how to stretch the filler any longer than it already had been. Our final contestant that's going to be going up is 701. Are you? Please state why you think you were the clear winner of this contest.
In the season 6 finale, for some reason, the writers thought that Quinn and Angel needed some sort of subplot in the most intense episode of the season. So Angel tells Quinn that he's requesting his transfer, and Quinn tells Angel that his union rep told him he can't be transferred. Well, I'm here to tell you that that's a bunch of horse shit, a bunch of baloney. It's a nothing sandwich. In a single scene during my episode, Angel and Quinn revealed to each other that they were both lying their asses off. So literally, none of this had to ever happen. Do you think I stopped there? No, of course not. Remember Mike Anderson, Deb's replacement detective from season 6? Yeah, me neither. So I decided that in my episode, let's just kill the guy off and pretend like he never existed. I know the writers wanted to stray away from season 6 as much as possible, so you can't tell me I didn't do an amazing job with that. I'm very clearly the winner here.
Thank you, 701. That's some great reasoning there. Now that all 4 contestants have stated why they think they are the winner of this game show, we are now just going to have to wait for the results to come in from Dexter Morgan himself. Stay tuned till the very end of the ranking to see who will win. Dexter season premieres completely disregarding a whole storyline from the previous season because the writer didn't know how to stretch the filler any longer than it already had been. I remember I was in a hotel lobby the first time I ever watched this episode, and trying not to lose my shit while being in public was very hard to say the least. I mean, I of course saw the ending of 6/12 where Deb sees Dexter kill Travis, but the way it's played out in this episode is flawless. At this point, we're used to the show being kind of slow with something big happening. Like in season 2 when Lundy is seemingly onto Dexter, it takes him another 5 episodes till Doakes is caught as the butcher. Here, the episode starts with Deb witnessing Dexter kill Travis, and it ends with Deb finding his knives and blood slides, and asking him,
Are you his serial killer?
I am a season 6 defender at heart, but I'm not going to pretend like it wasn't easily the worst season up till this point. And as you saw, I didn't have a single 10 out of 10 episode in it. For this season to start with the 10 was just insane whiplash, especially if you hated season 6 and regreted to this. First of all, the show looks incredible. The original season will always be my favorite look of Dexter with the creepy nighttime Miami shots, but season 7 looks so great here. And way better than something like New Blood, and especially Original Sin. I guess Season 8 looks the same as Season 7, but I'd rather not praise that season if I don't have to. And the episode finally just feels like Dexter. Besides in 6/12 when Travis was about to throw Harrison off a skyscraper, nothing ever really seemed like a threat, and the same goes for Season 5. In the very first episode of this season, we have a character we've become emotionally attached to since the series premiere start putting all the puzzle pieces together on Dexter. Not to mention that she's both Dexter's sister and the lieutenant of Miami Metro PD. Deb seeing Dexter kill Travis is insane to start, and we're stuck wondering how this guy's gonna get out of the situation this time. The answer is, he doesn't. Dexter does probably the best job he can, and tells Deb that he saw Travis at the church, and he went at him with a sword, so Dexter snapped, fought back, then had an episode where he was going to kill Travis because of all of his build-up anger. Deb kind of buys it, but it still doesn't explain basically any of what she's currently looking at, since Travis is naked, wrapped up in plastic on a table, and has a knife inside of his chest. Dexter convinces Deb that they'll burn his body and the church down, and make it all look like some religious suicide, which ends up working, but Deb is very obviously not happy about this. She's been a train wreck basically the whole show, and now she finds out her brother is a serial killer. People talk about so many characters being broken, but never are able to mention Deb, the only one who actually stayed relatively normal throughout her life after all of the terrible shit that happened to her. Deb continues to think about what just happened, and she realizes that the way Dexter killed Travis was way too similar to how Brian was planning to kill her. She asks him about this, and he continues to dodge her questions, which just raises her suspicion. Eventually, while Dexter is out doing a kill, Deb calls Jamie to ask where Dexter is, and she says he's working, which Deb would obviously know about if true, since she's the lieutenant. After Dexter's kill is over, he comes home to this, which is just insane, and what we've all been waiting for so long. As good as all this is, The rest of the episode is able to maintain this amazing quality, starting with the fact that it's not only Deb on Dexter's trail, LaGuardia is as well, which is honestly even crazier. We don't know how Deb is going to react to Dexter being a serial killer, but we know how LaGuardia would react. So Dexter seems even more cooked with every scene that she's finding out in comparison to Deb. Her suspicions arise when she finds a blood slide at the Travis crime scene, which looks eerily similar to a Bay Harbor Butcher blood slide. Later on, she asks Masuka if forensics ever uses blood slides, and when he says no, she steals the blood slide to do testing of her own. A lot of people complain about LaGuardia magically gaining suspicion of Dexter here, but I think it makes perfect sense. She was in such denial over James being the butcher, so once she sees any tiny bit of evidence that could lead to his clearance, it sets off a chain reaction in her mind. We also see the death of Mike Anderson in this episode, which is the most significant thing that happens relating to his character in the whole show. I'm glad they at least made his death scene a great one, because the last thing a lame character needs is a lame death scene. Angel and Quinn also start interviewing people at the strip club, which becomes a very underrated subplot in my opinion. Easily one of Quinn's best seasons. And how could we forget the Lewis subplot? He's trying to fuck with Dexter by getting info on his computer, but once Dexter catches him, he basically bullies him into leaving, which is super funny. I of course don't condone bullying, but there's certain situations where it's viable, and this is one of them. Later on, we see him closing Dexter's bank accounts, and after 6 seasons of this guy successfully defeating the most notorious serial killers in the country, I don't really understand why they're trying to make some random computer nerd feel like an actual threat to Dexter. At least he gets brutally shot by Ukrainian mobsters in a few episodes. Easily a top 3 season premiere of the show, and one of Dexter's best episodes in general. Number 6. Go Your Own Way.
I am the last person you want to fuck with, because I will fuck you back in ways you never even imagined.
I know I haven't been the nicest to Season 3 in this video, and I really don't mean to be. Season 3 of Dexter would easily be the best season of some other show. It just feels lackluster in this specific show, after the phenomenal first 2 seasons. But if you've had the patience to actually watch this whole season, then seeing episodes like this make the whole journey worth it. Go Your Own Way not only makes Miguel's character better, but solidifies him as one of the best in the entire show. Dexter is completely fed up with Miguel at this point, and Miguel knows it. So while still acting like friends, throughout the episode, they do small little things to combat each other, which progressively get more personal as the episode continues. It starts with Dexter breaking into Miguel's office and playing Halo 3 on his computer. After Miguel comes in, they have a talk, and Dexter pretty much tells him that after the wedding, Miguel will stay out of his life, and he won't help him with anything that might come out of the Ellen Wolf case, which Miguel does not seem too happy about. Dexter then starts mildly hinting to Rita that Miguel is having an affair, and at this point, Rita is going to take any confirmation she can get to help Sil, which Dexter knows, so him doing this is a great power play. Later on, when Maria is interrogating a man that was outside of Ellen's house the night she was killed, he identifies Miguel's car, and Miguel's reaction to this is him understanding how much more cooked he's becoming by the hour, with Dexter right next to him, egging him on. Next, Miguel is drinking wine and casually making out with LaGuardia at her house. This guy clearly just does not care about his marriage anymore, because how stupid do you have to be to actually cheat on someone who has already accused you of such after the fact? Dexter makes another power play by showing up to Maria's house to apologize about something from earlier, while giving these cryptic messages to Miguel that make everything worse. The cherry on top is still showing up to Maria's house after and dumping Miguel, which nobody in this situation is happy about. Our next scene in the cat and mouse chase is the most important one of them all. Miguel and Dexter have a talk at a restaurant where Miguel is done with Dexter's antics and starts to threaten pursuing a case against Deb for sleeping with Anton. After the whole episode of Dexter having the upper hand, Miguel suddenly gains it, and it pisses Dexter off to a point of no return. And just as we think Miguel has the upper hand, Dexter goes into Miguel's house, steals Ellen Wolf's ring, and leaves a paper for a dry cleaner assigned to Miguel in his cigar box. When Miguel goes to the dry cleaner, the shirt returned to him is of course the one with the blood. Here's where we get possibly the best and most iconic scene Dexter and Miguel have in this entire show. So many good lines.
Think this funny?
Not at all. They said that stain would come out.
Fuck you.
And just when you think there's no way Miguel can one-up Dexter, it's revealed that Miguel hired a hit on him with the fucking Skinner as the hitman, which is preceded by Dexter being kidnapped at the very end. Obviously nothing compares to what's going on between these two, but there's a couple other plots worth mentioning. Like Masuka planning Dexter's bachelor party, which is super entertaining because of how invested he really is in it. The Deb and Quinn stuff isn't bad either, with Quinn apologizing to Anton for not booking him as a CI, assuming Anton knew. Since he didn't, Anton punches Quinn as soon as he says this, and tries fighting him, but gets held back. And I like how Quinn takes the punch as a man and doesn't try to instigate anything else, since he knows it's all his fault and he deserves it. This is exactly why Quinn haters are just doke stick riders. Just because a replacement character isn't as good as the original doesn't mean they can't be great in their own way. No pun intended. Anyways, this episode has a 9 on IMDb, and I'm willing to bet that's only because it's in one of the weaker seasons. I think this would easily be in the top 10 list if this was in one of the other 3 original seasons. This really is just a perfect episode, especially if you've been invested in the Dexter and Miguel plotline throughout the season. Number 5. Resistance is futile. Quite possibly the most iconic episode in the entire show. I mean, there's a reason that this episode has a higher IMDb rating than any other episode in this season. It's what this whole season basically built up to. For the last few episodes, the idea has been floating around that the suspect for the Bay Harbor Butcher is someone that's actually in Miami Metro, with lots of hints pointing to that person being Dexter Morgan. As soon as Dexter finds this out, he starts to feel very uneasy and gets worried super quickly that Lundy is onto him, especially since he has cars tracking him. Dexter desperately wants to get home so he can hide his blood slides, but by the time he opens his AC, he realizes that they aren't there and that it's over. If Dexter saying Lundy found my blood slides wasn't good enough, then it gets even better when a whole crew of guards show up at Dexter's front door to escort him to the station. This is easily one of the best scenes in the whole show, but I do have one small nitpick. I just kind of wish that Doak stealing Dexter's blood slides wasn't revealed till after Dexter opens his air conditioner, because it would have made Dexter being caught much more possible and intense to the viewer. But it's still pretty intense, even with knowing that, so I digress. Dexter shows up to the PD with everyone seemingly staring at him, and the cherry on top comes when Dexter walks into Lundy's office with his blood slides casually on Lundy's desk right in front of him. Dexter is forced to open and examine the slides, and he still thinks that he's been caught, until Lundy reveals that the prime suspect is actually Doakes. This is a more sudden plot twist, so it doesn't really compare to something like Brian being Dexter's brother, but it makes so much sense once you think about it, and it's super well done. Dexter now has surveillance on him 24/7, but he's still able to sneak out of his apartment and deal with the body of his mother's killer, which he hasn't even really been able to think about this whole episode. He almost finishes transporting the body parts until Sergeant Doak shows up out of absolutely nowhere with his gun out, telling Dexter,
"That's right, motherfucker. It's over."
I don't think I really need to explain what happens in this scene, since it's one of the most iconic scenes in the whole show, so you all know what happens, even if you haven't seen the show. Everything about this scene is just perfect. The dialogue is incredible, Dexter putting himself into the cuffs, and of course the fight they have where Dexter knocks out Doakes, which leads to the final shot of Doakes waking up in a cage. Just brilliant all around. And as good as this episode already sounds, there's still more to praise, believe it or not, since I haven't even mentioned Lila yet. For the first 10 minutes of this episode, Dexter and the viewers are completely fixated on the idea of Lundy catching Dexter, that we don't even think about Lila's existence. So her randomly showing up at the police station talking to Angel and Masuko was the perfect way to reveal that she was still actively trying to manipulate Dexter. Thankfully, Dexter isn't falling for her tricks anymore and actually gets back together with Rita in this episode. But someone else is falling for Lila, being Angel. I mean, it's hard not to feel bad for Angel since he's been divorced for a while, but he's clearly letting his dick think over his brain, because Dexter very clearly warns Angel about Lila, and he still gets with her. And speaking of relationships, Deb and Lundy are still added, and it still kinda makes me uncomfortable, but not that much. At the beginning of the episode, Lundy tells Deb that he's going to be very open about his relationship with her, which Deb isn't in full agreement with. But once Lundy gets fully fixated on the Butcher case, Deb basically tells everyone for him in a very funny scene, which further shows Deb adapting most of Lundy's traits. Anyways, yeah, all that shit is amazing, but we know the real reason why this episode is ranked so high. Jesus Christ, man.
You said that.
Number 4.
Hello, Dexter Morgan.
You can't be a killer and a hero. It doesn't work that way! Yeah, I've said it 1,000 times, but this whole season is completely based on that one Brian quote. Dexter has convinced himself that he can manage both his serial killer and normal lives at the same time, but whenever he has to make a choice, he has a hard time deciding. By this episode, we've already seen most of the consequences of Dexter not killing Trinity on the many chances he had. The final time Dexter could have killed him without it being a complete shitstorm is right in his kitchen. It definitely wouldn't have been ideal, and it would have raised questions, but he could have pulled it off. Since he didn't take that chance, an innocent child almost died, and Trinity is now on the run, far away from Dexter. Trinity calls Dexter asking him who he is, and Dexter obviously doesn't tell, but he blackmails Trinity into giving him $50,000, or he'll tell the whole world that Arthur Mitchell is a pedophile. This pisses Trinity off, and it all goes back to his backstory where his trauma is based on his sister's death, and his father repeatedly calling him a pervert. This seems like really good manipulation on Dexter's part, and it is for the moment. Dexter spends the rest of this episode trying to frame Trinity on some other tall old male murderer, so Dexter can have Trinity all to himself. Maybe this is just me, but on my first viewing, I never really took into account how Dexter's selfishness led to his demise. This obviously plays into Dexter thinking he can live without Harry's code, which I've already mentioned, but it goes a little deeper than just that. Something that Harry always told Dexter was that he could use his addiction for good, when those very few violent criminals slip through the cracks of the justice system. This right here is Dexter completely giving that up and letting Trinity be all his, since the police literally have Trinity's daughter in custody, which I'll talk about later. I didn't fully take this in on first viewing, because throughout the show, you always see Dexter work behind the police station's back, but it was never to this level. Maybe it's because I binged this whole season in one day, but we don't need to talk about that. Anyways, this is a very time-dependent task, so this, as well as Dexter's work, takes all of his time away from Rita, which is just depressing when you realize that she's literally gone after this episode. At least Dexter has the time to punch Elliot in the face, which is really all we needed. Anyways, Dexter works a case which seems eerily similar to a Trinity murder, until Dexter realizes that the victim's name is Kyle Butler. As soon as he can, Dexter finds the other Kyle Butler in Miami, and breaks into his house waiting for Arthur. Trinity walks up to the door and almost walks in, but he has some kind of Gus Fring realization and just walks right away. A day later, Trinity calls Dexter telling him that he has the money, but Dexter can tell by his audio that he's in the arcade where he kidnapped the boy in the previous episode. Dexter rushes to the arcade, but while looking for Trinity, Deb calls him, asking him to come to the station because of what just happened to her. Dexter is this close to catching Trinity, but he's still convinced that he can juggle normal life and serial killer life at the same time. So he leaves the arcade and drives back to the PD. Of course, with Trinity following him, which is such amazing writing. Because of the amount of shit Dexter was juggling in his life all at once, he fully underestimates Trinity and thinks that he's the one manipulating Trinity, when Trinity is really the one manipulating him. Then Trinity walks into the department, and yeah, I don't really think I need to explain this scene. Easily one of the best in the whole show. If I had to complain about one thing, it is a little stupid how the PD has spent multiple episodes looking for a tall old white man with blue eyes in Miami, and when one literally walks into their police department, nobody even bats an eye. But that's probably just nitpicking if we're being real. There's a reason this scene is so iconic. Everything is perfect, especially the editing. Oh fuck, I haven't even mentioned the other plotline yet. Well, Christine is in custody, and everyone but Quinn is convinced that she's very guilty of this crime.
She say anything yet?
Nope. She won't.
Let's hope not. For Quinn's sake.
Fuck you.
Actually, let me just get Angel and Maria's plot out of the way before continuing. Me talking about it doesn't mean that I finally care about the subplot, but I do finally have something to say about it, which is either the first or second time that's happened for this entire season. Basically, their dumbasses got caught making out on gas station security cameras. For 80% of the show's main cast being detectives, it's kind of insane how stupid most of them are. Angel, and specifically Maria, then try to act like this is Matthew's fault. I said this earlier, but Matthew's likability really depends on the season. And here I can't help but agree with him, even though I usually like Angel and Maria way more than him. They literally signed agreements that they were no longer seeing each other, knowing the consequences. Then when they're caught seeing each other, Maria tries to play the victim and says that Matthews has some sort of beef with her because she's a Latina. Matthews is obviously very racist, and I do usually like when Maria stands up for herself, and for the minority group she's a part of in the PD. But this is completely her fault this time around. And Maria and Angel's solution is to get married. The only thing this does for the plot is seal the deal for even more filler bullshit in Season 5 that even less people will care about. I don't think their relationship is forced, but come on, they could have actually done something interesting with it. At least it's not too common, so I don't have to complain about it here. Well, for this episode at least. Back to Deb, she and Angel get a warrant on Christine's apartment and find a box of cards that Trinity sent to her from every single place he committed one of his murders. Which makes even Quinn finally just accept the fact that she was well aware of everything going on. Yet Christine still doesn't admit it. The PD is forced to let Christine go, and she immediately calls Trinity, who curses her out and tells her that it's all her fault and that she's on her own. I know we just saw how Trinity is a bottom-of-the-barrel human being, but you still gotta feel bad for Christine, even though she's not innocent either. Christine calls Deb and asks her to come to her apartment. Here she relates to Deb, who also had father issues, then admits to shooting her and Lundy while asking for forgiveness. Deb isn't as mad as most people would be, but she still tells her that she'll never forgive her, which prompts Christine to shoot herself in the head. Some more awesome PTSD for Deb to deal with. This scene is crazy, and so is basically every scene in this episode. Straight peak the whole way through. Number 3. The Getaway. Here we have the highest rated Dexter episode by the fans. And no, I don't consider it the absolute best of the entire show, but it's pretty damn close. If we're being honest, your favorite Dexter episode is most likely dependent on your favorite season. So since most people's favorite is the 4th, The Getaway ends up having a 9.8, but it definitely deserves it. Like I said earlier, my personal favorite Dexter season is the 1st, but I'm not just going to sit here and act like Season 4 isn't infinitely better written. The whole season takes the idea of and just brings it to a whole new level. Specifically this episode, where Dexter finally sees the consequences of trying to magically forget Harry's code that he's been basically programmed to live by. To get the negatives out of the way first, there's a single scene about the Maria and Angel subplot. It would have been an actual negative if there was more than one, but thankfully they limited it to one here. Alright, now the positives. So the episode starts right where 411 left off, where Dexter and Trinity are literally staring into each other's souls at the PD. As soon as Arthur leaves, Dexter is already following him, but all his problems that have been piling up throughout the season finally come to fruition. Starting with Quinn, who starts talking to him, and Dexter just pushes him to the ground. Then, when Dexter is busy creating more problems while chasing after Trinity by breaking many driving laws, he casually plans a honeymoon with Rita, which... yeah. Dexter follows Arthur to a bank where he's able to inject him with the tranquilizer. But of course his problems pile up, and the cops come after Dexter, since he hit a car while rushing for Trinity. Dexter loses his temper while talking to the guards, and ends up breaking the guy's phone whose car he hit, which gets him arrested. Back at the PD, Angel forces Deb to take a day to herself, because she kinda just witnessed the person who shot her and killed Lundy shoot herself in the head. She uses this time to get back with Harry's old CI to find where the other CI lives, and the destination seems a bit familiar.
You always had trouble saying Brian.
Deb finally finding this out at this specific time just adds to Dexter's pile of problems. But it also allows Deb to relate to Dexter in the hating Harry department. It's also a super cool callback to Born Free. Back to Dexter, Rita picks him up from the station and is disappointed, but Dexter convinces her to pursue the honeymoon, and says that she should fly before him so he can finish up work. While it's clear that Dexter was caring and thinking about his family, he still prioritizes the kill at the end of the day, instead of just giving Arthur up to the police and going with Rita and Harrison. Back at the station, they finally discover that Trinity kills in fours. I say finally because Dexter figured this out 2 episodes ago, but when you think about it, this was only a few days ago in the actual show. So this once again just goes to show that Dexter doesn't have to be the vigilante all the time. If the police are onto Trinity, then they'll get him almost as quick as Dexter without interfering with their personal lives. So Dexter is directly putting his family at risk like this. Later on, when he gets back to the van, Dexter realizes that Trinity has escaped. So he rushes to his family's house to see if they know anything, but they don't. Even though he did come back earlier in the episode to rob them of everything they have. And right when Dexter tells them that everything is gonna be alright, he notices a SWAT team about to break into the house, so he runs for his fucking life and ends up in the coffin that Trinity made. Symbolizing not his death, but his downfall that Trinity and himself caused. Dexter is able to make it out of this coffin just before an officer gets into the garage, which is one of the closest calls Dexter has in this whole show. After this, when Dexter goes outside and joins everyone else, he sees Arthur's family crying while getting into the police car, which is already sad by itself, but Dexter imagining them being Rita and the kids just makes it a whole lot worse. Then Dexter starts talking to Deb, and she just gives in and tells Dexter that his mother was Harry CI, and that his brother was Brian Moser, which she got confirmation for from Matthews earlier. I have to say, this is probably some of Dexter's best acting in the whole show. One of the first times he genuinely looks sad after hearing some news that he already knew. The scene manages to be super sad while super shocking at the same time. One of my favorite Dexter scenes all around. Now it's time to see what Arthur is doing, and he's casually driving away in Jonah's car looking like the Unabomber. We don't see exactly what he does, but we do see him driving down the road where Dexter got into his crash. And this is also where Dexter is able to kidnap Arthur. Again. The scene where Dexter kills Arthur is also one of the best in the entire show, and definitely Dexter's best kill. It's what this whole season was anticipating, and the acting is just incredible here. Arthur knows he's dead basically as soon as he wakes up, so he only really acts sad when learning that Christine killed herself. For the rest of the time, he's pretty calm, since he can tell that Dexter has no idea what he's done, especially when he starts laughing. And again, I feel like a weirdo for feeling bad for Trinity at certain points, but when Dexter turns the toy trains on and plays Arthur's childhood vinyl, man. There's a reason why most people say Dexter falls off after season 4. Not that I fully agree, but I'm not gonna act like any of the villains after him even come close to the sheer creepiness and depth that John Lithgow portrays perfectly. And if 2 of Dexter's best scenes weren't enough for you, then the showrunners just throw us another one, cause why not? On my first viewing, I had a feeling that Rita died in this episode, since Rita wasn't in the top cast for the whole show, while being in the top cast for the first 4 seasons. And I also knew that this episode was the highest rated, so I assumed that something huge had to happen. But man, I did not expect this. The way Dexter realizes that Rita never actually left, just for him to walk into the bathroom where Harrison is crying in a pool of blood while Rita is laying dead in one, it's just so incredibly well done. And the cherry on top is the connection between both Dexter and Harrison being born in blood. Like I said earlier, I binged this season for a whole day, so it was like 2 AM by the time I was up to this episode, and I was in genuine shock. Nothing I ever saw on this show had writing up to par with this. And as bad as this episode is on first viewing, It's so much worse the second time around when you know exactly what's about to happen. Easily one of the best television episodes of all time. And honestly, I'll even admit that it is the best episode of this show. There's just two I slightly enjoy more. Number 2. Hungry Man. Have you guys ever seen those 911 calls where the caller is clearly in an abusive relationship to the point where they have to pretend like they're ordering a pizza so they can safely notify the police of what's going on? Those calls give me the exact same vibe as this episode does. The way that this episode makes me feel is like no other episode of a television show I've ever seen in my life. I'm just going to start with everything that isn't related to Arthur and his family in this episode, because I really want to dedicate my time there. But there's obviously still value with the rest of the episode. It wouldn't be this high if there wasn't. Basically, it's Thanksgiving and Rita is planning to have dinner with Elliot and Deb. But Deb keeps telling Dexter that she needs to work, until Dexter gets Aster and Cody to record a video.
Hi, Aunt Deb. We just heard that you might not come to Thanksgiving dinner. And well, we really want you to come.
Look sad, retard.
All right.
Asking Deb to come, so she finally agrees and gets Masuka to be her wingman, which makes me very happy. I'd also like to mention how every time a Dexter episode is a holiday special, it ends up being one of the best in the whole show. 104 was Halloween themed, 111 was Christmas themed, hell, even 711 and 712 were Christmas and New Year's themed. And of course this one. Before Deb leaves the station, Christine comes in and apologizes to Deb for her shooting, which is really great because on first viewing, it makes you start to like Christine more and think that she really is more than just an annoying reporter. But on rewatch, you have a completely different view of the scene, knowing that she shot Deb. Also, later, Deb basically realizes that Christine either shot her or was working with the person who shot her, because of something she wrote in the paper that was never disclosed. I know I've already said this, but Deb is probably the smartest cop in Miami Metro PD. Her theories are basically always correct, and she always is the one to make big breaks on cases. Back to Thanksgiving, Rita and Elliot are making turkey, and Elliot's dumbass just decides to kiss Rita. This is obviously caused by Dexter being more focused on learning about Trinity than spending time with his family, which has reoccurred throughout the season. But thankfully, Rita gets pissed at him and doesn't talk to him for the rest of the day. But the cherry on top is that Masuka casually sees this take place.
Well, what is this? What am I looking at right now? What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? What is this nigga saying? Dude, I hate this guy. I genuinely hate this guy. Like, top 10 most hated characters. He saw that shit! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god!
Masuka being at this dinner at all is funny in of itself, but I love how the writers make Vince now directly involved in Dexter's family drama. Not that he had anything else going on story-wise, but still, this scene is also really funny.
Hi. Are you the one my mom told me not to talk to?
Okay, and with all of that out of the way, I present to you some of the greatest acting and writing I've ever seen in a television show. At the very beginning of the episode, Dexter is stalking Trinity's house and sees him destroy a bunch of Jonah's sports trophies. Jonah gets very mad and drives off, with Dexter of course following him. When Dexter finally approaches Jonah, he's beating the shit out of his dad's car with a bat until he sees Dexter and finally tells him how awful his father really is. My favorite line from this scene, and honestly one of my favorite lines from the show, is,
"You should have just let him die."
Literally 3 episodes ago, Jonah was telling Dexter about how amazing his father and his family really are. So for him to be acting like that when in reality he would have been happy if Trinity had died really goes to show how insanely abusive he really is, before we even get to the Thanksgiving scenes. And speaking of those scenes, they creep me out more than any horror movie ever could. When Dexter shows up, it seems pretty normal at first, but the longer Dexter stays, the more the
small cracks in the perfect family
begin to show. You can tell Arthur is pissed at Jonah when he's making dinner, but the real start of the creepiness is when Sally, a fully grown, middle-aged woman, mother, and wife, asks permission from Arthur if Rebecca can leave her room now. And when Dexter asks if she's grounded, Sally responds with,
"Oh no, nothing like that."
Later on, Dexter checks out Rebecca's room and sees not only that the room is still decorated like she's 5 years old, but also a lock on her door from the outside. To creep someone out who is a serial killer that brutally cuts apart pieces of human beings is a feat, and Trinity is able to do that to Dexter very easily. Later on, Jonah comes home with a broken windshield and makes up some excuse, and you can just tell how legitimately pissed Arthur is, but he still tries to keep the facade going, even with Jonah giving Dexter some very obvious SOS looks. After this, Dexter goes to the garden to help Rebecca and confronts her about the abuse going on in the house. As soon as he mentions this, she basically starts begging Dexter to help her like he helped Jonah, which is super creepy in its own way. But when she proceeded to attempt to make out with Dexter and offer him sex just to be out of that house, is when I had to pause the episode on my first viewing. And it gets even worse when Sally walks in on Rebecca trying to make out with Dexter. Once Rebecca goes inside, Sally tells Dexter that she doesn't care what he was trying to do with Rebecca, as long as he doesn't tell Arthur. Trinity has made this woman feel so powerless to the point where she can't even scold someone who thinks she just tried to sexually assault her daughter. Genuinely some of the best writing in TV history in my eyes. The acting is phenomenal as well. For relatively unknown actors, Trinity's family does a great job in making everything look like a complete facade until they can't anymore, which is when they start to show very slight despair. Brilliant all around. Dexter comes back inside where Arthur and Jonah are watching football and sees that Jonah suddenly has multiple broken fingers. We are actually shown the scene where Trinity breaks his fingers, and it is so hard to watch. Jonah seems like such a nice and innocent kid, and the shit that he has to deal with in this house is just so awful. Then there's, of course, the dinner scene, which I consider one of, if not the best scene in this entire show. Arthur has everyone at the table say what exactly they're thankful for. And after this, he notices that nobody said they were thankful for him. The whole table goes silent, and Arthur then asks Jonah specifically if he said he was thankful for him, to which he responds that he isn't. As soon as he says this, both Sally and Rebecca instantly say that they're thankful for Arthur because they don't want anything to happen. But obviously, something happens. Jonah finally snaps, probably since Dexter's there and he feels slightly more safe. And he goes off on Arthur, screaming at him that their whole happy family persona is just a facade, and that he's really an abusive piece of shit. And worst of all, a serial killer. Jonah starts to trash all of the stuff Arthur owns in the house. Then Arthur proceeds to start choking Jonah and almost kills him before Dexter gets his belt out and chokes Trinity. Then drags him to the kitchen and gets ready to stab him with a knife before realizing what's happening. And we cut to Dexter screaming in his car. I don't know how you couldn't be speechless after watching a scene like this. It finally shows not just Jonah snapping on Arthur, but Dexter as well, who's been pretending to be his friend for so many episodes at this point. And it perfectly sets up the final 3 episodes of this season. Oh, also, after all of that, it's casually revealed that Christine is Trinity's daughter. You know, nothing too huge or anything. To call this a perfect episode is a major understatement. And so is calling it a masterpiece. Number 1. Born Free. This is pretty much the Dexter equivalent to Face Off from Breaking Bad. And also, his actor is fucking amazing. Shout out to Christian Camargo for making possibly the creepiest character in the whole show. Little post-editing note, I know I literally said like 2 segments ago that no villain in the show even comes close to Trinity's creepiness or whatever. They're creepy in different ways, alright? Trinity is creepy in like a scary way. Like, Brian's creepy in like I was talking about earlier, like the scene where Brian is like rubbing Deb's legs, like you just feel like he's about to fucking like cut. The warrant on Rudy's house has been improved, so the PD starts going through everything, including Dexter, who finds the vinyl that says Born Free, alongside a Barbie doll with the shirt saying Home Sweet Home. This gets Dexter to find Laura Moser's old address, and he's led straight to Rudy himself. Or, should I say, Brian Moser.
Bryony.
You always had trouble saying Brian.
This is probably the second best plot in. It is now time to finally reveal the winner of Dexter season premieres, completely disregarding a whole storyline from the previous season because the writers didn't know how to stretch the filler any longer than it already had been. I'm sorry, I really can't say that fast anymore. I'm trying. We have seen all 4 contestants' point of views. Sadly, only one of them can go home with the prize money today. What is the prize money? I don't ask me, man, okay? I'm just the host. And now moving on to our judge, Dexter Morgan himself. Please, Mr. Morgan, please reveal to us who you really think is the winner of this terrible plotline disregarding game show.
The award for worst handling of a plotline goes to Season 8, specifically the way it dealt with the aftermath of LaGuerta's death. The way that entire plotline was just dismissed like a bad stain on the carpet was quite impressive. I mean, a character who was a significant part of the series for so long, and her death, which was a major cliffhanger at the end of Season 7, was just glossed over. It was as if the writers thought, you know what? Let's just forget about that whole thing and move on to something new. Much like I do with my distractions.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 801, A Beautiful Day has won Dexter season... fuck that. Please come up to the stage. How are you feeling after winning this award, winning this game show?
Oh my god, thank you! thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you for picking me to win! It is such a beautiful day. Oh my god, I need to thank my fans, my parents, everyone I love, my dog, my cat, everyone! Oh, thank you, thank you. I would like to thank Scott Buck for being the worst writer ever. Like, genuinely the worst. I don't know how Showtime even approved this episode. I don't know how this got aired on TV. I don't know why Michael C. Hall, like, saw the script and he was like, oh yeah, this is good. I don't know how anyone on the fucking cast and crew just read this and were like, yeah, let's put this on TV, bro. Yeah, let's get this on TV. Let's get this out. Yeah, Oliver Saxon, best villain in the whole entire show. Masuka, ruin his character just for the love of the game. Make Dexter, you know, try and be a father, but he can't be a father because he's a psychopath. Make Angel forget about everything that happened. Make Deb a drug addict for some reason. Make her hang out with some dude who fucking hates her and is just a junkie. And also don't mention Maria's death except for like 15 minutes into the episode. Introduce Vogel, who is the worst character in the fucking series, and introduces the best character in the fucking series, Oliver Saxon the GOAT. And also give this episode an 8.4 somehow. I don't know how it has an 8.4, but thank you, Scott Buck, for giving it an 8.4. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna stop you right there, buddy. Thank you all for tuning into this game show, and until next time, Game Show DJ out. I don't know if there's gonna be a next time, but until next time. Holy shit. Ladies and gentlemen, that is every single episode of Dexter, ranked from worst to best. My god. What a fucking video. Jesus Christ. If any of you made it to the end of this video, whether you skipped the top 10, the top 5, the number 1, or if you watched every single placement, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you. Like, it really means the world. I originally started watching Dexter back in October. My friend Matthew, who he did one of the game show parts of this video. He did the Nebraska segment, and I think I played his reaction of the Thanksgiving scene in segment number 2. He was like, I really want to watch Dexter, blah blah blah. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll watch it with you. We both got hooked. We both loved it, and we watched it. We didn't like watch the episodes together. We watched the last 2 episodes together. I have the reaction to that. And yeah, from October to April, watched the whole show. It was a fucking experience, dude. Watching Dexter for the first time was an experience, and I was 15 episodes into the show, and I was already planning to do a ranking. So this has been in the works for a while. I actually started working on it probably April. Here we are, hopefully August. Please be August. I'm gonna work really hard to get this out by August. I don't want to sound like a nerd, like the nerd emoji right now, but according to my calculations, this video is like supposed to be like 5 hours long, like 4 to 5 hours long. So if any of you watched the whole thing, you were clinically insane. Like, I hope the video was worth it. See, like, usually, like, with my rankings, like, the recordings take, like, the least time. Because I binged pretty much, like, besides seasons 1 and 2, I pretty much binged the whole show in less than a month, because Netflix, it was getting taken off Netflix. So much work into this video. I mean, I could already tell it's my best video. Like, without a doubt, it's my best video. The Kanye video was really good. You know, it wasn't perfect. I think this is the closest I've got to perfect yet. And I mean, I'm never gonna have a perfect video, but I also see this probably being my longest ranking, like ever, maybe. I mean, maybe one day I'll rank a show either longer than this, and or I have more to say about it. Like, bro, I don't know. 5 hours is really long. Maybe I'll make like a video longer than 5 hours one day. I don't know if it would be a ranking though. Like, this is crazy. Like, this is my biggest video yet, and I don't even see my next video being as big. And actually, I want to talk about that. That's pretty much the only other thing I have to talk about now. What my next video is. So yeah, listen, I have a lot of subs that are like a mixture between like the music fans and the TV fans. Obviously, you could be fans of both, but you know, most people aren't. So hopefully, you guys can enjoy whatever I put out. but I understand not every Kanye fan is gonna want to watch a Dexter video, and not every Dexter fan is gonna want to watch a Kanye video. But just like due to the success of the Kanye video, I do want to make my next big video music related. I'm gonna do a poll. It'll probably be 2 options, maybe 3. The options are gonna be ranking every Kendrick verse, ranking every Kanye feature. So yeah, I'm gonna do a poll right after this video comes out, maybe like a week, maybe even less. Whichever one wins, that'll be my next video. And if whichever one loses, if it keeps getting requested after, then I guess I'll do the other one eventually. But that's about it. I don't have much more to say. Thank you guys so much for the support on the Kanye video. Also, tell me what you think of the thumbnail of this video. I think it's probably my best thumbnail, but not much more to say. If you've been watching the channel, if you've been watching the rankings, you know what time it is. It's time to rank. Well, not rank. It's time for the top 10 list. You know, I'm glad that I actually, in my Kanye video, I decided to do the list after I talked. So now, for the people that decided to stay, they get to hear this now, but then people that left don't get to see my top 10 characters. But yeah, here's my top 10 characters. Number 10, Rita. Rita is just, oh my god. She is just like a ray of sunshine in this show. Like, it is like, you know, I always liked Rita, but I think it was, yeah, I said this, probably season 2, I really started to appreciate her because of how annoying Lila was. And then especially after she died, oh my god. Like, she made the show what it was in those first 4 seasons. Again, not that I don't think it was able to hold its own after she died, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't exactly the same, man. Season 5 was not as good as the first 4 seasons. Season 6 wasn't. I think season 7 was, but, you know, still, overall, the second half just wasn't as good. I mean, and that's partly because Rita's not there. That's just what it is. You know, she's such a great character. I really enjoyed Rita. Julie Benz did a great job playing her as well. Number 9, had to have Masuka on this list. Man, what a character. He is like the perfect comic relief. Nothing deep about a character at all. I mean, I guess that one episode where he was like, you guys don't actually like me, which that was actually a really cool episode. But besides that, he's just the comic relief, and he's amazing comic relief. No character has made me laugh more in the show, and maybe even made me feel as much entertainment as Masuka. I don't like, maybe Dexter, but like, dude, Masuka throughout the whole show, funny as fuck. They should do a Masuka's spin-off instead of Trinity. That's all I'm gonna say. Number 8, Quinn. I know there's people that don't like Quinn. I don't really get it too much. I know he was a replacement for Doakes, and I mean, you'll see later Doakes on my list. I'm just gonna spoil that. I mean, I think that's kind of obvious though. Obviously, Quinn is not as good as Doakes, but what did you expect him to be? Like, I don't know. I think that's like the excuse people make for Quinn. Such a great character. He's like a dirty cop, but throughout every season, he's so entertaining. I like his subplots most of the time. He's just a badass. Like that's all I can really say. He's entertaining, he's funny, but he's also a badass. I love his dynamics with Deb, Angel, even Dexter is cool. He's just an underrated character. That's all I gotta say. I love Quinn. Now, when we enter the top 7, these are like really the characters that are I considered like among the best of the Dexter characters. And at number 7, I'm gonna have Special Agent Lundy. What a character! Comes in season 2, and like, if Dexter wasn't already cooked enough with like literally being on the news and the Bay Harbor Butcher and everything, Lundy shows up and like Dexter's like, oh shit, dude, this is what's gonna lead to my downfall. And it wasn't, but still, like, dude, it was pretty damn close. It was pretty damn close. Lundy was so smart. You know, I loved him in season 2. Great purpose, very entertaining character. And then when he comes back in season 4, though, tracking down Trinity, perfect. Oh my god, so well done. I loved Lundy in season 4. His death was heartbreaking, man. It's actually a scary scene, like him lying on the ground like that. He's crazy scene. His relationship with Deb too, I know a lot of people don't like it. Like, I understand. Like, it's not, obviously the age gap's a little strange, but I still like the relationship overall. It's just so entertaining, man. Like, his ways of doing things, not even just professionally. At 1 p.m., he always eats a sandwich, takes the shoes off, you know, like, it's perfect. Like, he's such a methodical character, but perfect in that way. I love how in season 4, he, like, relates to Dexter, and he's like, well, he doesn't know he relates to Dexter, but he's like, he's not like everyone else. And I think that's such great writing. Such an interesting character. I wish we would have gotten more of, honestly. I feel like he would have benefited season 3, because then we wouldn't have that stupid Anton plotline. But yeah, I guess they didn't really have a reason to have him in season 3. Number 6, Miguel Prado. He makes season 3. Like, season 3 would be nothing without Miguel. First of all, Jimmy Smits, he killed it. I am the last person you want to fuck with, because I will fuck you back in ways you never even imagined. In my opinion, I know a lot of people think Miguel is unlikable. I think Miguel's super likable. Obviously he's a shitty guy, but so is like pretty much everyone in the fucking show. Such an interesting character. Like, he's an ADA, but he feels these tendencies because of how he was brought up, so he relates to Dexter. And Dexter and Miguel's relationship, I'm just gonna say it right now, I think Dexter and Miguel's relationship was better than Dexter's relationship with Brian. I know a lot of like the TikTok fans are gonna think I'm crazy for that, but Brian and Dexter knew each other for what, I mean, besides when they were kids, what an episode. Dexter and Miguel's relationship is perfect. They were friends, you know, their wives were friends too. Such a vibe. Season 3 was such a vibe. Every episode you get closer and closer to Miguel just turning to the dark side, and it's phenomenal. It is incredible. And then when like Dexter and Miguel turn against each other in 310, perfect. I wish I could say more. For those that have like been in the Dexter community for a while and are paying attention currently, you know what I want to say. You know, current events, but yeah, I said I wouldn't spoil anything in this video. Now we're entering the top 5, and number 5, Brian Moser, Rudy Cooper, the Ice Truck Killer. You guys know season 1's my favorite season, and again, like, it's mostly because of this guy right here. He is so phenomenal. Christian Camargo, hopefully that's how you say his name, brilliant as Brian Moser. So creepy, especially in that final episode when he finally gets to interact with Dexter, screaming, "It doesn't work that way." So many quotables, like, such an iconic villain. So iconic. Such an amazing villain. The twist of him being Dexter's brother is, oh my, I mean, you guys saw my number 1 episodes, you know, like, wish I could say more, but I can't regarding to more recent things. Man, what a sad backstory. What an, like, interesting come up as a villain. Number 4, James Doakes. Surprise, motherfucker. If Doakes lasted longer, he would have been top 3 for sure. Like, such maybe the most likable character in the whole show. I mean, obviously he's the antagonist in season 2, but like, nothing Doakes does is actually like that bad. You know, yeah, I guess he's not like a family man or anything, and he's going against Dexter, but you know, it's for good reason. Like, his motives make sense, you know? It's like so many iconic lines. Jesus Christ, Morgan, you're the Bay Harbor Butcher. Like, and he's just a badass. I mean, like, when he fights Dexter, and Born Free, when he fights him, Resistance is Futile, when he's locked up in the cage talking to Dexter, like, having the one-on-one conversations, they are brilliantly done. He's almost like the Miguel of season 2, like, he makes season 2, but, I mean, season 2 definitely, you know, you also have Dexter and Lundy and Lila and whatever. Definitely not as much as a Miguel season 3 situation, but he's just on Dexter's ass all the time. It was just amazing. I love Doakes. Number 4. Entering the top 3 is where it gets really hard. Number 1, I mean, 2 and 3 are interchangeable for me, to be honest with you. Number 3, I'm going to have Deb, though. Like, it hurts not to put her number 2, but, I mean, you guys know who the top 2 are, so I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from. Just compare season 1 Deb to season 8 Deb. It's, like, the shit she goes through in this show is devastating. I know some people don't like her. I don't understand. How could you not like Deb? I always loved Deb. I thought she was a phenomenal character. First time I watched it, I thought she was even better the second time I watched it. And listen, I love Deb in the first half of the show. Obviously, Brian and everything gets kidnapped, and she has her problems. And then season 4 with Lundy, season 2 and 4 with Lundy. But honestly, like, she's the best part of the second half of the show. She's actually easily the best part of the second half of the show. Like, by far. She has a relationship with Quinn, and then she gets promoted to captain, or not captain, lieutenant. Everything happens with Dexter. She catches Dexter. That was just perfect in season 7 when she catches Dexter. And then because of how much she cares about Dexter, she forces her morality to break and just deteriorate. She shoots LaGuardia, who is clearly an innocent person, just to save Dexter. Perfect. I wish the show would have just fucking ended at season 7. Holy shit. Such an amazing character development. Jennifer Carpenter. Oh my fucking god. Out of this world. acting so good as Deb. Debatably better than Michael C. Hall as Dexter. And I'm being serious when I say that. I loved, actually I can't talk about the other shows. You guys know how good Deb is, hopefully. If not, I hope that was a good enough explanation. I just think she's just so well written, especially even in the second half of the show when people complained the writers got worse. I think she was so well done there. Number 2, Trinity. Hello, Dexter Morgan. Like, what more do you want me to say? I already pretty much explained it in like the Hungry Man segment. John Lithgow is one of the greatest actors I've ever seen in my life. Almost like Bryan Cranston, Walter White levels. Like, I'm being serious. He is outstanding as Trinity. By far the show's best villain. Season 4, there is a reason why people consider Dexter season 4 like up there, bro. It's because of Trinity, Arthur Mitchell. I can't name you a more creepy like villain in TV. Like, I just can't. Like a scarier villain, not even Gus Fring, like anything like that. No, his ways of killing, he kills in fours. The reason why he kills, his backstory, everything, and then just his actions. He kills Rita. Almost kills that little kid. Hello, Dexter Morgan. Like, come on. Oh, Trinity, number 2. Number 1, obviously Oliver Saxon, the greatest. I can't even. Yeah, Dexter Morgan's obviously number 1. I think I said this in my Breaking Bad video. If I didn't, same with Better Call Saul. But if I didn't, like if you're making a show that's basically completely based on one character, and that character is not the best character in the show, you were doing something wrong. Thankfully, Dexter is the best character in Dexter. I was going to say that because of later shows, he's debatably not the best character because like how good Trinity and Deb really are. Like, I'll just say, like, I'm not going to spoil what happens, but I really don't like Dexter's character in New Blood. I really don't. If you've seen New Blood, I'm sure you understand why I'd say that. I just really don't like his character in New Blood. I thought it... And the series finale in Dexter as well deteriorates his character a bit. So honestly, I might have even put him number 2. They are saving his character with Resurrection, dude. They are saving his character with Resurrection. So now I can confidently still say he's the best character in all of Dexter. And this was not taking into account the other shows fully. It really wasn't. That's why I would have had Dexter number 1 either way. But again, if I do make a spin-offs video, I'll do an updated character list. You know, I guess including Original Sin as well, and New Blood, Resurrection, whatever. Again, thank you all so much for watching this video. If this is 5 hours long, I don't know, like, stay tuned for that poll. It's going to come out. Either your 2 options are probably going to be ranking every Kendrick verse, ranking every Kanye feature. Maybe there will be another option. I don't know. We'll see. Stay tuned. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I love you all.